All right, so let's talk about the tropics. Things are still bubbling out there. It is a tropical season that is, we're kind of running normally where we should be. I mean, numbers are about average, but we haven't had a whole lot of activity in some spots, right? It hasn't been like an overactive season. The most quiet season we have on record goes back to 1914. 1914, where we had one recorded tropical storm, but that was before, of course, the satellite era. But what we're seeing now, with the help of a variance of technologies, an area to watch, the Pacific, and also we've got Invest 98L. Chance of development with this one, it's gone up 60% over the next 7 days because this is going to swim into an area that could be, you could say, a tropical incubator of sorts. Very warm water, minimal shear, not much in terms of Saharan dust. So we could see just some development into the Caribbean. The shear well to the north. And that kind of gives these storms kind of a haircut, so to speak. A bad haircut, which limits the development. But if that shear stays to the north, again, it gets a very inviting situation. And the warm water, which is hot as a jacuzzi, could help these things bubble up. Now, all the models indicate that we could see that strengthening as we get towards the end of the week, which could mean, according to this scenario, some heavy rainfall, some flooding for parts of Central America, maybe some landslides also could be expected. Scenario 2, which is less likely, could bring a higher threat to the U.S., however, there's a lot of uncertainty with that one. And then, of course, scenario number 3 brings it between Cuba and possibly Haiti and goes into portions of the tropics, but away from certainly the United States. As we wrap it up very quickly, models in agreement early, but then they begin to diverge going forward in time, Kelly.
As expected, we have now a tropical storm in the Caribbean, several hundred miles south of Haiti, and we're watching it really over the core of it anyway, over the water, not impacting land right now. Certainly some of the peripheral showers here scraping nearby areas of the Dominican Republic and perhaps even Puerto Rico. But the main action, the business district of Melisa, is way down here over the southern Caribbean Sea at 50 miles per hour. If it indeed is right that the center is somewhere out over here on the very far western edge of that area of red and thunderstorm activity, suggesting that this is still a sheared tropical cyclone, meaning the low-level circulation center is probably somewhere around there. And a lot of the thunderstorms are tilted off on toward the east. There's some westerly shear impacting the system right now, probably limiting the intensification rate in the near term until it gets somewhat free of that shear, we think, over the coming days. But we'll see. But look at this. This is the cone. I've got to show you this. It doesn't look like a cone, does it? It looks like a circle. And that's because the system really slows down. It collapses, stalls out almost in the region, as expected. This is not anything that we didn't expect. And we think it's going to kind of lollygag its way around here, following the European center's track in the near term, and still finding itself here over the Caribbean in the next 5 days. And that's why the cone looks the way it does, because it has slowed down to nearly a halt over the region. And the expected track from which the cone is derived, this is the most likely outcome, that it will take that yellow path right there. That's the NHC's track. Never forget to plot that line without the cone. That's very, very important data. So here's what we've got right now with Melisa. Again, a lot of shower and thunderstorm activity over the water. You can see some of the observations here. The wind, not really much of a distant factor here along the periphery. This is really not much different than you expect on a late October afternoon or late morning with the trade winds blowing. But still, showers and storms on the far edges are scraping now parts of the northern Caribbean islands. That's something to watch in the coming days, because that could add up as Melisa kind of lollygags, as I mentioned, around here through about Friday. It's still very likely here. Again, this is one model solution that I'm showing you, which is the European Center's operational run from last night, which is largely following the NHC track. And then the European Center's data, even by Monday, doesn't move it much. Keeps it way out over the water. Again, that's one run of about 150,000 that you can show. Not quite, but you get the idea. There's a whole lot of other options here, and I'll show you just one more, showing you how vastly different the GFS is here. By early next Monday, has a generally weaker system, but curves it northward and into the Atlantic much more quickly, bringing impactful weather to, let's say, Puerto Rico, the Dominican Republic, Haiti, and areas nearby in the Caribbean this weekend or even late this week. That is certainly an option to consider. There is a wide set of opportunities here, a lot of uncertainty in the path and the intensity of this system. And to show you what that looks like, each one of those lines is a separate run showing you some possible track solutions here for Melisa. And it will likely be with us, Jen and Alex, for the days to come. And we have plenty of time to track it. But the bottom line is, in the near term, certainly very heavy rain possibly for Jamaica, Cuba, nearby areas of Hispaniola as well. That may be the big story in the next 3 to 5 days.
First warning, Chief Meteorologist Tony Manolfi. Tony, we now have Tropical Storm Melisa.
Yeah.
Hurricane hunters have been in there. What are we learning so far?
So they're finding winds consistent with a tropical storm, not a hurricane, and nothing that's showing us concerns of some rapid intensification. That's not going to be the issue this time around. There's the latest satellite loop there, folks, for those of you just getting home. We went from Invest 98 to Tropical Storm Melisa. We've done that a couple times this year, so that's not a surprise. The other thing we've noticed is a little bit of dry air here on the western side of this particular feature that we're going to continue to watch to see if this kind of keeps this in check. Hurricane hunters are in there. They found a 45-mile-an-hour wind on the southeast side of the storm. They're turning around now and then getting ready to go right back in. So as soon as we get that information from that portion of the flight, we'll let you know. This is a 5-day cone. It almost looks like a circle. It moves off towards the west-northwest, slows down, does a little bit of a loop-de-loop, and then may curl back towards the north and east. Bottom line, the takeaway, it is forecast to strengthen into a hurricane, and because of that, we have hurricane watches up for Haiti and tropical storm watches up right now for Kingston. With a storm that close, you would think they would both be warnings, but again, this is a slow mover. This is Friday, 12:30 in the morning. You can see we go into Saturday, Sunday, a huge spread still this late in the game with this particular storm. So the hurricane hunters going in there tonight, I believe, will help to tighten up all of these tracks. The likely scenario, based upon its current location and forward speed to the west, may be Cuba and not Haiti. That would be incredibly a good thing for Haiti, as we're expecting the potential there for feet of rain. Forecast, though, still calls for a tropical storm and or a hurricane. 90% of the models indicating that. We'll take a much closer look at this, show you some of the long-range models, and, of course, our midweek outlook when I see it coming up at 5:18.
Yeah, we could be looking at some really big rain across sections of the Caribbean, including Jamaica, Haiti, Dominican Republic, Cuba, also Puerto Rico. Right now, we've got tropical storm watches up for the island of Jamaica. We've got a hurricane watch up for south and eastern parts of Haiti, southwestern Haiti as well. So the areas in orange, that's the hurricane watch. Earlier today, you may have woken up. We were anticipating Melisa. We got it late morning, and now we've got a 50-mile-an-hour tropical storm on our hands, of course, with that unique but not unheard of forecast cone. Dr. Nab's going to break it all down, you know, all the options and possibilities with this. Always keeps things interesting, doesn't it? Again, 50-mile-per-hour winds moving west at 15 miles an hour. That motion will stop. And again, then we look at more of a meandering, kind of lost system without any, you know, big guidance, at least in the short term, expected, peaking at 85-mile-per-hour winds. So that would put it up towards hurricane strength. And you can see Jamaica, Haiti, Cuba very much in play. But the rain, that could affect other areas. We look at the visible satellite from earlier today. So we got that area of circulation at the lower levels. That gave us, of course, Melisa. Looking at this thing, we expected it, and the National Hurricane Center designated that by late morning. Now we've got a system that is expected to become a hurricane and would be a very big rain maker at the very least. Again, we're going to talk about where this goes beyond, you know, the 5 days, but looking at some of the forecast models across sections of the Caribbean, we've got rain falling across sections of the Caribbean, and some of these islands could be looking at some really intense rainfall rates. You know, Dr. Nab, you always talk about the category slow systems. This, at least in the short term, could be one of those, but then there's also a lot of possibilities. Does it go west? Does it go further into the Western Caribbean? Does it go north, northeast, and follow similar tracks of storms earlier in the season?
Yeah, it would be bad enough if it was going to hang around for the next 5 days in this area, but it might hang around in this area for a week or more. So this is taking category slow to another level, potentially. And even though we don't know exactly what track this is going to take and what strength it will be in this general area or even outside of this cone, just about any track and intensity scenario in or near this red balloon is potentially very bad for Hispaniola and or Jamaica and or Cuba, maybe even other surrounding areas, because a slow-moving system that produces tremendous rainfall in mountainous islands is an extreme danger, especially how long this might be hanging around. Now, if it gets stronger more quickly than other possibilities, that could steer it rather than shear it into Hispaniola within the next 2 to 3 days. That's why the hurricane watch is up, and that would be very bad for Hispaniola. But these tracks aren't good for Hispaniola either, because you'd be on the eastern side of a system that's going to be farther to the north, and the rainfall-induced flood and landslide disaster could still happen, even without a landfall at all. A lot of the solutions, they're all slow, but these are even slower with a weaker system moving farther to the west, and that would increase the threat to Jamaica, even without a landfall, even without it becoming a hurricane. If the Euro model, the main run, is correct, Kingston, the eastern half of Jamaica, could get tremendous rainfall, and it would still be bad for especially southern portions of Hispaniola. The main GFS run, which keeps it stronger and going northeastward more quickly, would be a full-on direct hit to Hispaniola, and that could even be bad for Puerto Rico because you'd be closer to the system. So you imagine, even if it stays lopsided and relatively weak, all of this convection east of the center, which is here, if you put the center up in here, then all that convection is over Hispaniola. So that is why, even in this current structure, farther to the northwest, even by a little bit, is a very bad situation for Haiti and the Dominican Republic. Right now, the heaviest rainfall is just offshore, but it's not going to stay that way. And again, if the GFS is right, all that moisture comes northward with a system that strengthens and holds together, brings a lot of rainfall to the mountainous island of Hispaniola, but also would get Puerto Rico from the south into that mountainous island. That could be a multi-day flood event for them if it goes that far east. But if it goes farther west, like the main Euro run, like the ensembles of both Euro and GFS modeling systems suggest could happen, this could be very bad for Jamaica, staying near or over them for days, while still bringing southerly flow into Hispaniola into eastern Cuba. So those islands, Puerto Rico included, but mainly Hispaniola, Jamaica and eastern Cuba at greatest risk. And it could be a wind event as well if it holds on to its strength over the next 2 to 3 days and comes into Hispaniola, and that could bring wind to Puerto Rico. But Mike, I've just shown a couple of scenarios among many that we need to examine.
All right, so let's break it down here, Dr. Nab. And a lot of times, and I'm sure our regular viewers are very familiar with these maps. On the left-hand side, we've got the operational model here, the main forecast model of Euro. Shows it very close to Jamaica here Monday evening, whereas the GFS, the U.S. model, shows it north of Puerto Rico. Maybe even different intensities here, different locations, and you're kind of thinking, well, what gives here? Because those have two very different outcomes. So it's hard right now, Dr. Nab, and maybe that's why the forecast cone is mostly just a circle right now, to really discern how this is going to play out. And you've said this is really reliant on what the intensity of Melisa becomes.
Yeah, because the strength would mean there could be variations in how tall it is. A stronger system like a hurricane would be taller and be more likely to be steered northward. A weaker system would be more shallow and more sheared, more likely to go westward in the low-level flow. But in both cases, it would have enough moisture to cause big, big problems. And how tall you are and the ability for you to be steered by systems farther to the north then brings the uncertainty. Which one of these systems? Is it this Northeast Pacific one? Is it this one off California? Is it this one over the Great Lakes? Which one of those will be able to catch Melisa and drag it northward?
And let's be realistic here. Any computer model, no matter how good it is, would really have a hard time with how far away those systems are, figuring out the fine details day by day of what would happen with Melisa.
Yeah, and that's if you knew it was going to be strong or weak, tall or shallow. But when you add in the moderate to strong shear over the Caribbean the next few days, you don't know what kind of tropical system we're going to be dealing with, how strong and how tall. So this is a really, really tough forecast. But we can put bounds on who's at risk. So the Euro, the main run, has a weaker system, and or it's far enough from this Great Lakes trough that moves eastward that trough doesn't pick it up. It just weakens the steering currents. It hangs around near Jamaica and Haiti. And then maybe the next system coming from the Pacific Northwest and the California system can pick it up by about a week from now and then it goes northeastward. But that's just one run of the Euro modeling system, Mike. There's a lot of possibilities, some of them that look like the GFS.
And obviously this is why the forecast is so slow and just a circle, right? But you could literally be talking about Central America, Nicaragua, or Honduras, or beyond the Dominican Republic.
And that could happen within the next 5 days. That's why I say this could pop the balloon and go outside the cone even within the next 5 days. And certainly you give it more than 5 days, it's got even more time to go to the Western Caribbean, Jamaica, the Caymans, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Haiti, Puerto Rico, all in the mix. And Mike, this is, we often call these spaghetti models, right? These are SpaghettiOs.
Right.
There's too much looping around, slow motion for like up to a week or more. That's why this has the potential, Melisa, to be a name that's retired because of how much of a disaster this could be for one or more of these nations because of the slow motion and the rainfall.
Well, what's interesting about it is, that compared to the GFS, it'd be one thing, I guess, if they were both doing something similar in time, but the GFS is much quicker than the European model is, which makes this even more complicated.
Yeah, but we should clarify and say that's just one of the GFS possibilities, because we're going to look at the GFS ensemble. Now, the main run has a stronger, deeper, taller system that does respond to this trough over the next 2 to 3 days, and it gets to Hispaniola. That's why the hurricane watch is up. Of course, they have to put the hurricane watch up because we might be a couple of days from tropical storm conditions, but it could take 3, 4, 5, or 6 days for a hurricane to eventually get there, but they got to put up the watch now. But that's why hurricane watch here, tropical storm watch here, because a stronger system would go this way, a weaker system, but still potent, dangerous system would go farther to the west. But then after that, Mike, it goes slowly over Hispaniola. That's over 3 to 4 days. That brings Hispaniola, Puerto Rico into the mix for a potentially devastating rainfall-induced flood event. So it takes the first ride out of town, but a lot of the GFS ensemble members look a lot like the Euro.
Looks very similar, right? A big spread for us here. So why the forecast is so uncertain, unfortunately. When would you think, over the course of time, next few days, that the models might give us a better indication, they would come into agreement, we've got a better idea what could happen here?
Once that first big trough passes by, does that first trough pick it up, or do we have confidence in a day or 2 or 3? Okay, that first trough's going to miss it, because if that first trough misses it, it's not coming out of the Caribbean until probably next week.
So we would know that Thursday night, maybe, or so, right? Yeah. The big concern you have here is for rainfall. The rainfall forecast is huge. When you were the director of the National Hurricane Center, you visited Dominican Republic. What is your confidence in how they can handle an event like this? What did you talk about with them when you were there?
Yeah, well, the Dominican Republic, as compared to Haiti, has a more advanced infrastructure, more advanced forecasting warning capabilities, but both are very vulnerable. When I landed in the Hurricane Awareness Tour with the Air Force in the Dominican Republic, I was just taken aback. My gosh, these mountains are tall. So I'm thinking, all the rain that I'm used to seeing in a flat place like Florida, if I put mountains over South Florida, the amount of water that would come rushing downhill and how much more difficult it would be, I don't know if in the U.S. we could do any better with the kind of terrain and moisture content they're going to be facing over the next several days in the main GFS run or any of the Euro ensembles that come in this direction. Puerto Rico, mountainous as well.
You used the word catastrophic. You think that could play out here?
Absolutely, it's possible, because this is going to be a multi-day rainfall event. And the Hurricane Center advisory is already talking about 5 to 10 inches for Hispaniola between now and Friday. How much more could they get? We could be talking about feet of rain, regardless of whether or not it becomes a hurricane, regardless of whether or not the center actually makes landfall. Now, the northward solutions are very bad for Hispaniola. The westward ones are still bad, especially for southern Hispaniola, but my goodness, do we up the ante for mountainous Jamaica? That also very challenged to deal with several inches to feet of rain in mountainous terrain with a high population that could deal with way too much water. It's a very concerning, life-threatening situation.
Así es, muy buenas noches. Bueno, todavía sigue siendo una tormenta, como ustedes pueden apreciar en esa imagen de satélite a esta hora de la noche. El Centro Nacional de Huracanes la ha encontrado como una tormenta con vientos máximos sostenidos de 50 millas por hora y las ráfagas de 65 millas por hora. En términos de cuán fuerte está, pues no ha cambiado mucho. Sin embargo, ese cono de incertidumbre sí ha cambiado. Noten que este sistema tropical va a tener muy lento movimiento desde en estos momentos hasta prácticamente el domingo en horas de la tarde. Todavía debería permanecer en aguas abiertas del Caribe. Para el fin de semana, específicamente para el sábado en la tarde, es muy posible que alcance la fuerza de un huracán categoría 1. Y pueden ustedes apreciar que para el final del fin de semana estamos hablando de que estaría muy cerca de Jamaica o incluso hasta pegadito a Haití, acercándose al sur del oriente de Cuba. Por tanto, en estos momentos, Cuba, tanto como Jamaica, Haití y la República Dominicana deben monitorear la trayectoria de este sistema, la que continúa teniendo gran incertidumbre para los próximos días. Noten ustedes ese despliegue de los modelos de Spaghetti. Conversamos más adelante el pronóstico local.
As for today, highs will be in the upper 80s with a slight chance of a shower again, mainly over inland spots at Broward and Miami-Dade. Not much rain on the radar, so let's get you to the tropics as we are tracking what is still Tropical Storm Melisa. This is the system in the Caribbean we talked about yesterday. We were waiting to develop. Well, it did so, and boy, it doesn't look very impressive, but Hurricane Hunter aircraft out there this morning finding those wind speeds that were just at tropical storm force strength, but also finding that the system is expected to strengthen to a Category 1 hurricane by Saturday, Category 2 hurricane near Jamaica going into Monday. And basically the story about this system that we're watching is it stalls out over the Caribbean, bringing days of rain for Jamaica and parts of Haiti and the Dominican Republic and the Lesser Antilles, which is not good news because all of this rain is going to cause some major flooding concerns. But because of a frontal boundary and the jet stream pushing off our coastline, it's going to keep us safe from the impacts and even much of the impacts staying well to the south of even the southern half of the Bahamas. But really the focus will be Jamaica, Haiti, and the Dominican Republic. A lot more in our local forecast coming up.
All right, South Florida, we have that new advisory. Melisa, still a tropical storm with winds of 50 miles per hour. Really hasn't moved a whole lot, and this is why. Has nothing to steer it. Winds are, it's moving at west-northwest, only 2 miles per hour. Still south-southwest of Port-au-Prince, Haiti. You can see all the cloud cover and the showers. It's been battling some wind shear, so that's going to keep it in check at least for the next 24 hours or so. And as I mentioned earlier, the cone not looking so much like a cone, more like a circle, because come Saturday, we could be dealing with a hurricane in the Caribbean. Sunday, still a strengthening system, possibly a Category 2 hurricane. And if it remains over the Caribbean, which is what models are suggesting it could, by Monday morning, it could still be over the Caribbean, possibly as a major hurricane, a Category 3. A lot of rain for the islands. We'll have to keep a close eye. That's the latest.
We're nervous. Okay, you know what? Let's talk about our weather, because that, my friends, Larissa Abreu is handling, not an AI anchor. Real deal.
It's me. Let's go ahead and talk about Tropical Storm Melisa. We do have that 5 o'clock update. Not a whole lot of change. Still 50-mile-an-hour winds at its center, now prompted to become a major hurricane. That was always the case, but it stopped at Category 3, and now it looks like it's going to go beyond that. I'm going to show you that in just a moment. Still crawling, but it has begun to make that west-northwest turn, and that's what we have been waiting for. Still crawling. It is still nearly stationary, and it's going to take a while before this storm gets out of this general vicinity and away from any landmass. But right now, and as we speak, there's still a tropical storm watch that's in effect for the island of Jamaica, and still a hurricane watch in effect for southern Haiti. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the track. This just came out here for the 5 o'clock hour, still showing it intensifying into a Cat 1 storm as early as the weekend. But as the weekend continues, it's going to hit a sweet spot with little to no wind shear and very warm sea surface temperatures. That is jet fuel for these systems. And that, my friends, will turn it into a Category 4 storm with sustained winds of 130 miles an hour. Now, notice how the actual track beyond Monday continues to kind of show this circle, and that's because confidence remains rather low. What I could show you with our spaghetti plots, it basically shows some models pulling this west into Honduras or Nicaragua. Some of them have it kind of curling north. Maybe it's a landfall over Jamaica that'll take it over Cuba, and maybe the Bahamas also has to worry and watch Melisa closely. And then other models have it taking it through Hispaniola. Hispaniola, one of the highest mountain peaks in all of the Caribbean, over the Dominican Republic. So that can help tear up the storm, but it's still too early to tell you definitely what is going to happen. So as I've been mentioning, continue to check back with us. We'll obviously bring you the latest information.
Now, right now, we do have hurricane watch that's up for the southern portion of Haiti, as well as for the entire island of Jamaica.
The headlines today in the News Observer, in the Jamaican News Observer, the top three are all about Melisa and making sure you're getting prepared today. It really is the day. You can see the weather actually there right now is just fine, but this is looming.
Exactly, and this kind of is suspected to continue to meander, kind of slowly drift, maybe off towards the north and the west. In fact, that's what it's doing right now, north-northwest movement. 2 miles per hour. I mean, that's a snail's pace when it comes to a tropical cyclone. So we'll keep an eye on it right now. The worst of the weather is off towards the south and east of Jamaica. Looking at the winds, I mean, it's kind of a typical day around Kingston with winds less than 10 miles per hour.
Yes. All right. So let's go ahead and take a look, though, at some of the information that we're going to be getting. Hurricane hunters nonstop flying in. We've got one aircraft in the storm right now. Another one later this afternoon, and then tomorrow morning. So constant data coming out of this, which is necessary to know the state of Melisa. I mean, you look at it from a satellite perspective, we're top down. We need to know kind of bottom up what's happening.
Yeah, so they definitely bring us lots of information. There's the projected path here, and you can see it kind of works its way towards the north and turns towards the west. But again, there's quite a bit of uncertainty here, but all the way through, projected to see it strengthen as it gets closer to Jamaica. So that's why there's the concern there on the island for not just the heavy rain, but could be seeing some very strong winds as well.
Yeah, a slow-moving major hurricane, even a Cat 4 is possible. That's could be devastating. And so certainly hope everyone's paying close attention to this here and preparing, hoping for the best, but preparing for the worst.
Absolutely. All right, Dr. Postel, let's bring you in here as we dive a little deeper here on what's going on with Melisa as it's trying to get its act together a bit more. It's been struggling here, at least as of late.
Yeah, and Jen, you raised a really interesting observation. You know, the weather in Kingston, Jamaica, really not that bad. Only 150 miles or so away from where the center of circulation is. But how about this? In Puerto Rico right now, San Juan, it's raining pretty hard. That's over 500 miles away from the center, but on the other side of the storm. So what does that say? Well, on the western edge, if the weather's okay, 150 miles away, but the weather's squally 500 miles away on the east side, that tells you there's an asymmetry in there. This is a circulation that is not circular. It is being impacted by westerly wind shear, meaning a lot of the bad weather is on the east side and hundreds of miles away from where the center is. That's the way it looks right now. It's not a wind problem, of course, here in the Dominican Republic or even in parts of I would say Jamaica for sure, but Puerto Rico. But it's very heavy rain, and still some breezy conditions are being felt that far away from the center on the east side, whereas on the west side, you only have to go a little ways away, and all of a sudden you're in the clear air. So, yeah, this is a rather basically unorganized tropical storm at 45 miles per hour, but here's some example of the rain shower and thunderstorm activity scraping through parts of western Puerto Rico. So that's a long way away from the center, showing you we're going to continue to have impacts at a distance with this particular system. It is a large envelope of bad weather, but again, with the center over here and a lot of the bad weather on one side of it, it is not in a position to strengthen, not in a structure right now. It is being impacted by significant westerly wind shear, at least 20 knots, which is enough to disrupt the organization. So I don't expect strengthening today. But that is probably going to change. We expect, the models are telling us that the wind shear is going to relax a little bit, and this thing is probably going to lollygag around some very warm and deep water for a few days. And maybe even by early next week, we have a landfall potentially of a powerful hurricane in Jamaica, or, for example, in parts of eastern Cuba, or maybe even extreme western Haiti. These are all scenarios on the table. There's a lot of them still on the table. And in fact, the GFS continues to insist that Hispaniola is going to deal with a landfall in 48 hours. While possible, unlikely. I think that's a very unlikely scenario based on what we know. The European Center's guidance does indeed have it kind of meandering over water, which is what we expect, and that's reflected in the Hurricane Center's track, which means it's going to get stronger, and we could have a landfall next week in parts of the Caribbean.
And it's just pretty rough out there. Rough surf, choppy seas, that sticks around through the remainder of the week and into this upcoming weekend. Let's turn the page, talk about the tropics, because we continue to closely monitor Tropical Storm Melisa. Right now, the winds with Melisa haven't increased whatsoever. It's been holding steady at 45 miles an hour. And it's because it continues to run into wind shear. In fact, a lot of the thunderstorms are displaced off towards the east of Melisa, so a little bit of a tilt. And we'll continue to see this hold steady, I think, throughout the rest of the day. But once we head into Friday, we should see those winds begin to ease. That's going to allow Tropical Storm Melisa to really take advantage of the sea surface temperatures and allow this storm to blossom and even possibly undergo rapid intensification as we approach this upcoming weekend. Already we have tropical storm warnings that are in effect for the island of Jamaica, southern portions of Haiti as well. And this storm will continue to make its closest approach to Jamaica as we head towards the weekend as a formidable Category 3 storm, eventually turning into a Cat 4. Right now, models continue to turn it east into Cuba, and southern Bahamas also must monitor this system very closely. But before it is all said and done, because Melisa is a slow mover, it is going to dump a lot of rain across portions of the Caribbean.
Seguimos con estas imágenes de satélite que muestran la evolución de la tormenta tropical Melisa, que sigue avanzando lentamente por el Caribe.
Bueno, Haití ya reportó una persona muerta, aun cuando Melisa no ha tocado directamente allí. Con nosotros Ariel Rodríguez, que nos va a contar ahora cómo se está moviendo y hacia dónde se dirige. Ariel.
Sí, a estas horas de la noche está a unas 150 millas de la zona de Kingston, en Jamaica, y está muy mal estructurada esta tormenta. Sin embargo, las lluvias fuertes permanecen azotando porciones de República Dominicana, cerca de Santo Domingo incluso, y es que como está tan desorganizado este sistema, vemos todas estas lluvias en forma espiral que están muy alejadas de su centro. Por eso acá tenemos esos núcleos de precipitación. No me sorprendería si mañana sabemos de más tipo de problemas y daños en esa zona. También en este sector de Haití, fuerte precipitación que va a continuar acercándoseles. En cuanto al pronóstico de lluvias, realmente es aterrador, porque podríamos estar viendo más de 20 pulgadas de lluvia en varios de estos sectores, tanto en Haití como en el oriente de Cuba, también en la zona de Jamaica. A estas horas moviéndose muy lentamente al norte, no han cambiado las alertas y los vientos solo 45 millas por hora. Sin embargo, se está esperando que se intensifique. Se estaría moviendo al oeste, muy cerca o sobre Jamaica durante el fin de semana y eventualmente teniendo un cambio muy abrupto, un giro hacia el este-noreste que podría bien ser sobre Cuba o quizás más cerca de la zona de Haití. Este es el cono oficial del Centro Nacional de Huracanes. Ahora lo muestra llegando a la categoría 4 para el martes, muy cerca del oriente cubano, porciones del centro de Cuba, también en el cono, definitivamente el sector de Jamaica bajo gran peligrosidad de varios días, por lo menos un par de días, vientos huracanados y también lluvias torrenciales. Más el tiempo en el segmento, los espero.
República Dominicana en alerta roja. Vean esas imágenes, fuertes olas en el malecón de Santo Domingo por la tormenta tropical Melisa, que ha generado varias zonas de inundación. Como medida de precaución se han habilitado refugios, y es que la presa de Sanabeta, en el centro oeste del país, está por encima de su capacidad y hay riesgo de inundación para comunidades cercanas.
Melissa continuing to churn in the Caribbean Sea with lack of much movement. We'll take a look at the latest with this advisory, but still very much so Jamaica, Haiti, Cuba, especially Cuba and Jamaica in its sights.
Still safe to say, though, that Melissa is crawling through the Caribbean and not really going in any one direct path. We want to bring in Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross. Brian, we've been waiting on some of these graphics to be updated. We were trying to get it all before the top of the hour, but now we are at a fresh hour, a fresh start. So let's talk about it. Do you make a big deal out of this east-southeast movement?
Well, I think it's continuing somewhat, maybe good news for at least the eastern part of Jamaica. The issue that we were very, very concerned about yesterday was that it looked like this was going to be this very long period of heavy rain, which we still think is a threat, a big threat, a potentially catastrophic threat, actually. But then if you would add on top of that days and days of extreme winds on top of the rain, then you have a whole different level of potential catastrophe. And the longer that this system kind of dawdles and spins and reforms farther south, the better chance that the core of it will stay offshore of at least the eastern part where Jamaica's capital is, for instance, Kingston. And then we still have the question of what's going to happen on the western end of the island in terms of the core when it does eventually turn to the north. So the model shift to the south today is encouraging, and the storm, I was going to say the hurricane, it's not a hurricane yet, the storm seems to be going along with that, with staying in that general area. All right, let's look at it right now. Here's what we have from the 11 o'clock advisory. 45-mile-an-hour winds still, the 1,001 millibars, and east-southeast. Okay, east-southeast is in that direction at 2 miles an hour, but the direction is not so important. It's more that it is just basically stationary and perhaps reforming under this cluster of thunderstorms as part of the eventual organizing and intensification process. That's the thing. We'll also have this big cluster of thunderstorms out here, and this has been part of an outer band that has been tormenting the Dominican Republic, still in the vicinity there of that southern coast. So we'll see, as long as this thing sits here, then we have this threat of more flooding there along that coast. Eventually, the idea is, of course, that the system moves south of Jamaica and perhaps pulls the moisture away from the Dominican Republic. All right, looking at it close up here, there's where the Hurricane Center puts the center. You can make out with the low clouds, these clouds in here, see them rotating around here. But hurricane hunters have been out there, so we have some confidence that that's where the center is. Whether that's going to be the permanent center or somehow it's part of a larger complex that's going to rotate around, that kind of remains to be seen. Disorganized systems are very uncertain in that way. From the Kingston radar, we can look out, and here's the storm out in here. So this is good news. You can see it kind of jumping around there, but there is the storm there. So if it doesn't come a lot farther north, you can see that the worst of that is going to stay south of the island, at least for a while, maybe for a few days into early next week, if we look at the modeling. And the modeling is a little bit all over the place, but generally now south of the island. There's where the extent of the strong winds are, the 40-mile-an-hour plus winds, so you can get an idea of how big they are under all those clouds. So if the system is out in here and does some kind of thing like this and goes like that, then we're going to get kind of a fringing effect in Jamaica, as opposed to yesterday we were thinking something more like this, which would be a much worse track for the eastern part of the island, the capital of Jamaica, Kingston, right in there. Now, downstream, that's a whole sort of different story. Here's the way the Hurricane Center has it way up here by that time. All right, let's look at the Hurricane Center forecast here in more detail. So again, we've split up the cone and put this line on because it's so smushed because of the slow movement. So the idea is intensifying some tomorrow, significant hurricane by Sunday morning, tracking south of the island, but not ruling out the windstorm and the double whammy of the rain and the wind over the island. But indications are of this more southerly track. And then by Monday morning, Category 4 hurricane, hopefully south of the island with the worst of it offshore, but not a guarantee. And then we extend the cone out, and now they're forecasting up to 150-mile-an-hour hurricane in this vicinity somewhere. European has it down here. Other models have it directly over the western part of the island. That's Negril, potentially Montego Bay, although Montego Bay is on the north coast, but still in that extreme threat zone. So the big threat, according to the current forecast, begin Monday into Tuesday, and then through Tuesday, and then by Wednesday morning, Hurricane Center has it up over eastern Cuba and proceeding toward the southeastern Bahamas. So in terms of the models, here's the Google AI model. You can see just kind of stalling in this area somewhere and then making the move to the west. And notice that's more or less where the Hurricane Center has it, maybe even a little bit farther offshore. Wouldn't that be great? But we look at not all those lines so much as we look at the consensus, especially when they are fairly compact like that. So well south of Jamaica, but then making the turn over the western end of the island. So the extreme threat would be the western half with the moisture and the track of the storm, if this is what works out, then over eastern Cuba as a strong hurricane, and then the southeastern Bahamas. There you can see the move there. We add all the other models. You see that the GFS insists on the right side here. We're dismissing that. We think that that is just the GFS reforming the storm in the wrong place. But the European tends to want to swing it out a little farther north, but the idea is the same. The big threat here appears to be to the western end of Jamaica, but not ruling out the, first of all, the whole island of Jamaica, extreme threat from rain, but the wind threat appears to be mostly on the western end based on what we know now, but we hate to discount that possibility of it affecting Kingston as well.
So let's have a look now. 60 miles per hour. If you're just joining us, that's an uptick. The hurricane reconnaissance is in there, indicated the winds are a little bit stronger. The center is a little bit closer to the thunderstorm activity than it was earlier, so kind of a jump. This is all part of the formative stages of this tropical cyclone very generally, and it's getting better organized, but still and definitely enduring, we'll say, some decent wind shear from the west. The wind shear vectors are like that. The winds aloft are coming in from the west. At higher altitudes there for sure. And the movement overall, look, east-southeast, it's crawling around at 2 miles per hour. So it's just kind of drifting around with not a whole lot to sort of push the whole thing in bulk. And that's going to have to wait a little bit. It will probably eventually resume a westward motion, but we'll see exactly when that occurs. But look, the weather in Jamaica is just fine. The bad weather is largely on the east side of this thanks to that shear and also the very dry air that is lurking in the Western Caribbean. That is an underreported, I think, observational characteristic of the region. It's exceptionally dry, and that wind shear is bringing some of that dry air into the western half of, let's say, the circulation. So if you're on the right side of this, the eastern half of the semicircle, that's where the bad weather is, extending out hundreds of miles. Still very impactful weather in the Dominican Republic right now. Not so much wind, very heavy rain. But look, Jamaica, sunny skies in so many locations there at a much closer radii. So this is an interesting sort of depiction and presentation that Melisa is giving us, indicative of that wind shear and that dry air. The wind shear brought to you in part by this high altitude upper trough near the tropopause moving in. Winds aloft, let's say 20,000 feet above or so in a layer coming in, helping to bring some of that dry air into the circulation. So the combination of the shear and the aridity of the atmosphere aloft is giving us that sort of irregular appearance of Melisa and not showing us really that it is poised to strengthen a ton, although if indeed that center remains underneath that convection and jumps even a little bit farther to the east, maybe we could see some more strengthening today.
Right now, we are tracking Tropical Storm Melisa as it slowly crawls in the Caribbean and is expected to become a hurricane by this weekend.
And parts of the Caribbean already feeling the effects, with areas already underwater in the Dominican Republic. Your Weather Authority team has been tracking Melisa around the clock.
And by Sunday, Melisa is expected to intensify to a Category 4, but Brantley, maybe even stronger than a 4?
Yeah, it's still on the table that a Category 5 isn't out of the question here, but we are expecting right now, according to the National Hurricane Center, a strong Category 4 by the end of the weekend going into early next week. And we can see here on our satellite imagery that we've started to see the Melisa move a little bit farther south and east than what we initially expected earlier today. The hurricane hunters finding that its position had moved just a little bit, but how that impacts the forecast track, Michael will have more on that here. It's still a tropical storm, but Michael, we are expecting this to become a very powerful hurricane here over the next couple of days, and it does look like it's moving over some pretty warm water too. So what is the very latest we have on it?
Yeah, Brantley, this one's getting itself organized and maybe in a quickly here in a hurry. Let's show you the latest information that Brantley was just getting to from the National Hurricane Center. We'll have a new advisory out within the hour, winds of 60 miles per hour. We've seen certainly an improvement and a healthier presentation to the satellite picture this afternoon, moving east-southeast, basically stationary right now. It's in between two competing areas of high pressure. We have hurricane watches up for Jamaica and the southwestern part of Haiti, the southwestern peninsula there, Haiti. We expect hurricane warnings coming out probably at 5 o'clock, certainly for Jamaica. Take a look at the water vapor picture. This really tells you what's going on right now and why this has been struggling so far. We had this area of high pressure at the upper part of the atmosphere that's been inducing this westerly wind shear over Melisa for the last few days. It's really held it in check, but right now, this convective blowup that's happening right now is eroding that area of high pressure to the west and allowing this storm to begin to ventilate. Look at these outflow channels on both sides of this. It's kind of like if you were to take the string on either side of a spinning top and pull on the string, it spins faster. That's what's happening right now with Melisa, and that's why we think this is going to become a hurricane in short order. The wind shear is relaxing. We're seeing that today, but it's going to drop off especially tomorrow into Sunday, and that's when the forecast is for this to become a major hurricane, a Category 3, and then a powerful Category 4, catastrophic, potentially Category 4 hurricane. But notice the difference there between this is starting on Saturday, going all the way till Tuesday, basically just staying there over Jamaica, a kind of a worst case scenario for them because it's not only bringing the heavy rainfall, but the destructive catastrophic winds. The good news for us here in South Florida, Janice and Calvin, is this one is going to stay to our east. Not worried about this one posing a problem for us. The heavy rainfall will be a threat, at least in the short term, but the destructive winds, this really unfortunately has everything with it in addition to that storm surge there on the southern coast of Jamaica and Haiti. Back to you.
And Michael, very quickly, I know this is kind of reminds us all, and especially Janice over here, because she was right in the eye of that storm Dorian from several years ago.
Yeah,
huh?
seeing how slow it's moving, I'm getting a little bit of flashbacks here, Michael, so it is very concerning.
It is very concerning. I mean, the two worst things that can happen is a storm doesn't move and a storm is able to strengthen over very warm waters, and that's the scenario that's unfolding here with Melisa. And you're exactly right. This is eerily reminiscent of what happened in Dorian in 2019.
And Dorian grew to a Category 5, yes?
Yeah.
It did, yeah, and like. Yeah, no, and as we Brantley mentioned, this is the Category 5 is not off the table in terms of this one reaching sort of those upper stretches of intensity. It's just really hard to forecast at those levels whether or not we're going to get there. But regardless, this is a potentially catastrophic threat.
Okay, Michael, thanks a lot. I was there for the aftermath of that storm in the Abacos, and I saw, like you, yes, it was terrible. Thanks a lot there, Michael. We'll be checking in with you. As we mentioned, Melisa already having an impact in the Caribbean.
Hurricane-force winds are possible by this weekend. Christy's in the newsroom with a look at the severe flooding so far.
Yeah, Melissa, already turning deadly. At least 3 deaths have been reported in Haiti, and the tropical storm has also knocked out water systems for hundreds of thousands of people in the Dominican Republic. A school across the island, they're all closed today. Now, video from the Dominican Republic shows drivers in trucks and cars just trying to make it through this high water. The country's Emergency Operations Center has raised its alert level to red for half of the DR's provinces. Now, Tropical Storm Melisa, the 13th named storm of 2025 this season, was tracked about 450 kilometers southwest of Port-au-Prince, Haiti, and 355 kilometers from Kingston, Jamaica. The National Hurricane Center says catastrophic flooding and landslides, as we've been talking about, they are expected in Jamaica, Haiti, and the DR, but we're already beginning to see some of the problems.
We look at the 5 o'clock advisory, and we do have these winds sustained now at about 65 miles an hour. So that's been one of the changes here. In terms of the movement, though, this has not changed. We're still looking at that. At least the, I should say, the velocity of it has not changed. So 2 miles an hour. We're looking at more of a north movement. Last one was north-northeast. And we're going to continue to watch the slow development of this as we continue through the next several days here. And then we'll start to see a little bit of change in the forecast for us, meaning that we're going to
start to see some rapid intensification as we go in through the weekend. This is really going to start to pick up. Before it's all said and done over the weekend, we could be dealing with a major hurricane. So again, even if this doesn't become a major hurricane, which most likely it will, we're still going to be watching for the rain. And the rain is what's going to be so deadly. We're talking about landslides in portions of Hispaniola, also around Jamaica, and again, the flash flooding concerns as well. Plenty of thunderstorms we're already seeing with the lightning happening with Melissa at this point, and they are getting close to the center. You can see this right here. I'm circling where we're dealing with these thunderstorms really firing across the area. And once we start to see those thunderstorms, and especially around the center there, it is showing you that it is intensifying a bit.
Well, Jamaica very much in play for significant effects from Melissa. Expected to be a hurricane this weekend. A population in Jamaica of nearly 3 million people. Kingston, the capital, sitting on the southeast side of the island. That could be an area that sees some of the most significant rainfall. It's 146 miles long, so not a massive island, but we do have terrain here, and that's just going to help to exacerbate the rainfall, but also lead to significant flash flooding concerns. Terrain and heavy rain, Dr. Nab, so many times we see that being a very dangerous, even deadly combination.
So places like Kingston could end up dealing with 3 different major water problems: the rain-induced flooding, the landslides that result, and the massive storm surge, all at the same time in some of the same places. But could this be one of the, if not the worst, hurricanes to hit Jamaica? We need to look at Jamaican hurricane history to try to put some gauge on how bad Melissa could be compared to the past.
Even as recently as last year, Beryl made a very close pass to Jamaica as a major hurricane.
Now, one thing Beryl was doing, though, was moving. It took about 4 days to cross the Caribbean.
Right.
Whereas Melissa might take 4 days to cross Jamaica.
Right, which is obviously a much different scenario, as you pointed out yesterday, from spending maybe 12 hours in hurricane conditions to spending several days, 3 to 4 days.
Yeah, now it was a deadly storm for Jamaica, no doubt about it. 3 people died in flood, 1 died from wind. It was a $1 billion storm with homes, infrastructure, crops being destroyed. So it was a very bad system. Now, not all that different from Ivan in 2004. Now, this was a storm that caused a generation of Jamaicans to say, we have some protection mechanism, because it almost made landfall and then it moved down to the south. However, let's not forget, 17 people died in Jamaica during Ivan. 47,000 homes were damaged, 5,600 of those destroyed. So again, Ivan was moving along and it didn't quite make landfall. Let's look at another one. Gilbert in 1988. Now, this did make landfall, and this was the one that people in Jamaica afterward called basically their storm of the century.
This was a really significant, not that we didn't see the impacts from previous storms. As you point out, it doesn't have to make landfall to cause problems, but this one did make landfall, and as you pointed out, this is kind of the storm of lore for the island.
Yeah, now it was moving along too. It didn't stall over the islands, but it was bad enough and strong enough. 45 deaths in this one. At the time, $700 million in damages. Today's dollars, that would be much higher. More than 100,000 homes damaged or destroyed. So obviously, major hurricanes have been really bad. Now, Gilbert in '88 was the worst hurricane they had seen in Jamaica since this one, Charlie in 1951. But like Beryl and Ivan and Gilbert, this was moving along, crossing the entire Caribbean, and this was a terrible one. Strongest to hit Jamaica until Gilbert in '88. 150 deaths. In today's dollars, this would be about $500 million in damage. So, Alex, all the worst systems to hit Jamaica have been moving along. And Melissa's going to be different because Melissa's going to behave a little bit more like Flora did in 1963 over eastern Cuba, stalling for 5 days.
Right, because all those storms, while they did significant, even in some cases or areas, catastrophic damage, as you pointed out, it wasn't a prolonged event. It was a storm that moved in and moved out.
Now,
but Flora is one of those ones that sticks around.
Absolutely, yeah. So Flora shows us the Melissa, stalling in this area has happened before. I'm not saying this is going to be this bad, but in that storm, we lost 5,000 people in Haiti, 400 deaths in the DR, 1,700 in Cuba where it stalled. So when you look at all of these, Jamaica has never experienced quite a scenario like slow-moving Melissa.
Hey, welcome back to Weather Command Weekend. I'm Bane Froney alongside Nick Koser and Michael Estime this morning. Tropical storm Melisa is crawling through the Caribbean. Jamaica has a hurricane warning in place and a tropical storm warning in Haiti at this point. Catastrophic floods are possible as this storm is forecast to rapidly intensify into a strong hurricane. So at the latest advisory at 5 a.m., we're still at tropical storm status, but winds 70 miles per hour and movement has picked up slightly. Now we're moving at 3 miles per hour. Our pressure 986 millibars. So we are starting to see that stronger development. And when this thing starts to intensify, it's going to do so pretty quickly. Now looking into what has changed, not a whole lot in the past couple of advisories, but that's to be expected as this system is kind of planning on sitting and stalling for quite some time. But as we move throughout your Saturday and into the rest of our weekend, expecting to see that strong hurricane starting to make way and actually become that hurricane in the next few hours, maybe even the next advisory potentially. Now, moving into our Monday, potentially becoming a major hurricane. So this is going to be a strong system. Now, where the problem kind of lies is exactly where and when this will be hitting. So at this point, looking at our forecasted models, this wants to trend towards Jamaica and kind of sit for a couple of days before eventually getting picked up by the jet stream and heading up towards the north into the Atlantic Ocean. But again, this is all going to be based on that timing. No matter what, though, we are going to be dealing with tons of rain into Jamaica and portions of Haiti and the Dominican Republic. And on top of this, you guys, we also have everything that this system needs. Low wind shear, high moisture, warm water, everything it needs to fuel up and to continue to get stronger and stronger here, Michael.
Well, things are looking very bad for Jamaica, for Haiti, for the southern coast of the Dominican Republic. I mean, extremely bad for those areas, actually. This is a very different kind of hurricane. We've seen slow-moving hurricanes like Hurricane Harvey that sat over Houston and dumped rain. And then we had Dorian that sat over the Bahamas and just blasted them with wind. But this is over a mountainous area with both the rain and the wind, and looks like 2.5 days of being impacted on Jamaica from this storm. There is certainly nothing good here that is coming up starting late tonight and through tomorrow, through Monday, and well into Tuesday before this thing clears Jamaica. All right, there's the latest from the Hurricane Center, 70-mile-an-hour winds. Hurricane hunters are out there. They have 2 planes in there investigating. I mean, it is right on the edge. When they do their reduction factors from flight level on down to the surface, they come up with 70 miles per hour, and pressure continues to go down. Look at the motion. It is just still not caught in high pressure that is forecast to develop to the north and create a flow like this, a weak flow to push this thing off to the west, and then that will push the winds and the moisture over toward Jamaica. Right now, you can see where they're impacting. Look up here. It's all Haiti and the moisture coming up southern coast of the Dominican Republic, fringes there in Puerto Rico. Look at it close up, and you can make out that there's this ball of thunderstorms that's kind of rotating around the center. So the whole thing is not completely aligned yet vertically. And when it does that, the thinking is that it's over this super warm water. This is near record warm Caribbean water that hasn't had any storms on it this year to even churn it up a little bit. And then the storm will explode in strength. That's the thinking that will begin later on today. We can also see bands coming in here, all signs of a developing tropical system. Here's the size of the winds, 40 miles per hour. Hurricane hunters measure it, and then we know how big the storm is. You can see they're not far offshore here of Haiti, but this just gives you an idea of the size of the windy part of the storm compared to the size of Jamaica. This is the size of the hurricane force gusts. So you see this storm is going to grow in size as we go, and this is just going to be bigger than Jamaica. We'll look at that in more detail here in just a second. Here's the radar coming out of Kingston, Jamaica. That is the eye. It's kind of been coming and going a bit. This line here marks 150 miles from the capital, and so it's heading, to the extent that it's heading anywhere, It's heading a little bit in kind of in this direction up here, but again, just crawling along, and not even crawling really at 1 mile an hour. It's just essentially stationary, but then eventually it's forecast to move in this direction here starting later on today. All right, so here's the new cone just in from the National Hurricane Center. 115 miles per hour is the forecast for tomorrow morning. So you see 70 miles per hour now, then to 115 tomorrow morning. This is nominally mid-morning, 8 a.m. Eastern time. And then by Monday morning, 155 mile an hour. Remember, that's just under Category 5. Easily could be a Category 5 storm over this very, very warm water. And then it's beginning its turn to the north Monday morning, and then that picks up Monday evening. But still, it's all very, very slow. So you see they've got 150 Monday evening, and then Tuesday morning, nominally landfalling. Maybe if it swings a little farther west, it's already landfall, or it's still a little offshore if it's a continues super slow movement and goes like this. Remember, that line indicates that that's the 2/3 chance that it's going to be on that line. We're drawn the center line here on this cone for the first time in years because it is so slow. So you can see if it stays on this cone and actually does come ashore here in the central part of Jamaica. Remember that the winds come around like this. That means the storm surge is everywhere to the east of where it comes ashore. So you have this rain problem over the entire island, and then you have the wind, the extreme wind to the right of where the center comes in, and then it kind of jets on off. So when it passes Cuba, it can be a significant hurricane, but moving quickly. Same thing through the Bahamas or the Turks and Caicos, looks like right now. So you're going to have to be thinking about preps here in the southeastern Bahamas and the Turks and Caicos, but a moving storm. So this is not that it's not going to be bad, but moving along.
But here we are with the advisory, 75 mile an hour winds. Movement has not changed, still to the west-northwest at just 1 mile per hour, and we have seen just a slight drop in that pressure. But this is the time frame. Starting now, Melisa is going to continue to intensify. The storm itself already getting that look of a powerful storm. You have the banding wrapping up around the center, deep thunderstorm development around the core, which really over the course of the last 2-3 hours has been the threshold to jump us into that hurricane status. And with the slow movement fending off the wind shear, you can see the outflow in the mid and upper levels of the system itself. This thing is just going to continue to explode. So here we are with those alerts. We have Jamaica under a hurricane warning, rushing to finalize their preparations, especially on the eastern side of the island, Kingston, all the way to the coast, where we are expecting to potentially see the worst of the impact. And then we get on over to Hispaniola, Haiti, where we do have a hurricane watch and tropical storm warning in effect for those conditions as the bands wrap up across the southern tier of the island in Hispaniola.
One and only Local 10 News starts right now.
Good evening, South Florida. I'm Sanella Sabovic. Thank you so much for joining us.
And I'm Jackie Pasquin for JC Tonight. Off the top here at 5, all eyes are on the tropics as Hurricane Melisa barrels towards Jamaica and Cuba.
And at least 3 people have already been killed in Haiti. And take a look. We're looking at cleanup in Kingston, Jamaica. Workers are clearing debris ahead of Melisa's impact. The country is expected to get nearly 20 inches of rain. The storm is slow moving, causing it to sit over these areas.
Local 10 has all you need to know. We have live team coverage on Hurricane Melisa. Our Aaron Mabin is in Montego Bay right now.
But we begin with our Weather Authority meteorologist, Peter Sherwood, with our latest tropical update that just got into our newsroom. Peter, fill us in.
Listen, we are seeing some changes with the forecast here as we head through the next 24 hours going into the beginning of the work week. I want to show you this because as we take a look at the satellite and radar, we are seeing that this is now showing signs of that symmetric look. It is now a Category 1 hurricane, and it's going to continue to strengthen here especially as we head through the next 24 hours. Yes, moving slowly, just at 3 miles per hour to the west, sitting over that warm water where it does have the potential to get stronger, maximum sustained winds now at 90 miles per hour. And the latest advisory is in from the National Hurricane Center, and I want to show you the latest track here. You can see that it is expected to strengthen into a major hurricane, and not only that, a Category 5 hurricane with maximum sustained winds upwards of 160 miles per hour. Jamaica has never seen a Category 5 hurricane make landfall since record keeping. And when you look at history, Gilbert, that made landfall with maximum sustained winds at 130 miles per hour, and we know the destruction that it caused back in 1988. And as we continue to watch this storm strengthen, we know that it is going to bring catastrophic flooding across the island of Jamaica. We can see hurricane warnings in place there. Check out Haiti. That's where we have tropical storm warnings in place. The storm is expected to make landfall at some point between Monday going into Tuesday as a Cat 5 and then weaken as it moves over the mountainous terrain. Keep in mind another landfall possible across Cuba as we head into the beginning of next week, and then another landfall cannot be ruled out across the Bahamas, even Turks and Caicos as a Cat 2. This is going to weaken as it tugs towards the north and northeast. Now, I do want to break down some of those impacts that will be felt across the Caribbean. Of course, watching Jamaica very closely. Tropical storm force conditions starting tonight, that heavy rainfall building in, and we are tracking upwards of 30 inches of rainfall. Isolated higher totals will be possible. Catastrophic flooding possible as well, with landslides and hurricane force conditions moving in Sunday going into Monday. Haiti and the Dominican Republic watching that area as well, with heavy rainfall upwards of 30 inches. Life-threatening flooding and landslides will be possible in that region as well.
And then I just kind of saw this here out of the corner of my, let's run that infrared again real quick, because we have a what looks to be a rapidly intensifying hurricane now. This is Melisa, and I believe we have some higher resolution images for it. And we're going to show you more on this coming up here in the hour, but let me pull that up because well, that's the visible. You're not going to see it now because it is dark out there. But there we go. There's the absolute latest high-resolution imagery of Melisa. And, yeah, it's really starting to get its act together. You can see it's become a very concentric circle now. And it's really organized, and it will continue to deepen that low pressure and intensify. And Jamaica, unfortunately, is really going to take it to the west at 3 miles per hour. That's a leisurely walk, essentially. So that's how slow it's going right now. It's not moving very quick at all. That will be a big factor in its impacts to Jamaica and southwest Haiti there. Is well, it's going to bring that rain, the wind, but it's going to bring it for quite some time, as the storm is going to be really slow to kick on out of here. So Jamaica under hurricane warnings, hurricane watches across eastern Cuba, southwest Haiti. Tropical storm warnings remain in effect for southwest Haiti there as well. And the Hurricane Center has this forecasted to become a Category 5 hurricane before it makes landfall there in Jamaica. And the cone, it's really interesting here. That cone just continues to tighten up right over Jamaica, which is obviously not great news. But every time this cone comes out, it just more confidence in this system moving right over that island nation. And that forecast, yeah, the Hurricane Center forecast now does take it into a Category 5 status. So do some of the models now as well. Not all the models the Hurricane Center uses are in this graph. In fact, they use some AI models now, which have been showing and for some days now that this thing will intensify into a Category 5. We'll see if that actually ends up happening. But a lot of rainfall is possible with this. We say 12 inches possible. I think there could be multiple feet of rain in some of these areas. Our models are spitting out 30 to 40 inches in Kingston. I mean, if that's anywhere near accurate, we're going to have big problems with the topography out there.
This is 7 News at 11.
Up the top at 11 o'clock, Hurricane Melisa gaining strength and expected to reach a Category 5. The island-bound storm heading toward Jamaica, set to bring life-threatening conditions. It is not the only island in the storm's path.
Meteorologist Brent Cameron begins our coverage tonight live in the Weather Center with the latest. Brent? Hard to avoid islands when you're in the Caribbean Sea, and that's exactly what we find tonight. Latest information coming in on Hurricane Melisa, now a Category 3, so it is now a major system. It has been moving very little to the west at 3 miles per hour. Last advisory at 8 o'clock had it at 100-mile-per-hour winds. Right now, 115 as it continues, 125 miles south and southeast of Kingston, Jamaica. Throughout the last few hours, we've been seeing a well-defined eye on the radar, still very evident at this hour. No changes with the watches and warnings. In yellow, that is where we find a hurricane watch, southwestern Haiti, also around the eastern part of Cuba, a hurricane watch, and then, of course, a hurricane warning in effect for the island of Jamaica. Here's the updated forecast cone. It's still going to continue that trajectory to the west, if not northwest, with slow speed tomorrow into Monday. And with that, Monday evening, a Category 5 system is now forecast very close to the island of Jamaica, and then moving north toward eastern Cuba, the southeastern Bahamas, maybe close to the Turks and Caicos as wind speeds come down a little bit. Category 2 hurricane at that time, and then we'll see down the road if Bermuda is impacted. Coming up, details on more on this and your entire forecast. Stay tuned.
And Brent, while many in the Caribbean are feeling Melisa's outer bands right now, Jamaica is bracing for the worst of the storm. As you said, Melisa could become the strongest hurricane to impact that island in more than 35 years. Back in 1988, Hurricane Gilbert was widely considered to be the worst hurricane in Jamaica's history as a Category 4. This storm is now a monster, and it's led some to seek shelter here in South Florida. Melisa is expected to intensify even more and become a Category 5 hurricane next week with winds up to 160 miles per hour. Forecasters are predicting heavy flooding and landslides in parts of Haiti, Jamaica, and the Dominican Republic, where the storm has already damaged homes, knocked out water supply systems, downed trees, and caused landslides.
Given the update from the Met Office that Jamaica is at risk, there is a threat of the weather event affecting us in a significant way.
Melisa is expected to make landfall in Jamaica Tuesday, and with 4 already dead, officials are expecting the worst.
But just these rainfall amounts alone are likely to produce significant life-threatening flash flooding and landslides, especially in these mountainous areas along the southern coast of Dominican Republic and Haiti, and in portions of Jamaica as well. So rainfall has historically been the biggest cause of loss of life in tropical storms and hurricanes in the Caribbean region.
We were supposed to fly back on Bermuda on Monday, but because of the hurricane, we decided to leave today.
Some, like Elliston Taylor, are in Miami now to ride out the storm, hoping their homes in Jamaica are okay when they return.
Yeah, we're kind of worried about flooding because we're in the Portmore area, a lot of flooding and stuff like that, so we're kind of worried about the flooding part of it.
Well, there's heightened preparations nationwide. There's a lot of I guess stocking up on supplies, and persons are trying to reinforce structures and trying to secure properties and themselves and lifestyle. It is a very tense environment right now.
Well, tonight officials are warning that the window for evacuations is closing quickly as Melisa inches closer to Jamaica. They warn people who are still there tonight to get to higher ground as soon as possible.
Quedan suspendidas las actividades docentes para la próxima semana y el gobierno cubano evacuará a unas 145,000 personas de la provincia de Guantánamo. Hoy y mañana, ciudadanos estadounidenses no esenciales comenzarán a salir de la base naval de Guantánamo, anunciaron autoridades estadounidenses. Y precisamente para saber sobre el último parte, vamos con nuestro meteorólogo Ariel Rodríguez. Ariel, como tú dijiste, esta tarde el huracán se ha intensificado rápidamente.
Así es, para que tengas una idea, Lisset fue de categoría 1 a categoría 3 en 6 horas, un aumento de 25 millas por hora. Y acá tenemos el ojo del huracán, que se ve cada vez mejor, muy simétrico. Esto es un sistema muy saludable, tiene todo para fortalecerse. Aguas que están 2 grados por encima de lo normal, 2 grados Fahrenheit. Y esto viene siendo ya 600 veces más probable ante el cambio climático, porque los océanos son como una pila que almacena el calor. Así que este sistema tiene toda la energía del mundo para seguir enfatizándose a unas 125 millas de Jamaica como categoría 3. La presión bajando muchísimo y se está moviendo muy lentamente. fuerte. Aquí tenemos las bandas espirales de lluvia fuerte que comienzan a azotar porciones de Jamaica. También la lluvia sigue en la península de Tiburón en Haití. Y los vientos de tormenta tropical comienzan a sentirse en el extremo este de Jamaica. Las ráfagas van a estar cerca de las 30 millas por hora de aquí a las horas de la mañana. La única buena noticia a estas horas es que esos vientos tan perjudiciales se extienden a un radio muy pequeño, solo unas 25 millas. Los vientos de tormenta tropical de más de 39 millas por hora pues se extienden a 160 millas. Así que esos sí van a estar afectando a Jamaica ya en el transcurso de las horas de la mañana. Este es el cono de trayectoria. Recuerde que después de potencialmente azotar la zona de Jamaica como huracán categoría 5, el lunes en el transcurso de las horas de la tarde con vientos de 160 millas por hora se dirigiría al oriente cubano, quizás como un huracán categoría 4. Una vez que llegue acá a las cordilleras, perdería fuerza, seguiría siendo un peligroso huracán de gran intensidad. El mayor peligro sigue estando a través de las provincias orientales, desde Granma, Santiago de Cuba, también Guantánamo y Holguín, con lluvias torrenciales y acumulados por encima de las 20 pulgadas, con potencial de deslaves y también marejada ciclónica. Una historia bastante triste en las próximas horas a través del Caribe, más del tiempo local en el segmento. Los espero.
A sad Sunday in weather because Melissa is now exploding as expected. The latest advisory just came in, and I'll have it for you.
One and only Local 10 News starts right now.
And good morning to you, South Florida. I'm Christian De La Rosa.
And I'm Michaela Hightower. Thank you so much for being here with us this Sunday morning. We begin with the latest on Hurricane Melissa, the major system causing deadly chaos during its slow trek through the Caribbean.
4 people have reportedly died from landslides and falling trees in Haiti and the Dominican Republic. We have team coverage this morning. Local 10's Aaron Mabin is on the ground in Jamaica. But first, let's get straight over to our Weather Authority meteorologist John Gerard standing by with your tropical update, John.
Yeah, the latest advisory, the 5 o'clock. We have big advisories and then what we call intermediate advisories where they just kind of tweak it a little bit. So the big ones are at 5 and 11 a.m. and p.m. So the 5 a.m. big advisory just came in and it is now a Category 4 hurricane. When I was standing here yesterday, 24 hours ago, it did not look like that, but we told you this was going to explode. It was just a matter of time when we saw this thing light the fuse, and there it goes. So 140 miles an hour. The pressure is just bombing out now at 944 millibars and only moving to the west at about 5 miles an hour. Unfortunately, it puts it perilously closer and closer to Jamaica because we know it'll make a turn at some point. That's the eye right there, about 25 miles wide. So the wider the eye is, the farther reaching the impacts will be. That's why there's already been significant flooding across Hispaniola, but the worst is yet to come for Jamaica because this is expected to make a bit of a north turn with time. So here is the latest forecast track that just came in. It's a Category 4 now, expected to become a 5 with winds close to 160 miles an hour just to the south of Jamaica by just after midnight tonight. Now, keep in mind, the way this works is that the stronger side will be along and to the east of the track. So it looks like at least 2/3 of Jamaica will be pretty much in the core of the worst of this tonight and tomorrow. It goes through tomorrow and then over eastern Cuba as still a major hurricane by Tuesday and Wednesday into the southeastern Bahamas by Wednesday and Thursday, and possibly up toward Bermuda as we head toward later in the upcoming week. This is not going to be a South Florida storm, but we will see increasing windy weather again today and tomorrow as the pressure gradient begins to tighten up. Hurricane watch for eastern Cuba. Tropical storm warning continues for Haiti. But the big story right now, the bullseye is right over Jamaica. That's where the hurricane warning continues in effect. And just a quick little rundown of some of the impacts on Jamaica. Catastrophic flooding of 25 to 40 inches there. Long duration power outages are likely with this. Many cities and towns are going to be isolated and severe damage to infrastructure. So this could be the worst storm Jamaica has ever seen. since the 1850s. And certainly our thoughts and prayers go out there, and we don't want to discount what's happening in Haiti and the Dominican Republic and potentially eastern Cuba as well, with significant flooding on the way and already going on in some of those spots. Now, when I come back with our local forecast, we're going to talk about a welcome cold front that's going to do two things. It's going to cool us off later this week, and it's going to bump this out to sea and away from us. We'll see you back here in a few minutes.
Lasting across parts of the Dominican Republic back towards Haiti, where we have several other warnings that are up across the board right now. Pressure has also dropped as of the last advisory. So that's one of the things that we've been watching, a significant drops in indications of it intensifying. We look at all of the alerts that are up across the board right now. Hurricane watch is in the orange, and those are going to be for areas like Haiti as well as back towards Cuba. We also have that hurricane warning that is still in place for Jamaica, too. So as this approaches Jamaica, this is going to be catastrophic in some sort. And I know that the island is getting prepared. We have boots on the ground there as well with Robert Ray. But this is going to be a system that really approaches really strong as it approaches Jamaica. So looking at it, there it is, that eye wall that I talked about really becoming a little bit more profound as of the last loop there. We know that this is on the heels of pushing into Jamaica with an anticipation of a direct landfall. When we look at the overall advisories, you'll notice that at one point in time it underwent rapid intensification, and that's still up on the table. We could still see more of that as well going through the next 24 hours or so. This time, say yesterday, we had a tropical storm on our hands. Now we're looking at a Category 4 storm. So that just goes to show how warm the Caribbean is, how the environment is actually playing into the strengthening of Melissa. There's those alerts that I talked about up across the board. We have tropical storm warnings south of Haiti and for southern shores of Haiti. And then we also have the hurricane warning that's in place for mainly Jamaica with that direct landfall anticipated across the region. Looking at the storm in itself, a couple of clusters of storms on the outer bands that's going to be aiming towards the Dominican Republic, back towards Haiti, and then eventually we watch this landfall play out across Jamaica. This happening sometime between later this evening into the start of tomorrow. So the next 24 hours are going to be pretty crucial in terms of the intensification for Melissa's forecast. Looking at the overall radar a little closer to home, a couple of showers are already, or a little closer to Jamaica, I should say. A couple of showers are already pushing in across the southern shores. So Kingston back towards the northern shores. We're starting to see some of this unfold now as we go through the next couple of hours, quickly watching things deteriorate. We have this Category 4 storm. Everything in terms of atmospheric conditions are working in its favor. We have a lot of high moisture. We have really warm sea surface temperatures. So this is going to be a storm, I think, that really is one for the record books. We'll continue to watch the latest now details, but in terms of the forecast moving forward, we're keeping a close eye on things.
Intensification process will continue, and that this will turn into a Category 5 hurricane and then make its move back up toward Jamaica. But all this is happening slowly. So once it makes its move toward Jamaica and then the weather really starts deteriorating over the island, it's going to be nasty and dangerous for an extended period of time. We'll look at that here in just a moment. All right, so there's the latest from the hurricane hunters out there. 140-mile-an-hour winds, Category 4, solid Category 4. And when you look at the satellite picture, you can see that this, even though the pressure has gone up a little bit, the actual development of the storm has increased. We'll see that when we look close up here in just a moment. Moving now west at 5, so it is taking that path that we talked about yesterday, that slow path beneath Jamaica, far enough offshore that the core is well offshore. There are not strong winds right at the coast in Kingston or anywhere like that. And there's the pressure number that we're going to watch. We expect that will go down some more later on today. All right, look close up here now and watch the eye. And what you're going to see is it starts out a little cloudy and then it clears up. So there, it's clear. Now let's go back. See, cloudy, 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 and then clearing up. When you see the eye clear up like that, that's a sign that all the mechanics are working in the storm, and it's the air is descending in the eye and pushing the clouds away, and it's just operating kind of on all cylinders to be able to do that. And it does that before it ends up getting stronger, becoming a Category 5. So as I said, right now, the core of it down here is offshore. But the idea is this is going to come up and then make kind of a hard right somewhere into the southern coast. And where exactly into the southern coast makes a tremendous difference.
It's half past the hour right now, and we can recharge. I'm Paul Goodlow alongside Lynette Charles.
Yeah, we've been tracking some dangerous thunderstorms today as they continue to just charge across the Gulf Coast this morning. This afternoon, we'll see more of the same. And of course, we're tracking Melissa.
Yeah, waterspouts, tornadoes, damage are reported in the Gulf Coast now. Again, the damage that's on the way to Jamaica, it could be catastrophic. You know, most places in the tropical zone, they always have a hurricane on record. You got Andrew in South Florida. You have, of course, Katrina in the Gulf Coast, Mississippi, Louisiana. New York, you have now Sandy. That kind of pushed out Gloria. Jamaica had Gilbert. Before Gilbert, there was Charlie, 37 years. And now, 37 years later, we have Melissa.
We do.
This is going to be the hurricane of record for sure. Let's talk about this because now it's Category 4 hurricane. This time yesterday it was a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm. Became a hurricane at 2 o'clock, and since then it has done nothing but strengthen. We woke up this morning to a powerful Category 4 hurricane, 140 miles per hour, and I wouldn't even say barreling towards Jamaica. It is slow walking towards Jamaica. Yesterday, I think it was 150 miles from Kingston. Now it's 110 miles. So 3 miles per hour. You're barely breathing hard on a treadmill unless you have an elevation. 3 miles per hour is a gentle walking pace here. Now, the forward speed is supposed to increase. So will the wind speeds as well. But the visible satellite, I mean, it's so great we can use it this time of the day. You see the cross-banded hatch and cirrus. This thing is breathing in at the surface and out aloft, allowing this thing to continue to strengthen. It's a very calm vertical atmosphere in terms of not seeing shear coming through and pulling it. It will eventually feel the shear of the trough coming across low 48. That will help draw it north and eventually away from the Caribbean. But we have several more days before that actually happens. We have another day or so before it really starts to approach Jamaica. We're expecting our weather to slowly go downhill. And this is going to really lash this island and then make landfall on this island, and then eventually make a second landfall in Cuba and perhaps a third landfall in or near the southeastern Bahamas, maybe Turks and Caicos, and maybe even a fourth landfall in Bermuda. But the big concern is the forecasted wind speeds projected to become a major hurricane, maybe sometime today, at the very latest sometime early tomorrow morning, and maybe still stay a 5 as it makes landfall. Jamaica has never been hit by anything stronger than a Cat 4, and this is poised to be stronger than a Cat 4. These tropical storm winds, that's in the orange here, already kind of lashing the island. The main push of those major category winds will start moving onshore long before the sun comes up, probably around midnight on tomorrow night into Tuesday morning, and then that's when the surge comes in as well. So, Lynette, it's kind of a prepare. The airport in Montego Bay closes in a half hour. Kingston Airport closed last night, so just got to hope and pray now for the best for people on Jamaica.
And we have stayed steady at Category 4 strength over the course of the day today so far. And that's not uncommon to see as we go through peak afternoon hours, you know, just a stabilizing in terms of the intensity. We are still talking a powerful hurricane. It has not weakened by any means. It's just kind of plateaued at the time being. We are still expecting further intensification, especially as we head through this evening and into the overnight hours. 140 mile an hour winds, 2 o'clock advisory. We do get a new advisory, another update from the National Hurricane Center at 5 o'clock. So we will bring that to you when it comes in. West movement at 5 miles an hour, pressure drop to 946. The hurricane hunters, they are flying through the storm right now. And so we are collecting real-time data. And all of this data is certainly going to go back to the National Hurricane Center and be used in the determination of what we're going to find in that 5 o'clock advisory when it comes. But here we are with doing our passes through the storm. We have passed through, let me get back to that. We have passed through the eye twice, and it looks like we've just made our third pass through the center of the storm. So we went up like this, down, around, and here we are again making another pass through the center of Melissa. You can see where we had the drop in the wind field, the weaker winds, the center of the storm in the eye of Melisa, and then those hurricane force winds that extend outwards of about 25 miles. Here's the latest vortex message. So this one was actually from the second pass. We'll probably get an update to this now that we've passed through for a third time. But just going back to the second pass, this is what the hurricane hunters found: a closed circular eye 7 miles across. And you can see now that they've passed through a third time, we will get an update to this. So we'll show you what that looks like in just a bit, but when it comes in. But here we are with the enhanced satellite over the past 6 hours. And you can just see kind of the warming of the cloud tops around this ring of intense thunderstorms surrounding the eye of Hurricane Melisa, major Hurricane Melisa. That doesn't tell you anything about the intensity. It just tells you that these storms aren't as tall as they were. But you can see now in the last couple scans that look of intensifying storms, especially taller storms, that is, especially on the southern ring, is back on the board. This track is going to suddenly shift to the northeast, and that is going to bring a landfall across the southern shores of Jamaica, and then we'll get another landfall across parts of eastern Cuba. So let's break it down as we look at the track of Melisa and what's still to come into the week ahead. So you look at visible satellite, and I just love looking at this view of the storm because you can see so many little things. But just a quick lesson that you could take away: we have, of course, with a tropical system and any low pressure system, you of course have the wraparound of those counterclockwise winds as everything's kind of tightening up at the surface. So one thing to consider, so that's where our low pressure is, right? But also too, when you have a vertically stacked storm like tropical systems are, in order for this storm to continue to strengthen, we actually need that clockwise rotation in the upper levels. So something you notice is kind of the fanning out of these clouds here. That is high pressure in the upper levels. And so what that does is it creates this natural venting for this air that, as it really kind of congeals into the center, rushes in, and we see this lift, and that's what continues to energize Melisa. So really cool to see that on satellite.
And let's check back with our Weather Authority meteorologist Peter Sherwood with more on where Hurricane Melisa is right now. Peter.
We can see it right now, well to the southwest of Kingston, Jamaica right now, about 115 miles to the southwest of Kingston. Maximum sustained winds at 145 miles per hour. And while we are seeing a faster movement to the west at 5 miles per hour, this is still very much a slow storm that's gaining all its energy from those warm waters out there in the Caribbean. You can see how symmetric it is looking for this afternoon, and you can see how much it's grown as we went throughout today. Those outer bands not only impacting Jamaica, but we're seeing some of those outer bands across Haiti. And this is expected to make landfall across Jamaica as a Category 5 hurricane at some point Monday night going into Tuesday morning. And this is expected to bring catastrophic flooding across the island. We're talking about 15 to 30 inches of rainfall, with some isolated higher totals up to 40 inches. And the mountains will play a big role in allowing all of that rain to come down. So we now have a hurricane warning in place for southeastern Cuba. We are expecting another landfall as a Cat 4 or Cat 3 as we head into Tuesday going into Wednesday, and then eventually it's going to move very quickly to the northeast and perhaps impacting southeastern Bahamas as well as the Turks and Caicos. And we will watch the potential for another landfall across Bermuda.
This satellite imagery is nothing short of absolutely jaw-dropping. Look at this. I mean, that's never something that you want to see. You can look at it on visible, you can look at it on the infrared, you can choose whatever kind of satellite you want. That is a very, very well put together storm, and it's in the process of strengthening right now. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that we get up to Cat 5, which would be 157 miles per hour or more during the overnight tonight. Just to put this in perspective, luckily we've got the high resolution satellite floater over the sky today. So this is Jamaica, And here you go. Look how close the storm is. I'm going to zoom in super tight here because I want to show you something where you can really tell that the storm is in the process of strengthening. First off, that perfectly symmetrical eye. So this is a loop from this morning all the way into the afternoon. Do you see these little ripples that start to develop here? Look at this. You'll start to see a bit of a ripple effect. Those are waves at the top of the storm that are visible because these thunderstorms that are very close to the eye are intensifying. And you can actually see that, right? It's not like there are no thunderstorms around the eye during the morning today. But once you get into the afternoon, you're going to start to see them thicken up a little bit. The cloud tops are going to get a little bit higher. They're going to get a little bit stronger, and then boom. In the upper levels, you have the divergence, and look at that in the middle of that eye. All those little mesovortices. It really is a meteorological marvel. Speaking of the meteorology behind this, just in case anybody was wondering, this rapid intensification thing, it's a term that gets thrown around all the time, and it's not a terribly uncommon thing really these days with hurricanes, but it basically means that the storm gains 35 miles per hour of strength within 24 hours. That basically means that it's gaining strength very quickly compared to the majority of storms. And, this satellite loop that I pulled here, it's the actual period of the rapid intensification. So that happened between 11 a.m. yesterday and 5 a.m. today. So it didn't even take 24 hours to get that 35 mile per hour increase. But look at the difference here. I mean, it's just kind of a raggedy looking storm here. It's actually a tropical storm Saturday, 11 a.m. And then here we go. You start to move that forward a little bit. All of a sudden, it starts to get that look. And this is where it really gets explosive. This is very interesting to watch, I think. You can see these upper level clouds just totally start to diverge here. And that's, of course, I misclicked the button here as soon as I was going to show you that. But look at this. You can see that. Look at the just those striations on the outside of the storm. It's something that you're going to most often see in some of these really strong storms as they're in the strengthening phase. Now, okay, so here's Jamaica. You saw where the storm itself was, Melisa, down to the southeast, and it's moving toward the west. So what is it moving toward? It's moving toward an area of very high ocean heat content, and that basically means that not only the surface of the water is really warm, but it extends pretty deep. There's a lot of warm water pretty deep under there, too. So when the storm's over and churning up all the water, there's no cold water to come to the top to try and de-strengthen the storm a little bit. It just has a nonstop fuel source, basically. And
newest update with Melisa, still a Category 4 storm just south of Jamaica. The latest forecast track, Category 5, making that anticipated right turn going over Jamaica Tuesday, eastern Cuba there Tuesday night to Wednesday evening in the Bahamas, then Thursday to Friday up near Bermuda here. So we'll continue to watch this over the next few days as this moves out. We're getting cooler air that's drying out us here in South Florida, but it means our temperatures will be dropping. I'll look at those numbers in the 7-day forecast when I come back.
All right, Dave, thank you. And sticking to the tropics, that's where Hurricane Melisa, as you heard Dave say, continues to rapidly intensify in the Caribbean. The National Hurricane Center has issued a hurricane warning for Jamaica as Melisa could become one of the most intense and devastating hurricanes on record for the country. Let's take a look now at some video from the International Space Station. Astronauts aboard the ISS are giving us an incredible view of Hurricane Melisa from up above. That's what you're looking at here. Melisa is slated to reach the southern coast of Jamaica sometime between late Monday and early Tuesday morning.
There's a look at Melisa right now. Look how intense this storm is. It's a perfect donut, if you will, with a perfect eye. And you can see the eye wall right smack in the center there. Very nice ventilation with this system. Storm top's impressive when you look at all of the white there, meaning this is a healthy looking storm. And again, it is expected to intensify within the next day or so. Latest information again, 160 miles per hour. This storm currently about 160 miles west, or I'm sorry, 130 miles southwest of Kingston, Jamaica. And then next in line would be Cuba. This is about 315 miles southwest of Guantanamo. So Cuba next in line for this system. It's going to be a long day. for the island of Cuba. Some of those outer rain bands will make it to Haiti and the Dominican Republic, but the impacts are significant for Jamaica. We compare the advisory coming in at 5 a.m. compared to what we had with the 2 a.m. advisory. The pressure has dropped quite a bit, from 926 millibars down to 917 millibars. Remember, when the pressure drops, the speeds go up. It's an indication that the storm is intensifying. The west movement continues at about 3 miles per hour. The steering mechanisms, which we have had in place, an area of high pressure, helps to move that to the west, starts to weaken today. And what that means is it starts to move north. What's north of the storm right now? The island of Jamaica. We do have hurricane warnings for the entire island. They are also on portions of Cuba, especially for the eastern and southeastern portions of Cuba. You'll notice tropical storm warnings extend over Haiti, and we're also seeing those over a portion of Cuba. You'll notice the cone, the latest, continues to move over the island of Jamaica and then over portions of Cuba. This has not changed very much since the last advisory from the National Hurricane Center. And here's an up-close view of this. And I was talking about those big, bright storm clouds, the brighter whites and the pinks, indicating how cold and how massive the storm is, especially on the southern side, but really the entire storm itself looking very healthy at this time. Here's the center of the storm south of Kingston, and the radar already picking up all of the rain moving over portions of Jamaica. Storm track takes it over Jamaica, and then eventually, even with land still holding tight as it gets closer to Cuba.
So here you go, moving west at 3. It has not made that turn yet to the north. At some point, it's going to do that today or tonight and then start to shoot north. It is unavoidable to not get some of the worst impacts from Melissa on Jamaica. It's unavoidable at this point. Okay, there's nothing that we see that says, okay, it's going to move this way or that way. So airports shut down. Everything else is literally shut down. You're waiting on this thing now. There's Tuesday morning at 1:60, okay? And there you see the planes going in. Now, they're not hitting each other. The icons are big, but they're going to go in and out of Melissa's eye, taking measurements along the way and through here. We're going to get a great idea of just how low this thing is getting. So we should get a first pass very, very soon by one of these. As a matter of fact, there it is. There's the first pass. I'll have to go back and look at what it says. But you can see how, you know, winds 150 miles an hour, both in and out. So it's very symmetric. It's very well organized. And then, of course, the drop, which you would get in the eye. So we've already seen the NOAA flight make one pass in through here. To no one's surprise, we have alerts all the way up through eastern Cuba, the Turks and Caicos, and the southern Bahamas. And here you can see the latest radar from Jamaica. And it is this part of the ring right in here that they're getting the 150 to 180 mile per hour winds. And of course, flight levels even stronger than that. So again, moving west, even on the radar, we haven't seen it make the turn. But notice these showers are coming up from time to time into Kingston, along with some gusty winds. So a lot of that still offshore. It'll really be tonight and really a good part of the morning and midday tomorrow. And here you can see the graph, computer model going into this afternoon, getting more and more of these bands. But here's the worst part of this hurricane, even at 11 p.m., still offshore. But here it comes onshore overnight, early morning, the worst of this coming to fruition, spending at least 4 or 5 hours across the island and then whipping off to the west of Guantanamo Bay and further getting destroyed by the mountain topography there. So it'll be weakened by Jamaica and then weakened by the mountains in southeastern Cuba. But the rain is going to be relentless.
So this is data from the Air Force, from the hurricane hunters. NOAA also separately has hurricane hunters in it, but this was one of the most recent passes, those winds ticking up just a little bit more. This is all information that's being gathered by the National Hurricane Center. And that pressure with the latest drop, 916 millibars. It's a remarkably strong hurricane. I do want to mention, though, Britta, that NOAA also with their P3, they have a P3 that's moving, that's been passing through, reported a pressure of 912 millibars, so even lower than what the latest advisory indicated. So we'll see if that perhaps is reflected in the upcoming advisories.
Right now, the movement is so slow, 3 miles per hour. So that's one of the kickers here. Jamaica is a relatively speaking small island, and so you would hope to be able to get quick in hit, quick out exit, but unfortunately because of the slow movement here, we're looking at hours of a duration of these intense conditions. Right now it's still moving to the west, so we haven't seen that north turn just yet. Now it is really hard in this type of scenario to get lucky breaks. But the farther this goes to the west before it makes that north turn, a better scenario for Kingston in terms of the wind impact. Unfortunately, I think the rain impact and the threat for mudslides and landslides coming down Blue Mountain, that's going to just hold steady. I don't see any improvement with that. But it is interesting, just looking at the last couple frames of the satellite, almost appears to be like a slight wobble down to the south, really, when you're tracking it just with your eye. Hurricanes, they wobble, especially big, powerful ones. Right. But we are still waiting for that north turn.
I just to look at how this eye is configured, I mean, Brian had mentioned an annular looking shape to it, so not a total circle, symmetric. Yeah. But when it's annular looking, and it's great to hear his insight, saying that this environment is one that essentially Melissa's creating on its own. Yeah. And so it's able to survive and thrive. And even with the latest scans, we're looking at some of the coldest cloud tops that planet Earth can really achieve when you look at how powerful this thing has gotten.
And that means that vertically, it is stretching so high up into our atmosphere that it's allowing those cold tops.
Yep.
And that does mean that it's kind of created its own monster environment.
Yeah, it's true. NOAA, so they are on their way back. That's the red line that you have. So the 912 millibar pressure reading, that's the lowest as they were making one of their passes. We still have the Air Force, the C-130, that continues to move and following that flight pattern, detecting where the winds are the strongest, and then they'll be eventually taking off and heading back to where they took off from. But these missions are invaluable right now, knowing how strong this could be, if there will be any slight wiggles. I mean, even talking to Brian and mentioning how Kingston, if it's the farther east it is, perhaps the better it will be. Still seeing some catastrophic effects with the rain, but it's the wind associated with that.
And the tough thing is, okay, so you take the pressure off of that.
Yeah.
Well, an eye wall going right over Montego Bay, which is the trade-off for a further west point, is just going to spread the most intense wind impact to a different part of Jamaica. And I think that's the takeaway here, is that as a nation, Jamaica is going to feel the strongest winds from this storm, the highest surge from this storm, and the most intense rainfall. Thus, the consequences of that rainfall, the mudslides and the landslides, it's all going to happen on that island.
Yeah.
Well, thankfully, Kingston, Jamaica will likely avoid the absolute worst of Melissa. That's not to say we're going to see very significant impacts there in the eastern part of the island, but by far and away, the worst of it will be on the central and western side of Jamaica as we go through tonight, tomorrow, and on into tomorrow afternoon. But of course, everybody's going to see a ton of rain. That is a catastrophic threat that is going to be accompanying the approach and movement of Melissa through the island of Jamaica. And there it is, the latest advisory. If you're just tuning in, you're wondering, wait, what hurricane are we talking about? It just happens to be a Category 5 hurricane, and that wind is probably an underestimate based on every piece of information that I can find. These are some of the most intense winds I've ever seen from the dropsondes coming back from the hurricane reconnaissance missions, over 200 miles per hour at several hundred meters above the ground. You might think, well, we don't live that high up in the ground. Well, some people do in Jamaica because there is that kind of terrain there. So I think, unfortunately, most things in the way of that kind of wind will be leveled, destroyed completely. But thankfully, there is a little bit of good news here, I guess, if you can call it that. This is an incredibly compact tropical cyclone where the hurricane force winds, 75 miles per hour, really only extend out about 25 miles from the center. Now, let's hope it stays that small. It probably gets a little bit bigger, but that's tiny. And once you're outside of that, you're in tropical storm force winds. Of course, this is not including the heavy rainfall threat, but the catastrophic winds are in a very, very tiny little area in the inner edge of the eye wall. Let's say maybe 8 to 10 miles from the geometric center of Melissa. So that's, I guess, the picture of it right there. And you can see it's kind of wobbling around. Here's the most recent path that it's taken and not moving much. And by the way, moving at 3 miles per hour and maintaining a Category 5 intensity is pretty much only possible about where Melissa is. You can't do that in the Gulf of Mexico. It would weaken itself due to the upwelling of the ocean or the Gulf. And you couldn't do it in the Western Atlantic. You do the same thing. But here, the oceanic heat content is so high, it doesn't matter. That depth of the warm water is so significant. No matter what upwelling is going, it still has all the energy to work with it needs. Hurricane reconnaissance is in there like that on their most recent pass. I didn't get a chance to look at the vortex message, but you know, the Hurricane Center went ahead and went to 908 millibars. So clearly, this is at the very highest end of the scale. And it's, again, tightly compacted. You might think, how do you get this kind of wind with a 908 pressure or even maybe 180 to 200 mile per hour winds with that kind of pressure? Well, it's so tight. The pressure gradient is insane. And hence, the NOAA plane, by the way, the other hurricane reconnaissance mission, had to turn around, not because they were experiencing severe turbulence, but because they were experiencing severe extreme turbulence with many G's up and down, and that is very dangerous. So the NOAA plane had to turn around. The Air Force reconnaissance still in there, and you can see what is going on in the center. Not much. You can actually, from space, pretty much, maybe some stratus clouds in there, but see the ocean surface. Extremely warm conditions and dry conditions are in the interior, and only a couple of miles away is the unearthly tempest with winds way over 150 miles per hour, among the highest winds I've ever seen, as I mentioned, on a dropsonde. So there we are, rain right now impacting parts of southern Jamaica. Unfortunately, I don't have any weather observations to report, but it is unlikely we're seeing really significant winds. That comes later as the approach of Melisa tracks, about like this. Now, the area in blue, these are tropical storm force winds, according to this one model. The area in red, where the hurricane force winds are, according to this one model. And those are here even as we go until 9 o'clock tonight. Here's perhaps some of the locations that you might find familiar. If you've ever been to Jamaica or have interest there, this is a good point of reference. As we go into tomorrow morning, we could see extremely destructive hurricane force winds again in the eye wall. Probably not so much outside of the eye wall, but in the eye wall. And certainly even on the north shore here, those winds in Montego Bay, for example, don't sleep on those. Those are going to be very significant as well as they're coming off the Caribbean there as well. So this is going to be a very dangerous, destructive, and impactful and catastrophic event on so many levels. The wind, thankfully, compacted near the center. The rain covers pretty much over the entire island, and the same could be said for eastern Cuba as we go into yet another landfall likely on Tuesday, and then perhaps even finally moving through the Turks and Caicos as we go into Wednesday morning.
This is 7 News at noon.
Off the top this afternoon, Hurricane Melisa, the powerful Category 5 storm closing in on the island of Jamaica.
And they're already seeing signs of the storm winds picking up, and it's only going to get worse.
Here's what it looks like right now off the coast of Kingston. Some rough surf there ahead of what's expected to be a rough night. Good afternoon, everybody. Less than 24 hours now until Melisa makes landfall.
It'll be the strongest storm to ever hit Jamaica. We'll begin with meteorologist Dylan Federico in the Weather Center. Dylan.
Yeah, that's right. Melisa, one of the strongest hurricanes on record in the Atlantic basin, pressure down to 908 millibars. That would tie it with Hurricane Maria back in 2017 for one of the strongest storms on record. 165 mile per hour winds, Category 5 hurricane, about 145 miles to the south of Jamaica this afternoon. Here it is on infrared. You can see there's that eye staring right down at you on infrared. This is quite the buzzsaw on satellite this afternoon, and what's going to happen is later on today into tonight, this is going to begin to turn to the northeast back in the general direction of Jamaica. Zooming in on visible satellite, you can see there's that eye, stadium effect. You can see zooming in a bit more. You can see all the way down into the Caribbean. You do not see this every day in the Atlantic, folks. This is one of the stronger hurricanes you'll see in recent memory. So here's radar this afternoon. This is from Jamaica. The eye about 145 miles to the south of Jamaica. I do want to point out one thing, though. I am starting to see some signs of an outer eye wall maybe beginning to develop there. This could be the beginning signs of an eye wall replacement cycle, and this may cause some temporary weakening of Melisa before it reaches Jamaica tomorrow morning. So this is a trend that we'll be watching, but what it could mean too is the wind field could expand, which would mean a larger area of Jamaica would see those strong hurricane force winds. Either way, Jamaica is forecasted to see its strongest hurricane hit on record. Melisa forecasted to make a Category 5 landfall tomorrow morning. This would break the previous record held by Gilbert in 1988, a Category 4 hurricane strike. And there's been a handful of other major hurricanes to hit Jamaica since the 1850s as well. But this will be by far the strongest hurricane to ever hit the island.
The new advisory for Hurricane Melissa is in. This is a 2 p.m. Eastern advisory. The winds have increased to 175 miles per hour. It is still a Category 5, and the pressure has dropped, actually just a few millibars, as you would expect with increasing winds.
And the other big part of this new update here shows the direction that Melissa is moving has now changed a bit. Was moving generally due west, now more west-northwesterly at about 3 miles per hour. So it's still moving slowly, but the direction has changed a bit. An indication that this thing is going to start to make that kind of bend and turn eventually to the north and then northeast as we work our way through the rest of this week. So looks like the turn is starting to take place here and yeah, online and on track here in terms of the forecast to unfortunately make its way right across Jamaica and then eastern Cuba. And then we got to watch out as we get to the midweek, parts of the southeastern Bahamas and around the Turks and Caicos.
Is a little bit of a sign, and the fact that we do see some moat, it's called, dry area around the eye is another little sign, but not any big signs, certainly. We don't see any change in the pressure or maximum winds coming into play outside of the eye. So maybe not. This may just continue to intensify. So a couple things have happened. One is, as it's moved a little bit south down in here, it's gotten over a very, very warm pool of water, and it's these small features that can make it kind of perk up suddenly, and then it can actually lose a little intensity just a bit. So it's always a little bit of plus or minus. So that pressure right now, 906 millibars, that's getting into the top 10 ever measured pressures. That's lower than Hurricane Maria was at its peak down near Dominica, and 175 mile an hour winds. So absolutely incredible. Just west-northwest, right on track at 3 miles an hour. So it's actually stirring up some cooler water. There's not much cool water to stir up, but such that it is doing that, moving that slowly. So it's all, like you say, for the record books, Bob. There you see the incredible hurricane, Mother Nature's most magnificent and most dangerous storm. And if you had to put some good news on this, is that it's not very big. And the core of it, this part right here, is relatively small. So when we get to talking about how far out the winds are going to extend and what part of the island you're going to get the strong winds, it's not the whole island, as we were kind of afraid of earlier when we thought it might take a more northerly track before it turned north. And then the whole island would have gotten kind of raked with maybe not the strongest winds, but very, very strong winds in here. But it's taken this more southerly track, which has allowed it to get stronger farther away from land, over the pools of warmer water, and but also not have so long a strong impact on the island. All right, here's the radar out of Kingston, the Meteorological Service in Jamaica. And if you see what I mean here, Bob, see the kind of green ring that you can kind of make out around the eye at times? That's a moat, and sometimes that's an indication that this next band out will become try and be an eye wall as opposed to just being a band. But every time we think that maybe that's happening, then that goes away. So no indication based on what the hurricane hunters have found and what they found with the radar on the NOAA research planes, no sign of a peak in wind outside of the immediate eye.
A look at the latest track for Hurricane Melissa in those warm tropical waters. It could be the strongest hurricane once again to ever hit Jamaica, with sustained winds as of 2 p.m. today of 175 miles an hour.
And here on Local 10, we have been watching this slow-moving storm since early last week. So let's bring in meteorologist Amanda Pappas. Amanda?
Good afternoon to you guys. We have been watching this system. I've been analyzing it, and it has exploded in its strength. 175 mile per hour winds Category 5 hurricane. We need to get into the timeline so that everyone knows exactly what's coming next. So we know that landfall, the timing has shifted slightly within the past couple of hours. With that 11 o'clock advisory, we saw that it's more of a later timing towards 8 a.m. potentially tomorrow morning. But with that 2 o'clock advisory, we know that the strength was upgraded. You can see it's a Category 5, pressure at 906 millibars. And we do know that, of course, this is going to bring with it a lot of wind. And that wind acts as a force to push and pile up all this water in a very vulnerable area, this infrastructure of these islands. Jamaica, Cuba, as well as the Dominican Republic and Haiti cannot withstand this type of flooding that's to come. And we do know that we could see that storm surge anywhere from 9 to 13 feet. Even more than that is even possible. But of course, I want to bring in our expert, Michael Lowry. He is going to help us to break this down. Hey, Michael, how are you?
Hey, Amanda. Busy afternoon, obviously, with everything going on with Melissa. Let's go ahead and get to the latest information here for you. As Amanda was just showing, winds of 175 miles per hour. We're going to get a new update from the Hurricane Center within the hour. Amanda, I don't expect a whole lot to change right now because this is a pretty steady state storm. It's a Category 5 hurricane. It's as strong as a hurricane as you will pretty much ever see. I mean, you can count on two hands how many hurricanes going back 175 years have been as strong as what you're seeing right now with Melissa. Let's talk about some good news. There's not a whole lot of it here, but this is not a particularly large hurricane. This is a very powerful hurricane. We're on kind of a wobble watch right now, and where this makes landfall is critical to which areas see the most catastrophic damage from this. That's an important point. It's not that all of Jamaica is going to get 175 mile per hour winds. It's going to be in a pretty confined spot where it comes ashore. You can see what the winds look like right now. Tropical storm winds in gusts primarily right now over Jamaica, but the hurricane winds are still well to the south. They're still about 75 or more miles to the south of Jamaica right now. That's kind of a good thing for them because originally this was forecast to get closer to Jamaica than it is now, and it could have been scraping the coast with those extremely strong, devastating winds for not just hours, but days. You can see we have a hurricane warning up for Jamaica. Here, let's time it out. As Amanda was just telling you, this is going to be closing on Jamaica during the overnight hours. This is about midnight. And then as we go into tomorrow morning, about 7 or 8 o'clock tomorrow morning is when it looks like this is going to come ashore. Could be within a window of like, say, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. But it's kind of looking like here in the western part of Jamaica. Kingston is going to be on the outer edge. So it looks like they're going to dodge the worst of the impacts here. And then moving through Jamaica, things really clearing out come late tomorrow evening, and then headed for eastern Cuba, where this could be the most serious hurricane that they've seen in eastern Cuba, certainly since Sandy in 2013, accelerating through the southeastern Bahamas as a Category 2 hurricane, and then potentially even impacting Bermuda as a hurricane by the end of the week. Exceptionally devastating rainfall expected here, up to 40 inches of rain in Jamaica, and then up to 30 inches in eastern Cuba, and as Amanda showed you, up to 13 feet of storm surge. Now, Nicole and Calvin, this is on the south-facing shores, Montego Bay, where Aaron is, who we'll talk to momentarily. Not expected to get the devastating catastrophic storm surge, but certainly very strong winds expected there during the morning hours tomorrow. Back to you.
So, Michael, that's what I was going to ask you. What should Aaron be expecting? So you're saying the winds is what he should be worried about.
Yeah, the winds and of course the rainfall that's already affecting the southern part of Jamaica, but the rainfall is going to be moving in earnest, and then those strong winds. And then, Nicole, this could get very close to Montego Bay. This is going to look like it's going to impact really the western part of Jamaica. So Aaron is going to probably experience some pretty significant winds here. Like I said, primarily during the daytime hours tomorrow.
And Michael, we're definitely going to talk to Aaron in just a moment, but you talked about the timing of when the storm could make landfall overnight into around 6 a.m. That's always difficult for when a storm makes landfall because it gives people, or may not give people, time to get to shelter, yes?
Yeah, Calvin, I mean, there is still time though right now because those winds are below tropical storm strength in a lot of locations. We're seeing those in gusts for people to really batten down the hatches, get to a safe place. For those that are living on the South Shore, you're going to make sure you move inland and away from the water to a higher location, but you got to be careful. You don't want to get too high in the mountains because the rainfall and the landslides are problematic as well. So there still is a narrow window here to really get those preparations done while there's still daylight.
Yeah, so again, the latest update is in from the National Hurricane Center. I'll show you the updated track and with those intensities as it moves north of Jamaica, too, for folks in Cuba. Guantanamo Bay, we've got a Navy base there with U.S. interests, and then also the Bahamas. So Category 5 hurricane, 175-mile-per-hour storm. This is pressure is impressive, especially this late in the season, down to 906 millibars. Moving to the northwest, still at a very slow clip, 3 miles per hour. 140 miles to the southwest of Kingston, Jamaica, but even less than that as you go towards the southern shore of Jamaica. Hurricane warnings are up for all of Jamaica, as you would expect. Tropical storm warnings for coastal Haiti. And then here in eastern Cuba, you're looking at hurricane warnings with the tropical storm warning there on some of the boundary areas. Then in the Turks and Caicos, we've got a hurricane watch and a tropical storm warning, and then hurricane warnings for the southern Bahamas, moving from Georgetown and the Exumas southward all the way towards Duncantown and Clarencetown. Visible satellite showing you a pretty small wind field as far as the hurricane force winds. You know, as far as size is, Melissa isn't the largest hurricane we've seen, but because of its more compact nature, it has been able to intensify so quickly, which is why we're tracking a major hurricane, not only that, a Category 5 hurricane. Visible satellite showing you a very well-defined center, a lot of dry air pouring down into that eye, which is actually keeping it mainly void of any cloud cover. There's birds even flying there in the eye, and then it's the eye wall where you have those strongest winds. That is what's starting to make that curve to the north. It's not going to just move due north. It's going to get pulled up and start to move to the northeast. So how quickly does it make that hard right curve? That's ultimately going to depict on where this makes landfall. Where the deep tropical convection is very well symmetrical. I mean, look at this. It's almost like a perfect circle. That's how you know this is such a powerhouse of a hurricane. Category 5 Hurricane Melissa moving towards the northwest and eventually northerly and northeasterly. How quickly does it make that hard right turn is going to be crucial to seeing who ends up in that eye wall. Devastating impacts can be anticipated. So what today looks like in these communities may never be seen again once Melissa tears through portions of Jamaica and then southeast Cuba. You'll be next as we go into tomorrow evening. There's a look at a high-resolution future radar taking you through late tonight. There's 1 a.m. There's the core of Hurricane Melissa within 50, 60 miles of Jamaica and then making landfall here just before sunrise tomorrow morning. As we go into tomorrow afternoon, still very rough impacts here across most of the island of Jamaica. We'll get southwesterly flow or northwesterly flow by that point. So they'll be piling water in other areas and maybe don't have a lot of storm surge to begin with, but then end with that onshore flow.
A glimpse of the eye of a monster storm from the window of the hurricane hunters. Hurricane Melissa, one of the strongest we've ever seen in the Atlantic basin.
And this mission was before Melissa strengthened into the Category 5 storm it is right now.
And the turbulence inside of Melissa's eye wall earlier today was so severe, it forced one of the NOAA Hurricane Hunter planes to leave the storm early, a rarity that speaks to the intensity and dangers of Melissa.
The satellite view, impressive, no doubt about that. Melissa on a collision course with Jamaica. An incredibly dangerous, really, really intense storm. On satellite, you can clearly see that eye, which is just completely circular right now. Winds way up there with some of the strongest hurricanes we've ever seen in the Atlantic basin. 175 miles per hour, very low pressure at 906 millibars. So the lower the pressure, the more intense it is. So if the pressure lowers even more, the winds may respond and go up even. Northwest movement's pretty slow at 3, but it's made a bit of a turn now more to the northwest, although I would say this, it is edging more to the western side of the forecast cone. So, you know, that I think in some regards that may bode well for us, but the devil's in details and how quick the turn may happen and how much of Jamaica it actually hits. On the visible satellite, my goodness, you can clearly see the stadium effect inside that eye where it's really narrowed down at the bottom, and then it kind of funnels out from there, almost like a stadium that you would sit in for a baseball game or a football game. It is well-formed, circular storm that really spells danger for Jamaica, eventually Cuba as well. The eye wall, well-formed as well, and you can just see the spiraling bands around that. We were talking about this last week where it was really disjointed, and we thought over time with lower wind shear, warm sea surface temperatures, this thing was really going to explode. and indeed it has. If you take a look at what the winds are right now in Kingston, out of the southeast, 18 already gusting to 35, likely to just intensify as we go through the night. In Montego Bay on the northwest side of the island here, 13-mile-per-hour winds coming out of the northeast. So we'll show you the hurricane hunters that are flying into it now. The U.S. Air Force hurricane hunters as well as the NOAA planes. They'll give us more information as to what's happening with the hurricane. We'll get a better precise location of the center, although it's pretty well seen on satellite right now. But we'll also get a very good idea of what the wind speeds are. Hurricane warnings, tropical storm warnings, hurricane watches in effect. By the way, that does include portions of the Bahamas, the Turks and Caicos as well. But the immediate impact is likely to be felt here in Jamaica as late tonight, early tomorrow morning, pre-dawn hours, landfall anticipated here in southwest Jamaica as a Category 4 or 5 hurricane, then accelerating after that and moving its way through Cuba, potentially the Bahamas, then out into the Atlantic. The rainfall forecast insanely high. Look at some areas of Jamaica, 12 to 18 isolated pockets of up to 30 inches of rain.
And what has happened over the weekend is relevant to what might happen over the next day or so, because after all of this rapid intensification, especially Saturday night into Sunday morning, it has continued to strengthen. And we often talk about how, very intense hurricanes like this often go through internal structural changes, eyewall replacement cycles. Maybe they weaken a little bit, but then get larger afterward. And if Melissa is going to weaken before making landfall in Jamaica or close to it, it's probably not going to weaken very much because there are no immediate signs of concentric eye walls that would portend a weakening and a structural change. It's just very steady state and only getting a little bit stronger. We'll see how strong the winds are in those aircraft missions later tonight. And it is beginning that turn to the north, and the confidence is high that at the very least, a good portion of Jamaica is going to be in an eye wall and on the stronger side. And even if Kingston doesn't get the eye wall, they're going to be in that southerly flow. The eye wall has a lot of lightning in it, and there's nothing. It's very steady state there. There's no changes in the internal structure that the lightning data are telling us are about to happen. And of course, there's a lot of bands here way out to the east, and so you don't have to be in the path of the eye or the eye wall to get significant impacts.
Let's get you caught up on everything that's happened today, what's happening tonight, and in the days ahead. We're going to jump into that newest advisory, and we got people that have jumped in. We got David and Sam here looking at that latest advisory, diving into the nuances of what this means for not only tonight and landfall tomorrow, but for Cuba and those spots beyond. And it's these little minor changes that really have a big ripple effect. Here's the biggest change as of right now. Notice this. The speed has slowed down. So it was moving northwest at 3 miles an hour. Now it's down to 2. And that may seem like nothing, but as you're looking at a 24-hour time frame of this impacting Jamaica, that just got extended even further. So that's a longer amount of time for hurricane force winds and rain to hit these areas that are already expecting multiple feet of rain and could potentially get 200-mile-per-hour wind gusts at the mountainous areas, especially in eastern Jamaica. By the way, because it's moving west does not mean that areas like Kingston are going to be spared. The concern is actually the impacts that are going to happen throughout the entire island. It's 160 miles long, 60 miles wide. Everything is going to be impacted. As we zoom in, you can see this motion. It's even dipped a little further back to the south, showing you this stalling mechanism that continues on, that opens that window of time for impacts. We do have hurricane hunters. They are flying through at different levels of this, and we're going to bring you the latest information from their reconnaissance missions as they continue to fly into it tonight.
We're bringing you the very latest tonight on a very dangerous hurricane. It's that one right there, as well-formed eye on Hurricane Melissa as you will ever see. It is a 175-mile-per-hour beast right now. It is taking aim at Jamaica, eventually Cuba, and then eventually the Bahamas as well. This is going to be a very devastating hurricane, we fear, likely to be the strongest hurricane on record to strike Jamaica. Pressure's at 909 millibars, northwest movement at 2, although honestly it's barely moving at this point. It's basically stationary right now. It's hit the pause button and just sitting there. And honestly, even on the satellite imagery, I didn't know that this was going to be possible after we peaked at 175, that I think it might actually be getting even stronger. The cloud overcast top is really, really impressive. It's grown tall, all right, so the circulation of it has really gotten impressive, and so it's building taller, and the cloud deck up above is flattened out, and it is perfect, right? And then down at the bottom, it's also perfect down where the eye goes, and you can see down into the Caribbean Sea. It truly does not get any better than this. If you look at the forecast, and by better, I mean meteorologically, obviously, socioeconomically, it's going to be a disaster. We know that for sure. And you can see where the most likely forecast track of that is down the center. It could go, anywhere within that cone, or maybe even, outside of it. But mostly, we're feeling it's going to go inside of that. Likely as a Category 4 or 5 hitting Jamaica, and then staying a major hurricane all the way through Cuba and the Bahamas. Close-up view, wow, right? Like, it's just breathtaking, honestly. And you could make the argument, we've even got a little bit of an east jog, maybe a northeast jog here, but we do anticipate it accelerates in this direction over the next couple of hours here. There's a look at it with the forecast cone, and early tomorrow still looking, and that would be this area right here with that line. That'd be early tomorrow, 165-mile-per-hour hurricane, still a Category 5. By Tuesday evening, right here overland, 145, make it a Category 4, and potentially the only reason it's come down in wind speed is because of its interaction with land. There's really nothing to keep it from, getting any weaker at this point. It's likely either going to get stronger or maintain from this point going forward until it interacts with Jamaica. Hurricane warnings in effect, tropical storm warnings in effect, hurricane watches in effect. Big time rain is coming for us as well. This could be truly devastating. Another 30 inches is possible, but even with, let's just say, 12 to 18, that in and of itself could be a disaster with the topography that we have here in Jamaica, where you've got mountains, where you've got rapid runoff, when you've got an accelerated amount of rain that comes down with extreme rainfall rates. And so you've got flash flooding concerns, you've got storm surge concerns as the flow comes in from the south and really hits the south shore of Jamaica. Everything is there for a really once-in-a-lifetime type of disaster here, Dr. Nab. And I think about the winds that are a factor in all of this now as well. That 175-mile-per-hour winds might mean we take out a lot of infrastructure. So how long will we be without power, communication, and getting all these, relief agencies in there to an island nation could be very difficult, and things could be very slow, unfortunately.
And it won't just be the wind that takes out infrastructure. Roads could be completely washed out, bridges washed out.
Well, we were talking about the airport, right? It could go underwater.
Yeah, because both Kingston's airport and Montego Bay's airport are right on the water. And especially vulnerable is Kingston's airport. Even if you don't get the eye wall, could get tremendous storm surge. This is the trough over the southeastern U.S. that is eventually going to bring Melissa out of the Caribbean. But right now, all it's doing is providing an outflow channel for the upper levels to continue to ventilate this still perhaps strengthening hurricane. It will eventually move it northward slowly tonight, northeastward slowly tomorrow. Tomorrow night, still pretty slowly over eastern Cuba, and then it will accelerate and start to experience the wind shear. And then Bermuda is still in play for potential direct impacts late this week. And as Mike mentioned, it could go either side of the cone, even a little bit outside the cone, somewhere in between. And that means we're going to have impacts outside the cone, even if the center stays within that cone.
All right, we have a fresh update from the National Hurricane Center, and it turns out Hurricane Melissa, this one we've been talking about all day, Category 5, one of the strongest hurricanes we've had in the Atlantic Basin. It's going to slam Jamaica tomorrow. It's actually still strengthening. Now, the wind speed is still the same, 175 miles per hour, but the pressure is still dropping. It's not a good sign. 903 millibars. The last update, it was at 906. So it's a steady drop. And it's been strengthening pretty much throughout the entire day. This is a violent storm right here. I mean, there's just like no words. Look at the satellite imagery on this. It's unreal. It's an absolute buzzsaw. Now, Jamaica is going to take a direct hit from this. It's still a little bit of a question as to exactly where. The forecast cone, Sam, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think it changed much with this update, right?
Just slightly.
Okay, slightly. So I'm refreshing the ground. Okay, yeah, a little bit of a slight change. Let's see what we got here. All right. Remember, with the forecast cone, this is showing us the area of uncertainty as far as where the center of the storm could go. This stadium effect. Can you show that video real quick? I know we're going to show it again at some point during the show. But look at this. So the inside of the eye here, sometimes when you get in these really strong storms, and so, yeah, well, you can press play. So I think the video starts when they're right in the eye wall, and then they emerge into the eye. It's like immediate. This is the Hurricane Hunter plane from a little bit earlier. I've seen a lot of these videos. You know, it's been popular for the Hurricane Hunter people to kind of post them on social media, then all the media outlets show them, and everybody shares them around. And there have been some spectacular ones. This takes the cake. This is atmospheric perfection, what you're witnessing right here. Look at the stadium effect. So it's kind of like an ice cream cone, right? Instead of just a straight up cylinder in the eye. A lot of people think it's just a straight up cylinder, but it's actually like this all the way around, especially in the strongest of them. You can even see that a little bit on the satellite. I've enhanced the imagery here a little bit so you can get a little bit of an idea. But man, is that something. That is just unreal to see. Now, this is going to be a very devastating storm. It's been breaking records. I mean, it may get sub 900 millibars. That's definitely a possibility. One little tidbit here, and there will probably be more of these. We broke a record for the warmest water vapor temperature, which means the driest air ever recorded by satellite in the middle of a tropical cyclone on the entire planet. This is not just the Atlantic Basin, and we have a lot of really strong storms in the Western Pacific. So I guess what I'm trying to say is right in the middle of this storm, these thunderstorms are so violent here around the eye wall. There's all that rising air that's going on there. Let me actually go back to this to explain this a little bit better.
Hey there, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox Weather First. We are coming to you live on the Fox Business Network and the Fox Weather app. I'm Craig Herrera. Category 5 Hurricane Melissa slamming Jamaica, waiting for landfall later today, but the impacts have been felt and continue to be a major concern for the island. Cuba eyeing this next. We want to take you outside and show you what it looks like because Kingston, Jamaica right now is dealing with some strong winds and some rain at times. The storm itself has moved. The center of it is just to the south and west of Kingston. Meantime, people here have been preparing. They have to be in sturdy homes. They've been asked to remain in a sturdy shelter in place for now. Melissa's bearing down on the island right as we speak. This, by the way, is one of the most intense hurricanes and the third Category 5 storm for the Atlantic so far. Sadly, this is set to be the most impactful of all the storms we have had that have formed in the Atlantic season this year. And of course, we're talking about Jamaica right in the bullseye. I can't even believe this. These winds are impressive. 175 mile per hour winds as of the 2 o'clock a.m. advisory. A reminder for you, in order to be Category 5 hurricane, you need those winds to be at least 157 miles per hour. It is still moving very slowly, only 2 miles per hour. But what you will notice is the direction, starting to make that north-northeast turn that we were talking about in the forecast. For quite a while, it was going west. High pressure to the north was helping to direct that off to the west. We talked about that high pressure starting to weaken, which would allow the steering mechanisms to take this up to the northeast. You'll notice also in the eyes later today will be the island of Cuba. So the pressure is also significant. It has dropped to 901 millibars. When you talk about that pressure drop that significant, it indicates just how intense and powerful the storm is. I want to show you that even since this time yesterday, the storm is very symmetrical. The eye itself, which you see right in the center, still well defined. This is pretty unusual. When you've got a hurricane of this size and this massive, they tend to go through eye wall replacements where it fills in, the clouds cover up, it loses intensity, and then they start to reform another eye. This one has maintained this eye, which is very impressive. It just goes to show the magnitude of the water that it is working with.
Weather Authority meteorologist Julie Durda.
Well, she's here with the latest on the storm's path, also our local forecast. Julie, this thing got very big, very fast.
Yeah, and it's all because of, you had mentioned that eye wall replacement, this system staying over the very open waters of the Caribbean, the very warm waters of the Caribbean. There was nothing really to stop it from growing because it wasn't really moving. We're finally seeing it start to move to the north-northeast at 5 miles per hour. That's actually the fastest I've seen it move in all these advisories, and that's not good because obviously we are still expecting it to move very slowly. The new advisory, this is what you need to know. Winds are still 175, pressure 901 millibars. It's about 115 miles west-southwest of Kingston, Jamaica. That eye wall is just so large and unfortunately so destructive. So we are expecting the system to make landfall later this morning, just a few more hours. But right now, the Jamaica coastline is getting battered by these outer feeder bands and these winds gusting. So as of the new advisory, it looks as though, as you heard me mention, landfall in the next few hours. We'll probably get it just after the 8 o'clock to the 11 o'clock advisories. And then by 2 o'clock, the system will be on Jamaica and moving over the higher terrain where Aaron will be located. And then moving off of Jamaica, it moves straight into eastern Cuba, which is a Category 4 hurricane with winds of 140 miles per hour, and then extends its way into making another landfall somewhere near the Turks and Caicos, southeastern half of the Bahamas. So we're not done with this system yet. Just with the new advisory and with the new forecast projected path, the system is expected to basically make landfall later this morning, and then it moves over the open waters of the Atlantic. Very destructive. Here is the actual winds right now as we speak. So as you heard Aaron mention, he's been seeing those gusts, and that's because Kingston's got wind gusts of 59 miles per hour. As the system moves closer, the wind gusts will get even stronger. We have 30 mile per hour buoy data over parts of the Caribbean. We have 51 mile per hour winds in Montego Bay. I mean, this system has the possibility of destructive winds as we go into the later half of the morning. Look, we're expecting 100 to 110 mile per hour wind gusts.
Just Stephanie Abrams alongside meteorologist Jordan Steele and Jim Cantori. We want to get you up to date on what we know right now about Hurricane Melissa. 7 people have died due to impacts from Melissa since last week. 3 in Jamaica, 3 in Haiti, and 1 in the Dominican Republic. People across Jamaica are being urged not to venture out. The UN is deploying aid to Jamaica and Cuba as conditions allow. In Cuba, all personnel on board Naval Station Guantanamo Bay will be taken to shelters this morning. There is a lot to discuss here when it comes to Melissa. And let's get to Jim, because Jim, yes, they are pre-deploying supplies and whatnot for the aftermath, but you have to remember that's coming in via boat, via plane, and it's not going to be safe to do for a while.
No, it's going to, we're going to need another day, day and a half. Then they'll do some flyover assessments, things like that. And then it's like, okay, let's attack this. But Jamaica will be forever changed.
Forever.
Okay. We know that. This is the 7th strongest hurricane on the planet ever.
And
for the
they've
Atlantic
never
Basin.
had a Cat 5. They don't have infrastructure that can sustain Cat 5. They've said that, the people there in Jamaica.
Right. So let's talk about this. And one of the things we are hoping for this morning is an eye wall replacement cycle, because that would temporarily weaken it. But there's really no signs of that from what we see. Hurricane hunters are back on their way out here. We will get more data from them before we get a landfall later on this morning. It's going to be probably right during our last hour or the next show, if you will. But 175 mile an hour Cat 5, pressure down to 901 millibars. So 7th strongest low pressure system in the Atlantic Basin. Here's a look at this. Now, if you look at this, you know, the rings around this infrared, it's that red area, that bright red area is where all the damage is. That may extend out, I don't know, 6 miles from the outside of that, you know, inner eye wall. And then you've got this outer ring here, which has stronger winds. You can see that dark purple right in there, okay? That also has hurricane force plus winds. But the 150s to 175s to 200s will be in that inner ring. There's a little town called Black River right there. You guys look like you're going to get a direct hit from this thing, and then it's going to move all the way across. More impacts potentially in Montego Bay than Kingston, but the whole island will feel this. Okay, the storm is going to accelerate tonight across Guantanamo and the mountains here of southern Cuba. That should whack it even further. And then we're talking about Cat 2 once we get to the Turks and Caicos. And another hurricane bearing down on Jamaica this morning, the 7th strongest we've ever seen on the Atlantic Basin record at 901 millibars. You can see that starting to accelerate now off toward the north-northeast. The other thing, too, if you remembered all those other hurricanes, it was this way, right? Now you've got something that's coming in from the southwest. So the whole western half of Jamaica will certainly be hit hardest out of this, but you're still going to get hurricane gusts even into Kingston on the east side. All right, so we've got one plane that's reporting back now, leaving Curacao. It's going to be real interesting to see what they find. It's almost kind of a little bit of a bummer in the fact that, you know, if you're a data person, you want to see what the pressure is in that eye. Did it continue to drop? Is it weakening in terms of the pressure coming up? Regardless, you still got a Cat 5 coming in. This is the water vapor image, and look at the orange color that we usually talk about right in the middle of that eye, a very dry and warm eye. All right, I mean, the stadium effect would be perfect if it was daylight and the hurricane hunters were in there. We already saw what happened yesterday. We're there. Here comes the short wave, the strong mid-level trough, starting to carve and move southeast. That will eventually, obviously, eject our storm off to the north. Here's the close-up in the infrared showing us this red area in through here, you know, which is only, you know, maybe 10, 15 miles from that center. But that is the buzzsaw. That's 150 mile an hour winds. All right, and then outside of that, we have the hurricane force winds. This shows up real nice in this kind of light blue color. You can see where we are now, gusting to 54 at Montego Bay, 49 at Kingston here. So we only go downhill from here. All right, Black River. 60 to 75, 75 to 90, probably a shot at these 150 plus mile an hour winds. That area is going to take a direct hit probably at about 9 o'clock this morning, okay? So then this thing continues to move off to the north, 100 miles an hour in Montego Bay by the time we get to pre-lunch hour in through here, and then the storm moves offshore, let's say 2, 3 o'clock, but we still have howling winds around this thing. Remember that tropical storm force wind field is about 200 miles away from the center, so we're going to still be dealing with that tonight.
We are seeing dramatically different images across Jamaica this morning. Our crews are riding out the storm on the north side where they've just had some windy weather this morning.
Oh,
but
wow.
Look at this live look in Jamaica, and this is side by side. Monday night, you can tell that there's a bridge. Right now,
no bridge.
No bridge.
It's underwater.
This is the same shot.
It's not wiped out, right? It's underwater, I think.
It's underwater. Hopefully it's not wiped out, but to be quite honest, until the water recedes, we don't know the condition of the road. But to put this in perspective, you know, last night, that bridge was exposed and now it's covered in water. So we're looking at probably 12 hours of water being on top of that roadway. That's just an example of the infrastructure issue that we're going to have moving forward.
You think about the amount of rain this is producing over a good chunk of the island, the consistent onshore push. What's all that water trying to do? Make it down to the lower lying areas and then back out to the open waters. Well, guess what? With that constant onshore push, it can't escape. It's backed up. The storm itself has accelerated now. Hey, take a look at this. Now we've got moving at 7 miles per hour. Taking a look at all that's coming in here, it still has winds at 175 miles per hour. So it's starting to accelerated a little bit more. Taking a look at satellite imagery, getting some information from this, it is moving up a little bit faster. That does mean we're looking at potential landfall in the next, say, I don't know, 3 to 4 hours about. We'll watch that here on Fox Weather. Weather Command bring it to you, but it's not just about the landfall. That's when the center of the storm goes over land. It is about the impacts. They're going to be widespread.
There's at least 6 to 8 hours of exposure to Melissa for Jamaica in terms of the most intense exposure to the elements. We already are feeling the impacts. Once we get past landfall, we're expecting Melissa's core to be lifting to the north of Jamaica sometime late this afternoon, around 4 or 5 o'clock, and then we will prep for Cuba. But there's a look at that monster eye as it zones in on Jamaica.
Strong winds for the central portion of the island, perhaps 175 miles per hour, gusts up to 200 for the higher elevations.
A live look again at Kingston right now in Jamaica. You can see really nobody out there on the streets. The wind slowly picking up. Anyone who's really been in a storm knows that at one moment there's no rain, then a few minutes later it's a downpour. So again, hopefully everybody there in Jamaica starts to hunker down and everyone is going to be safe there. So far, the deaths of at least 3 people in Jamaica can be attributed to preparations before the storm even hit. Live in the Newsplex, I'm Danielle Garcia, today in Florida.
Okay, Danielle, where and when will the eye make landfall?
For all that information, let's get right to meteorologist Erica Delgado. She's live at the Plex, tracking it all for us. Erica.
Well, Lorena, Ethan, we're keeping a close eye on it because as it continues to inch closer and closer to Jamaica, we're starting to see now more of those hourly updates, and it was just updated now at 9 a.m. and we still have a strengthening system. Now winds are up to 180 miles per hour, dropping the pressure to 896 millibars. It's moving slowly, beginning to pick up speed, and through the next 36 hours, we will see that increase in forward motion that we were hoping for. So as it continues to push through Cuba later on in the week, at least it won't sit over the same area. But right now, it's about 50 miles southeast of Negril, Jamaica. So we're keeping a close eye on that, possibly landfall in that southwest portion of Jamaica in the next hour or two. Here's the latest on Melissa, that latest forecast track as it continues to move towards the northeast, likely moving over eastern Cuba as a Category 4 hurricane early Wednesday, continuing with that forward motion, hopefully a lot faster, pushing between the central and southeastern Bahamas. Early Thursday, still as a hurricane, possibly as a Category 2 hurricane, and then eventually continuing that forward motion, that front that we've been talking about over the U.S., blocking Melissa from moving any closer, or saving grace basically at this point, not just for Florida, but the entire eastern seaboard. And then down the road, possibly moving near or over Jamaica, still as a hurricane. So this is a powerful system with conditions just conducive for that to hold together, and then eventually racing into the northern Atlantic. We have hurricane warnings not only for Jamaica, eastern Cuba, but that now does extend into the central and southeastern Bahamas, all areas that are currently in the cone. As far as those impacts and for timeline, we're looking at a possible landfall here in the next hour or two, with hurricane conditions already beginning in Jamaica. Cuba, it looks like landfall will be early Wednesday, and again, Bahamas and Turks and Caicos looking at a landfall late Wednesday into early Thursday. A closer look at Melissa and your local forecast that's coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Erica, and Melissa will make a second landfall after crossing Jamaica. 7's Jordan Segundo with how they're preparing. Jordan?
Well, Ethan, people in Cuba, Haiti, and the Bahamas are all bracing for impact from Melissa, the slow-moving storm expected to bring catastrophic damage to those island nations as well. Getting ready for Hurricane Melissa. In Cuba, people boarding up windows and removing debris likely to get caught up in strong winds, posing potential danger. Up to 20 inches of rain are forecasted for parts of the island, along with a significant storm surge. The storm is likely to remain a major hurricane when it makes landfall in eastern Cuba. Here, too, there are profound concerns about life-threatening storm surge and damaging winds. With so much rain, this reservoir is being drained to relieve the stress on it. In Guantanamo, Cuban TV showing crews preparing as officials keep an eye on the storm and warn people about the impact. Then in Santiago, Cuba, families starting to file into shelters to avoid the danger. This woman says her house is in such bad condition, the government told her she had to evacuate to ride out the storm in a safer place. Cuba isn't the only island bracing for heavy rainfall. In Haiti, water already starting to rise after people spent the weekend getting ready. Flash flooding and landslides are a major concern here. Melisa has already destroyed crops and is expected to overwhelm much of the country with rain. This man looking for help after he says the storm has already damaged pea, corn, and banana fields. Parts of the Bahamas will also have to deal with the storm. Several inches of rain are on tap, raising flooding concerns and prompting evacuations in the southern Bahamas.
The administrators are fully activated and engaged. We've had resources pre-positioned, emergency communication lines are now open, and we're preparing to open up shelters.
Now the damage to Haiti's crops creating an even deeper crisis, with nearly 6 million people there already facing severe hunger before the storm even arrives.
Just incredible, but it looks just like that again this morning.
What that means. When you have the pressure dropping.
Right.
That means
we've seen it dropping since yesterday.
Right.
It took a little break. What was it, Monday morning or Sunday night? And now, with that pressure dropping, the wind is responding by going up.
Right.
Notice the wind at 180 did not go up as fast as the pressure drop.
Okay.
So it takes a minute.
It takes a minute for the wind to respond.
It takes a minute. But
2 aircraft in there.
The problem is once this gets on shore, it'll have those 200-mile-an-hour winds. Right. Somebody's going to get to.
Well,
and here you
can
see it.
Right.
Right.
And, from the satellite image that we had, it was actually interesting watching the time lapse of it, because the eye is getting bigger. It actually looks like it's stretching out a little bit.
It does look like it's stretching out a little bit. But usually, if you think about this, conservation of vorticity, when the skater is out on the ice, right, we see the arms come in, the skater goes faster.
Correct.
So this is kind of incredible when you think about it.
Yeah.
The fact that it's staying out
even though it's spinning
and still
tighter.
spinning faster.
You can kind of see how it's a little smaller here, and then it looks bigger at the end of its cycle than where it was when we started
so it's
the cycle.
pushing out this little 6 to 10 mile area of red ring that's got the most powerful winds. It's not very long or large at all, but it's going to be like a buzzsaw here. Here are the lowest pressures recorded in the Atlantic. Let me see if I can get out of the way of everybody. Milton, of course, was last year at 895. So here we are with Melisa at number 5 on its own at 896 millibars. We could still see a lower pressure. There's Hurricane Hunter aircraft there. This has not come on shore yet.
Not a lot of time, but obviously that is already on the list of one of the lowest pressures we've seen historically.
The video that we showed you guys of the Hurricane Hunters, they're in here. They're flying around in here like that. That's what it looks like again today. We just have several drops that have gone on there. Look at the gravity waves coming out from the center. Veronica, is the next picture the lightning?
I can look. Here, I got you.
Yeah, because I want to put that's a close-up. Look at the vortices going around the inside. They're almost symmetrically spaced apart.
Several of them in there.
Right. We got to show the lightning, though.
If we
Veronica,
can.
go back and turn the lightning on.
If we can, we will.
It's just too good. This is a historic storm. You got to take the time and treasure seeing what the atmosphere is doing here. Unfortunately, what this means is complete devastation and unthinkable images in West Central Cuba. Or West Central Jamaica, and maybe even southern Cuba, too.
I mean, this is just one of the many countries that this thing could hit along its path to the north. You got Jamaica, you got Cuba, Turks and Caicos on the east side, but part of the Bahamas, you also have Bermuda in the cone. There are so many different areas that could get impacted by this. Even though the speeds eventually go down, it's still going to impact all these areas.
We will have impacts, especially in this core right in through here, where you've got a storm that's a 5 that's got to wind down even to a 3. So you're going to get hit pretty hard, and you can see where those winds are going to extend out. Even Bermuda is going to have to deal with this.
Absolutely, indeed. No doubt about it. We got a little bit of an update now. Dr. Postel, we got the new update here from the National Hurricane Center, this 10 a.m. update here for us.
Yeah, pressure continues to fall on final approach. Pretty remarkable stuff. I mean, the Hurricane Hunters Air Force recon has been in there, and I'll show you their path. But what they found was a pressure of 893 millibars with the wind at about 13 knots, which means that wasn't quite in the center where the areas of lowest pressure is. And so, with that observation, thanks to the brave reconnaissance missions by the Air Force and the NOAA planes, NHC has now put the pressure at 892 millibars. So it's even lower than it was. Now, practically, that's not going to make a whole lot of difference. What I do think is the case is that we will see wind gusts over 200 miles per hour make it inland. That is remarkable. There is really nothing that can withstand that. And thankfully, those incredible winds are in a tiny little area. right around the eye. We think still the hurricane force winds extend outward, really only about 25 miles from the center in all directions. This is a symmetric storm. So that means if you're 50, 75, 80 miles away, like for example in Kingston, Jamaica, we are not going to see hurricane force winds. There you can see what the conditions are like in Kingston, Jamaica. Not even right now seeing tropical storm force winds, but it is windy and it is rainy, and that is what is going to be felt across, I would say, the eastern half of Jamaica. This is a very, very compact storm with complete destruction likely in a very small, confined region, but it is going to cross the entire island, and that does bring Montego Bay, for example, into play with some extremely destructive winds, likely well over 100 miles per hour coming in off the water from the northeast later on this morning and early afternoon. It's only a matter of a couple of hours before, for example, Montego Bay gets into some extremely dangerous weather. Perhaps not as bad as it is right now, or what we are going to experience right here along the south coast in that eye wall as it moves in, but destructive weather, no doubt, is coming for Montego Bay and areas Negril, for example, on the western edge of Jamaica. And of course, lots of heavy rain, flooding, potentially catastrophic, continuing. Now, there is some better news a little bit. It is moving a bit more quickly than it was yesterday, just as we thought. So perhaps those intense tornadic-like winds will not last for more than 5 or 10 minutes, but trust me, that is enough. And that will basically level everything in the path of that eye wall. So let's go now and look at some of the reconnaissance data. Very interesting mission from the Air Force. As they made it on through, you might have been tracking them, and they did some circling in here in the eye. For a while, unusually so, presumably because on their inbound ride through the eye wall, the southeastern eye wall, they got whacked pretty hard. A lot of turbulence with a lot of lightning around. So they might have needed, now I don't know for sure, we'll just check on this, but they might have needed a bit of a rest circling around the eye before finding their way out in the northwestern eye wall. Again, they measured a pressure at 893 millibars, where the wind at that location was about 13 knots. Hence, the actual lowest of all pressures with Melisa is a bit lower than 893, somewhere around 891, 892. Now, that's one way of measuring the intensity of hurricanes. You'll see Melisa on the list of the most intense hurricanes according to pressure. But that's not the entire story. Of course, we talk about the rain and the surge. But also this compactness of this, right? Really concentrating that pressure gradient in a small area makes this as ferocious a hurricane regarding wind as I've seen, especially a landfall. I have never seen a landfall this intense.
And we are back here live on Fox Weather as we continue to watch the eye of Hurricane Melisa move ashore, making that landfall imminently along St. Elizabeth's Parish. We also have vantage points from Kingston, where we are tracking the possibility of us getting into that high tide around 3:30 or so later this afternoon. Tropical storm force winds, they've already been felt and measured across the island, from Montego Bay to here in Kingston, Jamaica, where the airports are closed. But we've had those wind gusts reported up to 60 miles an hour. But with that eye now moving ashore, we know that those winds are going to skyrocket. Just like we've seen throughout the morning, that pressure, the lowest pressure that we've seen from Melisa is down to just 892 millibars. Wanted to make note of it, too, as we've got the hurricane hunters, which are now leaving the storm. They've been flying into it as it approaches that landfall. And as we have the eye wall that's moving, we've got the Air Force as well as NOAA going back to their respective places. But what a journey that they have seen. We'll be interested to see some of the data you can see that we have from them right now. But this storm itself, as it has been picking up intensity as it's approached land, the messaging in large part has remained the same. And the National Hurricane Center telling folks now is the last moments that you have to protect your life if you're going to be found in that eye wall. We want to bring in Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross now, as he's been analyzing it too. Brian, we got to go back to Dorian. The last time that a Category 5 made landfall, that was 6 years ago. And as you had brought up, the winds, the exact same with Dorian, 185.
Yeah, and it was stationary over the northwest Bahamas, which was unbelievable. I mean, I hesitate to say at least this one is moving, but the big difference between Dorian, as horrendous as that was, and this one is in Jamaica, you have these tall mountains. And so the mountains exaggerate the wind, and they create so much more rainfall that all runs downhill into the towns that are near the coast. And by the way, they dropsonde, what it's called, an instrument package dropped out of the aircraft, measured 250 mile per hour winds, something less than 1,000 feet above the ground, which is relevant in an island where you have mountains. So this is just a spectacular meteorological phenomenon that we're witnessing here. The official wind speed at the surface of the Caribbean Sea and at the surface of the land there, 185 miles per hour, spectacularly low pressure, third lowest pressure ever measured, actually, and northeast in an Atlantic hurricane, northeast at 9 miles an hour. So you can see here the system moving north, and notice that it is jogged a little bit since the 11 o'clock advisory, a little bit to the left, which is really terrible for the town of Black River. Let's look at that close up. And there you see this spectacular satellite. Notice the 11 o'clock position would be about here, and it's kind of going a little bit due north. Well, what's bad about that for Black River is that here's the circulation, and so the wind is coming ashore here, and so it's just pushing the Caribbean water into that kind of bay where Black River is. The farther left it gets within reason, the worse it is, because you get that onshore, continuous onshore wind pushing water into that town. We're very fearful about what's going on in the city there. The good part of the town is elevated a bit, so away from the storm surge, but right along the coast, obviously that's going to get just obliterated with up to 13 feet of storm surge in this area right in here, where the worst of it will be. You also have storm surge in these bays over in here, and then this is Kingston way over here, but this is the core of it, coming ashore right in there.
Was it 185 miles per hour? I believe it's stronger than that. I think it's a 200-plus mile per hour hurricane, but that doesn't matter because a few miles per hour in the wind speed at this intensity isn't going to matter. Nothing is going to be able to withstand that kind of force, and thankfully that's in a very tiny area right near the center.
Yeah, I think really that's the saving grace, that this thing is not larger in terms of those destructive winds, but where those destructive winds go, what's going to be left?
Kingston over here, you saw what the weather is like there. I mean, it's underneath the CDO here, the sort of convective overcast there, but the weather's just not that bad there. It's really not.
I mean, relative to how it is, we know around the eye wall. I mean, that's incredibly destructive, catastrophic. All of the descriptors that we use for these high-end hurricanes, that's what's happening. And that little wobble that it took, I think, unfortunately, is going to bring greater impacts to Montego Bay.
It's a really good point. Heads up, the north shore of Jamaica. Yeah. The bad weather is on the way. It's already bad, but it's going to get a lot worse, a lot worse, as the eye wall, or whatever's left of it as it crosses the mountains, moves through. And there will be plenty of it to bring that kind of destructive weather. Look at this observation. I don't ever recall seeing a measurement from a deployed GPS dropsonde that showed winds this intense. I believe this is among the very strongest ever in the world documented. Again, we'll find that out when it's confirmed. But this morning, about an hour ago, in the south eye wall, right about here, when the NOAA plane was moving through, at about 250 meters in elevation, there was a wind reported by the GPS sonde at over 250 miles per hour. Now, that is a couple hundred meters off the deck, and it is albeit kind of a gusty wind because the sensor is kind of falling through that layer. But even at the surface, that very same one measured 200 miles per hour at the ocean surface.
That is just mind-boggling to think about. And you mentioned that the hunters, they're the ones gathering all that information. They were flying through this thing, and they did not have an easy time getting through this hurricane.
Yeah, we should talk about that because they were in, you noticed, before we really got any information about it, you noticed that they were kind of circling in the eye wall, in the eye. And we were all wondering what was going on.
I was worried. Yes, this was the plane. What I showed you here was a NOAA plane, but just a few hours before that, Air Force Recon, Jen and Alex, you guys are right. We're flying through Melissa, and they were doing a circle route in the eye. For multiple times, multiple circuits. And I thought, this is odd. Don't really see that very often. Usually they cut right through it. Apparently, they were checking for damage because they experienced extreme turbulence. And the official Hurricane Hunters Air Force page put out a statement saying that they had to return back to Curacao to check the plane because those are standard procedures. They encountered unusual turbulence. And that's saying a lot.
That is, because we know they go through the worst of the weather. But this is an extreme circumstance. Jeremy DeHart, one of the Hurricane Hunters, posted on his social media about the view from inside, and that it sort of looks like Niagara Falls, that angle. And we, again, this is just upper echelon hurricanes. We don't have data. We don't have pictures or video from these kind of hurricanes.
Let me go back real quick. Can you get back to my graphics? I want to show you where the radius of the hurricane force winds are at about 25 miles out. It's all inside of that vector where the hurricane force winds are. And believe it or not, any of those high-end Cat 5 winds are right in the inner edge of that eye, just extending only a few miles out. So it's a tiny one, but inside of it, it is really hard to believe what's happening right now.
You saw part of our team coverage there, what we're expecting to bring you during this midday hour in terms of coverage for powerful Hurricane Melissa. So let me set the stage for you folks. The barometric pressure in the center of Melissa is 892 millibars. If it makes landfall at 892 millibars or lower, in other words, stronger, lower pressure, stronger hurricane, this makes Melissa the strongest hurricane ever recorded making landfall anywhere in the Atlantic basin. And this is what Jamaica is about to live through. If you want to see or wonder about the wind speed comparisons, what does this compare to at sustained winds of 185 miles per hour? It compares to Dorian, for example, in 2019, when it sat over the northwest Bahamas for all those days, but the pressure was not as low as this one is. So this one ties with the Great Labor Day hurricane of 1935, which also had 892 millibars. Again, those two hurricanes tied as the strongest by pressure to ever make landfall in any location across the Atlantic basin, and that's what we're seeing now. And you can see how the eye wall is already on shore in St. Elizabeth Parish, not far from Black River in Jamaica. Black River, small community, 4,500 people, but the parish seat for St. Elizabeth Parish. And for you in that location, I'm talking about sustained winds based on my calculations of 176 with gusts to 213 miles per hour. Sustained 176, gusts to 213. Those gusts in the hilltops and the mountainsides that are facing towards the wind, in other words, the windward side of those slopes, are going to be in excess of 250 miles per hour as the hurricane makes landfall, plus the 13-foot storm surge, plus the 30 to 40 inches of rain anticipated. Here is the latest. Again, pressure, 892. I'm going to go backwards here. Pressure, 800. North-northeast at 9 miles per hour. Remember when it stopped last night? Major hurricanes often do that. Just before making a sharp turn, they'll just sit there. Like Dorian in the Bahamas in 2019 before it started to head north. Same deal here. Winds 185 miles per hour in this hurricane. But the winds don't extend that far out from the center. Hurricane force winds only extend out 25 miles from the center. So as far as hurricane conditions are concerned for the windstorm, it's only western Jamaica that will see this. So, we're talking from Manchester Parish to St. Elizabeth Parish to Westmoreland Parish. That's where it's going to be. By the way, yes, Cuba, a landfalling major hurricane tonight, but right now we're focusing on Jamaica given the conditions. Look at the stark difference between Mandeville and Kingston, right? Kingston's gust barely to hurricane force. Mandeville in Manchester Parish, gusts 160 to 170 miles per hour. So it just depends on where you are in Jamaica as far as what the conditions are going to be.
Now, this is the satellite imagery, and it's one of the most intense storms to ever make landfall. And it's as simple as that. We're looking at this storm right here with 982 millibar pressure. That ties for third on the all-time list for the Atlantic Basin. That ties with a Labor Day storm from 1935. The only two storms that were stronger was Wilma. That's that was lower than 880. It was 890. It's lower than that. And you thought Wilma was 882. Gilbert was 888. So the lower the pressure, the more intense a storm is. So Gilbert, I mean, that was also in the Caribbean when it made that 888. That's pretty amazing. But this is what it looks like right now. 185 mile per hour winds. It's still tough to tell you that, but this is what it looks like over the last few hours. Not much of a change. In fact, now it looks like the eye is beginning to shrink just a little bit. Brian Norcross had pointed that out. I'll show you satellite imagery, and this is what it looks like as the whole entire path moves up towards the north. A little land interaction is going to buzz it down just a hair, but by the time it reaches into Cuba overnight tonight, you're still looking at a major hurricane as a possibility. There's the satellite imagery, and once the center of the eye makes its way across the coast, which is going to be here shortly, that's when it's officially made landfall. But they're already getting the worst part of the storm in Jamaica. In fact, it's been like this for the last 3 hours now as that eye wall has moved in. So the most intense part of the storm is around that ring. It's the eye wall itself. When you get across that circle right there in the blue, that's where you're looking at the calm winds. And that is now working right over the shore. So it's so close to making landfall. And once it does, National Hurricane Center is going to give us a heads up when that happens officially. But they're still getting the worst of it. Whether it makes landfall now or a half hour from now, they're getting blasted across the western part of Jamaica right here. Look at Montego Bay. You guys are up next.
Así es, de hecho el ojo va a estar muy al oeste de lo que es la capital Kingston. Sí, va a dejar sus embates, va a dejar viento fuerte, va a dejar pues marejada ciclónica en toda la porción sur de la isla de Jamaica y también la lluvia que puede dejar inundaciones repentinas. De hecho, se pueden acumular hasta 20 pulgadas de agua. Estamos hablando de 300, 400 milímetros de agua en ese sector. Recuerde que es una zona también con algo de montaña, se va a ir debilitando. Lo podemos ver en la imagen satelital, como el huracán, ese ojo bien formadito, bien redondo, cómo va a ir perdiendo su redondez a medida que se acerca al área de Black River, que es precisamente por donde va a tocar tierra. Todavía no ha pasado, se encuentra a unas 30 millas de distancia de tierra hacia el centro. Tiene que pasar todo el ojo totalmente para que el Servicio de Meteorología Nacional o el Centro Nacional de Huracanes emita que es landfall o que ya tocó tierra. Por el momento sigue ahí anclado. Ahora, el peligro sigue acechando toda esa localidad. Vamos a tener mucha lluvia, vamos a tener vientos extremadamente violentos. Sí, está viendo bien. Categoría 5, es uno de los huracanes más poderosos en la cuenca del Atlántico, 185 millas por hora. Aviso de huracán para Jamaica, aviso de huracán para todo el oriente de Cuba, desde Cabo Cruz a lo que es la punta de Maicí, también para las Bahamas el aviso de huracán. Y es que puede llegar a Cuba como categoría 4. Estamos hablando miércoles 8 de la mañana, 115 millas por hora. Martes 7 pasado meridiano podría llegar a esa hora con vientos de 150 millas por hora. Dato muy interesante, el huracán más fuerte en tocar tierra en la cuenca del Atlántico, el más fuerte de todos. El segundo huracán más intenso en registrarse, 185 millas por hora. Y el séptimo huracán de registro de la presión balométrica. Estamos hablando de 900. Recuerden, Wilma fue el huracán con más baja presión balométrica, 100. Estamos hablando de 800 milibar. Mientras tanto, impactos en Jamaica e impactos en Cuba durante los próximos días. Inundaciones y vientos fuertes. Si viven en el oriente de Cuba, al tanto de nuestra información. Regresamos con ustedes.
Oh, it's official. There we go.
It's coming in literally as we speak.
Yeah, there it is. It's a Category 5 hurricane. Pressure the same, 892, 185 mile per hour. This is Category 5 landfall in western Jamaica. This is just now hot off the presses from the National Hurricane Center. As Alex and Jen so accurately discussed, landfall is kind of a process, right? But the actual designation of the time that it occurs is where the center of circulation crosses the coast. And that's not always in the center of the eye. Sometimes it's offset a little bit. They do their best to figure out exactly where that is. But yeah, landfall has occurred 25 miles southeast of Negril, Jamaica. So that's what we're dealing with now, a landfallen tropical cyclone, but destructive weather is ongoing, especially in the eye wall, which is carrying those wind gusts over 185 miles per hour. I'll show you some of the observations, which if you're just tuning in, are going to blow your mind on how intense this was. Hurricane reconnaissance in there earlier. In fact, one of the missions, the Air Force had to turn around, basically. They came in earlier. This was about 4 or 5 hours ago. They came in on the inbound pass and they encountered extreme turbulence, the kind that they're like, you know what, we better check the plane on this and not do any more. So they circled around the eye for a little bit and then went back home. Air Force reconnaissance mission, remarkable stuff that they did, clearly encountering significant Gs that were near the or exceeded the Air Force or the plane limit. So that was what was going on hours ago, and this is what we're dealing with now, landfalling conditions. By the way, Kingston, Jamaica over here, there's a live shot right there on the bottom left of what Kingston, Jamaica looks like. Yeah, the winds are 20 to 30 miles per hour, very heavy rain, exceptionally dangerous flooding conditions, especially inland, Kingston, Jamaica. But that's on the east part of Jamaica, eastern half, where the weather is really, really not anywhere near as bad as it is right near that eye.
Of course, as mentioned, Melisa making landfall about an hour ago, a little less than an hour ago, near New Hope, and has been moving north-northeastward ever since then. You can see the eye right here as it was making landfall and then moving across western Jamaica. As mentioned, Montego Bay is right about here. So what you can tell is we are kind of right on a beeline path for Montego Bay, being in some of the worst winds of this storm. And as we've mentioned, Montego Bay, a very populous city there in Jamaica, a very popular spot for tourists as well. I know there are some resorts where tourists are still there and they're hunkering down. And then, of course, thinking of everyone who lives there as we watch these winds just spread northward as that eye continues its trek across Jamaica. Still 165 mile per hour Category 5 storm moving north-northeast at 8 miles per hour. I mean, just the fact that you're still seeing such a defined eye, you know, quite often when these storms start to interact with land, especially mountainous land like you have in Jamaica, you really start to see that eye wall kind of become a little less well formed in a lot of cases. And we are just not seeing that at all here. I mean, yeah, you can tell that it has kind of shrunk a little bit, but this is still a very well defined eye. It is still really holding together with that that strong core of winds that's around the eye. And of course, that's what you expect when you're talking about a storm still being a Category 5. And then the other part of this is it's crossing Jamaica kind of at one of the narrow spots. So it still has some access to feed on a lot of that warm water that's surrounded the island and been south of Jamaica that helped Melisa to intensify in the first place. So taking a look at this on visible satellite, I mean, we are all feeling a part of this. And you can see where we made landfall, as mentioned, there near New Hope, just to the northwest there of Black River.
Here's the thing, you can't really see much. The visibility is low and the storm conditions, it is very apparent there in Montego Bay, which was about 70 or about, I'm sorry, I want to get the numbers right, but it wasn't near the landfall, but now it is getting the brunt of this storm. Again, a storm that was historic.
It was the center of this hurricane, Melisa. The National Hurricane Center said that this hurricane was one of the most powerful hurricane landfalls on record in the Atlantic Basin, something that we've heard echoed from NBC6 hurricane specialist John Morales, who we'll hear from in just a bit. This is expected to be a catastrophic hurricane from water to winds. Right now, the eye of the hurricane, as you can see right here behind us, it is in the western part of the island nation of Jamaica.
And NBC6, we're on your side covering every angle of this. And Sophia Hernandez is standing by with the latest out of Jamaica.
But right now we kick off our team coverage with hurricane specialist John Morales. Hey, John.
Hey, good afternoon. Switching to the home office here this afternoon after that extensive coverage we did through landfall earlier in the day. I'm going to go to the satellite picture here to show you the arrival of the hurricane, which the landfall was officially declared as of 1 p.m. this afternoon near New Hope. This is in St. Elizabeth Parish, just to the northwest of Black River. And as you can see, since it made landfall, this perfectly symmetrical, intense looking, almost like a super typhoon type of eye, quickly filled in this afternoon as it was crossing through Jamaica. Obviously, land interaction plays a big role here. When you lose your source of heat, the fuel from the surface of the ocean, you immediately start to lose strength. And of course, the topography of Jamaica plays a role too. Now, despite the eye of the hurricane filling in, and I'm going to switch here to a broader view, despite that happening this afternoon, this was at such a high level in terms of intensity, where the sustained wind winds at landfall were 185 miles per hour, which makes this the strongest landfalling hurricane by wind speed since Hurricane Dorian struck the northwest Bahamas in 2019. Well, it was so strong that it's still at this hour carrying 150 mile per hour winds. That knocks it down to a Category 4 hurricane at this hour. So as it is soon to exit Jamaica, it is down to a Category 4. 185 was the previous number when it made landfall in terms of maximum sustained winds, down to 150 mile per hour maximum sustained winds right now, and the pressure climbing. The pressure climbing to 914 millibars. As you know, when it made landfall, the official declaration from the National Hurricane Center was that it made landfall with an estimated minimal central pressure of 892 millibars. 892 millibars would rank Melisa as the strongest landfalling hurricane in the Atlantic basin ever recorded, tied with the Labor Day hurricane of 1935. Now, this ranking you're looking at here on screen is not just for landfalling hurricanes, it's every hurricane, the lowest pressure recorded in the Atlantic. So it includes Wilma from 20 years ago, Gilbert from 1988. But Melisa and Labor Day hurricane of 1935, the two strongest by pressure to ever make landfall. They're tied for first place, and that's what makes this hurricane, in addition to it being the worst disaster in the history of Jamaica, a historic hurricane.
This is a live view right now. Nobody out. That's good to see. But it doesn't look that bad. Maybe it's a little breezy. Maybe it's wet, but it's not as bad as maybe it was during the height of this earlier today.
Yeah, so clearly they did not experience the full brunt of the hurricane in Kingston. In fact, you see a lot of power poles still up. Electricity still on.
Admittedly, they're a good way away from the eye.
Way away from it. And I still fear of what we will find of just how extreme the wind speeds were and how extreme the destruction was where the eastern eye wall went over the western part of the island.
All right, where do we stand right now, though, Alex?
Well, Dr. Knapp, you did say there is some expanse to this island. So actually, when we look at the landfall earlier, you get a sense of where the landfall was compared to where Kingston is. Kingston over here, the worst of the storm, basically on the other edge of the island, near New Hope, Jamaica, where this made landfall around 1 o'clock this afternoon Eastern time. It was a Category 5 with winds of 185 miles per hour, pressure an astounding 892 millibars. I mean, up there with the upper echelon, the top of Atlantic basin hurricanes. Melissa now down to a Category 3. So we've seen continued weakening. Remember, we've talked about throughout the show that eye wall had closed up over the island of Jamaica. We saw cloud tops warming, so that allowed for the wind speed to start to come down. Obviously, the island of Jamaica, the land, providing a little bit of a disruption. But as Dr. Knapp has also pointed out, we've seen that storm increase in size, the strongest of winds. So that's going to be an issue for Cuba, also the Bahamas, even Turks and Caicos. We've got tropical storm warnings there. They could see some surge issues. Some of these areas, the Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, very, very low compared to sea level. So that could cause us trouble. 50 miles now to the east-northeast of Montego Bay. So this is moving away from Jamaica around 8 miles an hour. We expect that forward motion to go up. So it will start to move faster here in the coming hours and days. Wednesday early morning could see those winds still at Cat 3, Cat 4, 140 miles an hour. That is the forecast. So do we get a little strengthening? Perhaps. Not expecting much, though. We don't expect this to get back up to a Cat 5. By Wednesday afternoon, 115 mile per hour hurricane moving over the Bahamas. By early Thursday, down to 110 miles an hour. We'll be watching Bermuda for possible effects there. So that island could again be bracing for impacts from yet another hurricane this season. Over the last hour, there's the enhanced satellite picture, so you can see that center of the storm off of Jamaica now, and some of the worst of the weather starting to pull away from Jamaica. Still on the north side of the island, things are pretty intense, especially the northwest side of the island. A closer look here, the overall increase in size. So it's broadened out a bit, and that's going to mean that we still have very strong winds, surging into sections of eastern Cuba. More real estate of those winds now. So the alerts continue. Hurricane warnings up for all of Jamaica, for eastern parts of Cuba, for the Bahamas, much of the Bahamas. Tropical storm warnings for Haiti, Turks and Caicos, still dealing with some heavy rain and the potential for water problems in Haiti and the DR. Dr. Knapp.
Well, the eastern half of Cuba is next for direct impacts from Melissa, including the U.S. naval station at Guantanamo Bay in Melissa's path. Now, on the left, you can see where more than 800 non-mission essential personnel were relocated to the Naval Air Station Pensacola over the weekend. But on the right, you can see what preps people have been making in portions of eastern Cuba as Melissa approaches. It is time now, that video obviously from earlier, to be hunkered down for the rest of the night in eastern Cuba and going to bed tonight in the central and southeastern Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, because the winds will be increasing by the time you wake up tomorrow to places where you don't want to be out and about preparing. The amazing rapid intensification, Friday to Saturday, tropical storm to hurricane, Saturday to Sunday, hurricane to major hurricane, and then a continued dramatic intensification and maintaining of that intensity. Now, I mentioned a little bit ago how last night I was looking at the satellite intensity estimates, because you have aircraft data of different types, you got satellite estimates. This period last night, there were a lot of indications that it was substantially stronger than 175 miles an hour. Now, there's a lot of data to sift through here. Nobody should be taking these numbers as the final answer. It could have been weaker at some points of this, but there's a lot of chance that at some points it was stronger than what those operational estimates were. And the other thing that happened as it came ashore is it lost a lot of its convective vigor, because that main inner eye wall began to collapse as it interacted with the terrain and wobbled around. And so what has happened is we've lost the inner eye wall from earlier, and it wobbled around. Look at that turn to the left, and then as it's crossing Jamaica, look at this turn to the right. So there's been a lot of wobbling around in terms of where the center has been, but we have essentially gone through an eye wall replacement cycle. The outer eye wall is taking shape. So now it's a bigger, weaker hurricane. And even though it's weaker at Category 3, and it may not even be this strong anymore. And so the 11 p.m. advisory probably will show a landfall intensity for Cuba that's not Cat 4 anymore. As I don't think it can re-strengthen anymore from this particular vantage point in that intensity. But because it's horizontally larger, it is still going to be fully capable of producing the same storm surge and rainfall-induced floods and landslides that we were seeing earlier. The reason we know that it's weaker is the NOAA plane that went, made 2 passes and showed that the winds might not even be 125 miles an hour anymore. Look at the inner eye wall go away, and now look at this outer eye wall really taking shape on the water vapor. So it's horizontally larger, so it's going to be a big, big storm surge producer and a big rainfall maker. Horizontally larger hurricanes are worse water impacts, and the troughing over the eastern U.S. is gradually causing an increase in the forward speed. And again, this number, I'm almost certain, is too high, and that will be brought down relative to Cuba's landfall intensity on the next advisory. But it could still be near major hurricane strength, and it will be a large one going over the southeastern and central Bahamas. So it might be Category 3 at landfall. The hurricane force winds just a couple or a few hours away. Landfall maybe shortly after midnight. It's an all-night hurricane and then tropical storm event. And then we got to deal with the Bahamas. So, Mike, I would urge the people, Turks and Caicos, central and southeastern Bahamas, go to bed tonight in your safe spot before the tropical storm force winds arrive in the morning, maybe before you wake up.
And that powerful Category 5 storm destroyed houses, left many neighborhoods underwater.
And we have yet to see just how widespread this devastation is in Jamaica. The morning will no doubt reveal a devastating landscape. Local 10's Byron Tollison in the newsroom with the new images just coming into our newsroom right now. Byron.
Yeah, we're now getting some of our first looks at how bad the damage is in Jamaica from this historically strong storm. A police station in Jamaica now becoming a refuge for those whose houses have been flooded as Category 5 Hurricane Melissa tore through Jamaica. With 185-mile-per-hour winds and torrential rain, it's one of the strongest Atlantic hurricanes to ever make landfall.
The entire Jamaica has felt the brunt of Melissa.
Radar showing the storm's eye over Jamaica earlier this evening. The hurricane bringing life-threatening storm surge of up to 13 feet. On the ground in Montego Bay, powerful winds ripping off roof tiles. Rescues underway in Manchester Parish in the pouring rain to save people trapped in this house. Our crew in Jamaica capturing this from their hotel room. You can just hear how powerful the wind is. Outside, trees being hammered by the heavy wind and rain. Jamaica's prime minister walking through some of the devastation as officials just begin to calculate the damage.
The reports that we have had so far would include damage to hospitals, significant damage to residential property, housing, and commercial property as well.
Tourists here on vacation forced to ride out the storm.
The wind that I've experienced, I've never heard or felt anything like that in my life. The wind was so strong, we now have a crack in the door.
This video coming from Haiti showing people walking through flooded roads. The storm, now a Category 4 hurricane, still dangerous as it barrels toward Cuba. Hundreds of thousands there evacuating. As the president implores people to leave.
Jamaica's prime minister had warned that this storm would cause catastrophic damage, and we're really now just starting to see the magnitude of it as everyone tries to ride out this storm. Louis?
Aaron, thank you for that. And Melissa, a strong and slow-moving storm when it made landfall on Jamaica. The eye now moving toward Cuba.
We have our chief certified meteorologist, Betty Davis, here with more on Melissa's path. And we can't stress this enough. Melissa now a Category 4, but this is still a very powerful storm as it makes its way toward Cuba.
And it may be picking up some steam over those waters. So let's get right to the latest, Janice. We'll see if it climbs back up to Category 4 status, but interaction with land did bring it down a bit. So winds of 125 miles per hour, and it's moving toward the north-northeast at 8 miles per hour, 160 miles southwest of Guantanamo, Cuba. So it is heading for Cuba tonight. We've already noticed the tropical storm force wind gusts around Guantanamo, winds gusting to 49 miles per hour at the moment. Kingston, notice the wind gusts at 39 miles per hour. That is minimal tropical storm force. So the takeaway for Jamaica is that the weather conditions, the winds are starting to improve. So they are getting out of the worst of the weather associated with Melissa, though things haven't completely quieted down over that island just yet. But Cuba, definitely things are ramping up. Santiago de Cuba last hour was reporting tropical storm force wind gusts. Now they're reporting nothing. It may be a case where that particular gauge or reporting site has sort of lost power. But anyways, what we have is a Category 3 Melissa as of right now. We'll get the new advisory at the top of the hour. It is forecast to move over eastern Cuba tonight, early Wednesday, and then it heads toward the southeastern central Bahamas vicinity as a Category 3 hurricane. And then it's going to make its way toward Bermuda Thursday evening, and Bermuda is under a hurricane watch, so it's forecast to be a Category 2 hurricane as it approaches Bermuda. Let's just consider where it's positioned right now, the core over these waters between that southeast coast of Cuba and off that north coast of Jamaica. The ocean heat content may not be, say, as deep as what we have over the Western Caribbean, but enough such that Melissa may be able to gather more steam. And on the water vapor imagery, just on appearances at a first glance, not necessarily noticing dry air to sort of infiltrate the circulation center. So what we are looking at maybe is a hurricane that is strengthening again. Let's bring in our hurricane specialist and storm surge expert, Michael Lowry. Michael, as the core of Melissa is over those waters, perhaps we're starting to see that eye trying to reappear. Are you expecting any big changes with the new advisory?
Well, we're waiting for information from the hurricane hunters, as is the National Hurricane Center. I think once the Air Force gets in there, hopefully within the hour, we'll talk about that just in a minute, we'll have some new data to tell us exactly how strong it is. When we look at it on the satellite right now, we have various ways of measuring the intensity of hurricanes remotely from satellites. And one of those is we look at how warm the eye is. Hurricanes are big heat engines, and so we can detect how warm the eye is. And usually you can see that on satellite when when the clouds clear out. And that's what you see right now to the north of Jamaica. We lost that eye. It filled earlier, but the fact that it's clearing out right now tells us that there is sinking motions happening that's helping to clear it out. That's strengthening it. I have little doubt that this is a stronger hurricane, certainly than it was just an hour or two ago. Its circulation disrupted quite a bit by the terrain of Jamaica, but as you just showed, Betty, plenty of deep, warm water ahead, and still some time here, a few hours before it actually strikes there in eastern Cuba. Notice the track here. This has been a very interesting point. If you were to just attach the point to the south of Cuba and the point to the north, of Jamaica, and to the point north of Jamaica, it would have you would have thought that this would have gone farther east than it did. It wobbled, and hurricanes wobble, especially as they move toward land, and the eye wall moving right there over Montego Bay earlier this afternoon. Thankfully, conditions will begin to improve and have begun to improve across Jamaica. Here's the Air Force Hurricane Hunter plane I was talking about. It has been in a holding pattern for now over an hour to the south of Haiti. Not sure what's going on. The hurricane hunters have really been beat up today. They experienced extreme turbulence to the point there they had to do sort of loiter around in the Category 5 Hurricane Eye to do safety checks to make sure the plane wasn't damaged this morning. The Air Force putting out a special statement about this, and then earlier hitting a flock of birds and not being able to complete that mission. So they've just sort of been struck with dumb luck today. I'm not sure what's happening here, but it does appear that they're at least headed back in the direction of Melisa, and we should have those new readings here within the hour. As Betty mentioned, this one is no slouch, headed toward eastern Cuba. Could certainly be the strongest that they've seen in over 9 years. Matthew clipped eastern Cuba as a Category 4 hurricane, but really the storm of modern record besides Paloma in 2008 was Sandy in 2012, and this could rival Sandy in terms of the strength that it brings ashore there in eastern Cuba. Take a look really quickly at this satellite picture. This is from one of our high-resolution European satellites. This is of Category 5 Melissa's eye earlier. You can see the scalloped appearance of the eye, very impressive, a sort of feature that you only see in the highest, the strongest hurricanes that we can detect. Look at some of these records, Janice and Louis. Tied for the strongest landfalling hurricane on record. Tied for the strongest hurricane on record anywhere in the Atlantic, going back in the record books 175 years by wind. Tied for the third most by pressure. And then look at this last point here. Today, the hurricane hunters dropped an instrument, measured the strongest wind gust ever measured in a hurricane in Melissa this morning at 252 miles per hour. That's unbelievable. And unfortunately, that was happening right before this hit Jamaica.
Melisa se aproxima a esta hora a Cuba, donde tocará tierra esta madrugada como un poderoso huracán categoría 4.
Bueno, en Jamaica arrasó, entrando en categoría 5 con vientos de hasta 185 millas por hora. Allí se reportan al menos 3 muertes ocurridas en accidentes durante las preparaciones y daños extensos en viviendas, hospitales y escuelas. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo están? Buenas noches. Les saludamos Fausto Malavé.
Y Alejandra Molina, gracias por acompañarnos. Tenemos cobertura de equipo con lo que se espera en Cuba y también el último boletín del Centro Nacional de Huracanes.
Comenzamos con Ariel. ¿Qué dice el último boletín, Ariel?
Bueno, al momento vuelve a ser categoría 4. Esta noche llegó a debilitarse levemente a categoría 3 y en estos momentos, como vemos en esa imagen, se ve el ojo mucho mejor estructurado. En el transcurso de las horas de la tarde, mientras pasaba por Jamaica, se había perdido el ojo. Además, vemos numerosas descargas eléctricas a través de la pared del ojo. Eso quiere decir que está cobrando fuerzas, así ya lo ha hecho. Está a unas 53 millas del poblado de Chivirico, esto a través del sector extremo oeste de la provincia de Santiago de Cuba. Los últimos datos, viento 130 millas por hora, categoría 4, se está moviendo al noreste a razón de 9 millas por hora y debe acelerar. Así que de aquí a que toque tierra faltarán unas 3-4 horas a lo mucho. Está pasando por aguas que están entre 1,5 grados a 2 grados por encima del promedio. Es el combustible necesario que en estos momentos lo nutre la fosa de Butler, mientras que en estos momentos también tenemos un avión cazahuracanes. Más temprano en la mañana el avión cazahuracanes se tuvo que retirar porque encontró encontró fuerzas tremendas en los vientos, pero antes dejó una sonda, eso antes de que llegara a Jamaica, y arrojó vientos con ráfagas de 252 millas por hora. Eso ha sido récord, no se ha confirmado, pero fue realmente intenso lo que se vivió en sectores de Jamaica. Ahora mismo, fuertes bandas de precipitación en Chivirico, la zona de Santiago de Cuba, Guantánamo, todo moviéndose más hacia el norte. A través de la provincia de Holguín se esperan lluvias torrenciales, acumulados de más de 14 pulgadas, probablemente cerca de 350 milímetros. Y los vientos, pues los más fuertes de huracán, llegando cerca de las 2 de la mañana, muy cerca de ese poblado de Chivirico, moviéndose hacia el norte y eventualmente afectando a la provincia de Holguín, donde debe salir hacia el mar en el transcurso de cerca de las 5 o 6 de la mañana, todavía como categoría 3. Más adelante, más del segmento del tiempo, así que los espero.
Ariel, gracias. Estas que verán ahora son imágenes difundidas esta noche por la televisión cubana. Ahí ven calles de Santiago de Cuba casi desiertas bajo una intensa lluvia, mientras los residentes se preparan ante el inminente impacto del huracán.
Allí también se reportan cortes de energía, evacuaciones de las zonas costeras, y que aquí con nosotros está Yusnavi Rodríguez para contarnos más. Gran tensión, Yusnavi.
Fausto, Alejandra, muy buenas noches. Gran tensión, y son las únicas imágenes que llegan desde Cuba. Son escasas. A esta hora la parte de Internet, del funcionamiento de Internet en esa zona oriental está caída y solo hay comunicación telefónica. Conversamos con una residente que nos dice que la situación en este momento en ese país, en Cuba, en esa zona, está bastante difícil. El huracán Melisa avanza peligrosamente hacia el oriente de Cuba. Durante la madrugada se espera que el ojo del ciclón toque tierra por la zona costera de Santiago de Cuba, con vientos devastadores. En las provincias de Guantánamo, Santiago y Granma, las lluvias y los vientos ya se sienten con fuerza. Las autoridades cubanas han orientado la evacuación de miles de personas y el traslado de animales y recursos hacia zonas más seguras.
Esperamos que esto, Dios quiera, y se calme por ahí y entre suave.
Reinaldo vive cerca de la costa sur. Dice que ya aseguró puertas, ventanas y animales, pero confiesa que el miedo es inevitable ante lo que se aproxima.
Un animalito que tengo por allá adentro, a ver si se salva, si el mar no se lo lleva. Si lo dejo suelto, como dicen que viene esto, lo arranca de la mata igual.
Que lo que se nos viene encima es grande, es duro.
Las autoridades locales activaron los centros de evacuación en escuelas y edificios públicos, mientras se reportan apagones generalizados en el oriente del país.
Me encuentro en la ciudad de Bayamo. Desde hace aproximadamente 6 o 7 horas comenzaron las lluvias. Son abundantes con algunas ráfagas de viento.
Aliuska, desde Bayamo, dice que la información llega por radios portátiles o redes sociales, mientras los medios estatales mantienen la imagen del gobernante Miguel Díaz-Canel en portada.
Autoridades han trabajado en todas las zonas de peligro, han evacuado a las personas más vulnerables y han sido llevadas a lugares seguros donde tendrán todas las atenciones necesarias, y el resto de la población viene preparando desde hace algunos días y hasta la mañana de hoy tuvieron tiempo para comprar alimentos en diferentes mercados de la ciudad.
En las próximas horas, Melisa podría convertirse en el huracán más fuerte que impacte el oriente cubano en más de 2 décadas. Mientras tanto, los cubanos esperan sin electricidad y bajo la lluvia el golpe de un ciclón que aún no ha tocado tierra, pero que ya se siente en todo el país. Eduardo Yusnavi Rodríguez, Telemundo 51.
Gracias, Yusnavi. Y el huracán Melisa se considera ya uno de los 5 más poderosos en la historia formados en el Atlántico. En Jamaica voló techos de hospitales, postes eléctricos fueron derrumbados y calles enteras resultaron inundadas. El primer ministro declaró a la isla como una zona catastrófica. Miles de personas están sin energía eléctrica, más de 6.000 fueron evacuados, y sobre las 3 muertes que se conocen hasta ahora, se sabe que fueron accidentales, 2 cortando árboles y 1 que murió electrocutado preparándose para la llegada de este huracán.
Update from the National Hurricane Center on a powerful Hurricane Melissa. It's now back up to Category 4 strength. It's been amazing to watch this thing throughout the day, horrifying as well. The western side of Jamaica, we're going to start to see over the next few days some horrific damage there. I can guarantee that. They got a direct hit from a Category 5, 185 mile per hour sustained wind. Storm moved over Jamaica, weakened as it did. Got down to a Category 3, and now it is a Category 4 once again with 130 miles per hour. I mean, this is really, it's quite fascinating to see how simple it is sometimes when it comes to tropical meteorology, at least in this sense. Storm is out over warm water with no wind shear. It gets really strong. It moves over the mountainous terrain. It loses strength. It gets right back over hot water, and it's just a small little channel that it has here before it gets to Cuba up here, and that was enough. The center of the storm is over warm water. It's just pumping fuel into it. It's that simple, honestly, and it was really just fascinating to watch the eye reemerge. I mean, look how it came off of the coast of Jamaica, well weakened. In fact, I'll even take you back the last 12 hours so you can see what it looked like before it hit the coast of Jamaica. Just an outrageously strong storm. And moves across Jamaica, the eye dies down, and now it has been putting itself back together. So this is going to be a big problem for Cuba, to say the least. Guantanamo Bay is right here. It does look like Melissa is going to come in pretty well west of there, but it's still going to put a solid storm surge in there. Tremendous amount of rain that's going on as well. There was one interesting feature here on the radar. May have some supercells going on right there. Those look like some supercells to me. Do you remember with Milton when we had a bunch of tornadoes that happened with the storm? This would be the part of the storm where it happens, right? On the east side, the southeast side. I'll give a shout out to Nick on Twitter. I'm not even going to try to say his last name for that's how I found out about this. But yeah, then I just happen to have access to the radar here, so I wanted to point that out. Nick K. He's a meteorology student, and he's a very smart guy. Okay, so Cuba, Haiti, you guys are next in the crosshairs. Now, Cuba is going to take the direct hit, again, west of Guantanamo. Haiti's just going to get more rain, and this is all bad. I mean, Haiti's already had significant flooding over the last few days. There have been deaths because of the flooding, and now there is more rain on tap. You notice, let me show you the forecast cone here, and you notice where it is. Let me see if I can get some cities on here. Yeah, there we go. Well, apparently they don't want to show up. That's Guantanamo Bay right there. And it's the right side of the storm, the east side of it, where the storm surge is going to be the worst. Lots of mountains here, by the way, and then it's very flat over the rest of the country. So the mountains are going to make for more flooding and landslides like what we saw in Jamaica.
Figure out what the latest is. I was just asking you a second ago. It's now been downgraded even further to a Category 3.
It has, because it is just about to make landfall. So more than half of this monster storm has moved onshore to Cuba. There's still a part of it, though, that is still impacting Jamaica, by the way. Some of the outer bands, as you can see, still right over Kingston. So as we take a look and get you in nice and close, you can see that eye wall that was very well defined is now just kind of wobbling, right? It's destabilizing, and that is a key sign that it is weakening. But for Jamaica, 1 to 2 feet of rain have already fallen, and as you can see with those outer bands, an additional 4 to 8 inches of rainfall is expected right now and overnight. For Cuba, we've got 10 to 25 inches of rain expected, and that doesn't even count the high seas and, of course, those very strong winds. This will remain a hurricane through the end of the week, by the way, but no threat to the United States. A lot more details on our local forecast still ahead.
Y hay mucho que informarles en esta segunda hora, hoy miércoles 29 de octubre.
Gracias por seguir en sintonía. 6 y 2 de la mañana te saludan Elín Cardet y Jorge Hernández. Vamos de inmediato con esta cobertura de equipo.
La furia del huracán Melisa está impactando al oriente de Cuba. Tenemos, como dijo Jorge, cobertura de equipo con Abel Hernández, que está siguiendo, por supuesto, el paso del huracán.
También nos acompaña hoy Javier Díaz, que nos tiene las primeras imágenes que tenemos del paso de Melisa. Además, Jennifer Santana, que nos presenta cómo quedó la isla de Jamaica.
Y comenzamos contigo, Abel. Adelante.
Claro que sí, estaba monitoreando rápidamente qué está pasando con Melisa. Según el último reporte del Servicio de Meteorología Nacional, continúa como categoría 3, vientos que sobrepasan las 115 millas por hora. Estamos hablando de un huracán mayor, estamos hablando de un huracán que puede dejar condiciones catastróficas en diferentes puntos de la región del oriente de Cuba. Y bueno, vamos a hacer un recuento de dónde entró, a qué hora entró y qué dejó durante la jornada. Observemos que la panorámica no pinta nada bien para el oriente de Cuba. Entró exactamente a las 3:10 de la mañana como categoría 3, vientos de 120 millas por hora, para que me entiendan, si usted es cubano, como yo y como seguramente muchos están al tanto y pendiente, equivale a 195 kilómetros por hora. extremadamente peligroso. Pero aparte de los vientos, la marejada ciclónica, aparte de la marejada, la lluvia que puede dejar inundaciones y las bandas de Melisa, inclusive en el área de los valles, pueden dejar la formación de pequeños tornados, que los tornados de un huracán son muy diferentes a los que se originan en Estados Unidos. Son de poca intensidad, con descargas eléctricas severas y lluvia aún más fuerte. Esa es la situación que se reporta ahora mismo en diferentes municipios, en diferentes localidades del oriente de Cuba, con peligrosa marejada ciclónica e inundaciones a su haber. Algunos riachuelos que en un día normal son un hilo de agua, ahora son un monstruo que ha dejado las calles anegadas en agua y por supuesto el peligro para muchas comunidades. Continúa en el centro, sobre todo en el área de Holguín, áreas de Santiago de Cuba, también áreas de Granma afectado. De hecho se encuentra al sur de Mayarit, donde está dejando ahora mismo mucha actividad de lluvia. Los vientos son bastante fuertes porque los vientos se extienden desde el centro hacia afuera. Estamos hablando de unos 40 kilómetros como huracán y se extiende como tormenta tropical a más de 300 kilómetros. O sea que va a estar afectando no solamente lo que es la provincia de Santiago de Cuba ni Holguín, sino que se puede sentir vientos de tormenta tropical en partes de Guantánamo y también en parte de Las Tunas. Así que hay que estar muy al tanto de esta situación porque los vientos de tormenta tropical también son peligrosos y la lluvia se puede extender también hasta esas regiones. Todavía continúa. Miren ustedes el radio de acción del huracán. Es bastante amplio, desde Las Tunas hasta Guantánamo. Toda esa área en rojo puede ocurrir aguaceros bastante intensos con algunas condiciones peligrosas para todos los que viven en toda esa localidad. ¿Qué está pasando ahora mismo? Sigue con vientos de 115 millas por hora. Continúa con categoría 3. De hecho, se puede degradar a medida que vaya avanzando sobre las Bahamas. 960 milibar y continúa muy al norte. Aviso de huracán para todas las provincias orientales y después ya al mediodía, 1 de la tarde, ya saldrá de Cuba y se puede convertir en categoría 2 antes de tocar pues las islas de las Bahamas y seguirá hacia el Atlántico sin afectar a nada ni a nadie, solamente allá en las Bermudas, no sin antes dejar estragos en Cuba. De hecho, ya está dejando estragos en Cuba y ha dejado estragos bastante peligrosos. Miren en Holguín, estamos hablando de más de 8 pulgadas, 10 pulgadas, casi 15 pulgadas de agua acumulada y también partes de Guantánamo va a estar afectada por estas inundaciones repentinas que van a estar ocurriendo y no ahora, sino que va a seguir durante las venideras horas. Este es el radar a futuro. Podemos apreciar que a las 5 de la mañana pues estuvo rondando toda esa área y a esta hora de la mañana vamos a tener el impacto directo en algunas regiones. Vientos huracanados dañinos, acumulados de lluvias en las montañas, sobre todo en la Sierra Maestra de 24 pulgadas, inundaciones, deslaves en tierra y amenazantes para diferentes puntos. Ya alrededor de las 2, 3 de la tarde seguirá para áreas de las Bahamas y después irá hacia el norte. Así que hay que estar muy al tanto y pendiente también de los vientos que son extremadamente fuertes y de las inundaciones. Seguimos con nuestra cobertura con respecto a este peligroso huracán. Muchachos.
I'm Jordan Steele. We've got meteorologist Stephanie Abrams, Jim Cantori with us as well.
We want to have a first look at the damage caused by Melisa. This is a scene in St. Elizabeth Parish. That is where Melisa made landfall by Black River and Treasure Beach. Catastrophic winds, the surge, the winds of 185 miles an hour are equivalent to an EF4 tornado, and some of this damage looks like a tornado went through.
Of course, and it's as far as the eye can see. You got power poles snapped and just kind of seeing folks combing through all the debris like it was tossed around like your kid's Lego set, right? I mean, these are actual structures, whether it's people's homes or businesses, completely crumbled.
And we continue to get video here into the Weather Channel, and we are going to show it to you as soon as it comes into us. This is from the same area. Notice any trees that are left are bare. They don't have any leaves on them of any sort, but it is just piles of debris as far as the eye can see.
And of course, I know, folks are going to want to help. The Jamaican Prime Minister declaring the entire country a disaster area. The hard part, Steph, is trying to figure out where you can help.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, how do we get there? How do we get supplies there? And that's questions that'll hopefully be answered very, very soon.
Yes, the infrastructure is going to be something that will, I think, today probably be assessed throughout the island the best they can. But of course, there was a lot of flooding as well on the island. Our roads out, our trees blocking roads. We know how tough it is after these storms to get information and get around the island.
Yeah, even cell service, Jim, or any kind of communication can be difficult.
I'm amazed we're getting these pictures, to be quite honest with you.
I agree.
Okay, I mean, it's kind of amazing that we're seeing firsthand what's happening.
Maybe they're using satellite.
What kind of roads, do we have to get humanitarian effort out to these folks? All this still has to be assessed, like you guys are talking about. All right, if that computer would stop buffering, I would show you what it looks like near Oh gosh, with Kingston, okay, but it's still buffering here for a while. Obviously, slow internet service, even over to Kingston on the east side of the island. But for the record, according to the 8 a.m. advisory, the system is now 76 millibars weaker, or I should say stronger than it was. Wait, it's higher. Thank you. This is higher. It's higher than it was yesterday, 76 millibars. So the pressure's at 968. Yesterday, remember, was 892 before it came ashore there into Jamaica around New Hope during the afternoon. There's the 892. This 185, don't be surprised if in post it goes up. Wouldn't surprise me at all. We had a hurricane drop yesterday, dropsonde that had winds over 250 miles an hour in that dropsonde, just a few hundred feet off of the surface of the planet. Okay, you can't ignore that. That's going to be something that'll go into this. Either way, so now it's working its way over to Cuba here, and we are just waiting for it to reemerge onto the other side, which it will likely during our show. And the hurricane hunters are out there. They've pretty much flown across Cuba once. All right, and now they're going to make their way around the other side, and that's where we're going to get it. But here's the second landfall as a Cat 3. Now, last night, it went back up to a 4. It was 140. So it came off Jamaica, re-intensified to a 4, now down to a 3, and now down to a 2 as it has emerged. Here's a look at it. This is the 8 a.m. advisory, 105 Cat 2. There's 968 compared to the 892 that we were dealing with yesterday. 45 miles northwest of Guantanamo, and it's going to continue to emerge and work its way through the islands today. If you live in Long Island, in the Bahamas, or Crooked Island, those are the two islands it'll likely make its way through as we go through the afternoon and evening. So you can see what the hurricane hunters are doing. They're kind of waiting for it to reemerge. They can't fly over land with this, and it should do that very, very soon, probably within the next hour or two, and we'll get a pretty good idea of what we're dealing with in through here, kind of that exact measurement, if you will, of the center. Think about where we've come with the hurricane hunters over the past couple of days. Without them in there, without them risking their lives for us and getting this essential data, we would not know that we had a historic hurricane. We can guess from a Dvorak technique, but at the end of the day, you don't know the real-time data. All right, so here we go. We're talking about still bringing 100-mile-an-hour winds up through Long Island, maybe even Crooked Island as well. The good news is this thing is moving twice as fast as it was yesterday morning. So it's going to be in and out of here by the time sunset rolls around. And then it's on its way to Bermuda, where we'll see some impacts as we get in toward Thursday night. But here you go. If you're in Georgetown in the Bahamas, looks like a pretty wild afternoon here on this Wednesday, even through the overnight. But things will calm down quickly by the time tomorrow morning rolls around.
We're back with a live look out of Jamaica now after Hurricane Melissa took a toll on the island. Meteorologist Erica Delgado has the very latest on Melissa. Erica.
That's right. We've been following Melissa, and now winds are up to 105 miles per hour. We have a weakening system, which was to be expected just because of the high terrain that we find here over eastern Cuba, where it did make landfall overnight near Santiago de Cuba. And now it is being tracked out of Guantanamo, and it's northwest of the area, about 45 miles per hour. Forecast to emerge over the southwest Atlantic here in just a few hours. It's gaining its forward motion, which is good news. Excuse me. Not only for our friends in Cuba, but for everyone in its path here, including the Bahamas. Again, it's now moving at north-northeast at 14 miles per hour. Here's our latest forecast track. I want to point out that front that we've been talking about that is now near South Florida. That's the one that is blocking Melissa from moving any closer to the northwestern Bahamas and even into to South Florida, and that goes for the rest of the U.S. So Melissa will continue to move towards the northeast, possibly keeping its Cat 2 status as it moves through the Bahamas, possibly late afternoon into the early evening. Areas of the central and southeastern Bahamas, Crooked Island, the Acklands, Long Ake, and Long Island, you are in the cone right now, and then that will continue to push through once it emerges on the other side of the Bahamas. Still is a powerful system. That front keeping it away from the U.S. here, and then coming uncomfortably close to Bermuda here, possibly still as a Category 1 or 2 hurricane, and then racing towards the northeast Atlantic. Now closer to home, because we have a front nearby, we've had some showers mostly across coastal areas. You can see them extending just along the coast there, all the way into the Florida Strait, specifically in Broward County. We've been seeing those on and off showers since earlier this morning. Zooming out though, most of the state looks quiet, but you'll notice now another line of showers millibars extending across the Florida Panhandle. That's associated with front number 2 that we've been talking about, the stronger of the two fronts. So in between two fronts, typical temperatures now, a few showers will be possible. There goes Melissa pushing through the Bahamas later today. Then there comes that stronger front that's going to bring nicer conditions for the second half of the work week. Thursday, we'll see those clearing skies as the day goes on, turning drier, and then eventually very low humidity and very comfortable conditions Thursday overnight into Friday for Halloween weekend here in South Florida. We will be cooler and more comfortable.
Showing those scenes of absolute devastation across the island. The powerful winds that we saw in Montego Bay, St. Anne's Bay, Spalding, Jamaica. Melissa hit Jamaica as this historic Category 5 hurricane. Never in recorded history have we seen a storm as strong as this one hitting Jamaica. That pressure down to 892 millibars. Winds, at least for now, maximum sustained 185 miles an hour. Melissa's tying now as the strongest landfalling hurricane on record in the Atlantic Basin, tying that of the Labor Day hurricane from 1935.
All right, and let's go ahead and bring in Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross. Just getting that discussion, barely diving into it, but Brian, I mean, noting that it looks like the core of Melissa has moved off of eastern Cuba. I guess just waiting for the rest of Melissa to start to move further away.
Yeah, Cuba has done a number on the core of Melissa, that tight donut of strong winds. And so that when that gets disrupted, the storm sort of sprawls out. So this isn't really good for the Bahamas, because this just means that there's a better chance that some islands are going to get stronger winds. When there's a tight core, you have to get kind of unlucky because the winds are concentrated around a smaller area. But as it kind of reaches its arms out, now the winds may not be quite as strong, but they're over a bigger area. So as of the new advisory just in from the Hurricane Center, 100-mile-per-hour winds is the estimate. By the way, they've had a plane in there already. The Cubans have been extremely cooperative through this whole episode here, allowing the U.S. government planes to fly over Cuba to get down to Jamaica. And it hasn't always been historically that way with the airplanes. The Meteorological Service in Cuba is always extremely cooperative and works very closely with the National Hurricane Center. 974 pressure, so dramatically higher pressure, but now moving faster northeast at 14 miles per hour. There you can see the track just always jogging around when it gets involved with land, and now off the northern coast of eastern Cuba. So there it is, and here are the islands ahead, and we can see that the back of the storm is here, and you see it kind of flattening out on the back. That's these kind of hostile upper level winds blowing on it and stretching the storm off to the northeast, so that's going to make the winds arrive sooner than the center. So it's not concentrated around the center really anymore. And there you see the islands in the central and southeastern Bahamas that are going to be affected, and some of them are already getting affected by outer bands. So there we see with the visible picture where we get a better view of exactly what's going on with the system. And notice there is no real well-defined eye, maybe a little dark spot over in here somewhere. Cluster of thunderstorms there probably has the strongest winds associated with it. So Acklands and Crooked Island and maybe Mayaguana may be going to get this side of the storm, which will be probably the strongest side, although when a storm sprawls out, sometimes you get strong bands on the other side. Like this looks like a pretty healthy band here affecting Ragged Island right now.
This is 7 News at 4.
First at 4 o'clock, Jamaican devastation. We begin with the heartbreaking images of people cleaning up after Hurricane Melissa left a catastrophic mark on the island.
Cuba also suffering overflowing rivers, cutting off more than 140,000 people from the rest of the island. Good afternoon, everybody. Melissa's historic hit was not only powerful, but deadly.
It was. Jamaica's death toll rising within the last hour as well. 7's Robin Simmons begins our team coverage. She's live from the Newsplex. Robin?
To put this in context, the mayor of one of the hardest hit areas says catastrophe doesn't even cover the enormity of what they're facing. The effort to clean up after Melissa ravaged the western tip of Jamaica is underway. The death toll rising after the historic hurricane moved through Tuesday. 2 of 8 bodies washing ashore in the Black River community, where even the police station was filled with floodwaters. Streets strewn with debris and waterlogged vehicles. The impacts felt across an island where about 70% of the population lives only 3 miles from the coast.
And it's devastation, total devastation. Just about 73% or about 600,000 Jamaicans are without electricity. In 2 parishes, electricity is up. We have water in some parishes. But in our breadbasket, where our economy depends heavily on agriculture, that parish is devastated. The capital of St. Elizabeth.
At the height of the storm, sustained winds reached as high as 185 miles per hour. On Wednesday, locals left shell-shocked as they assessed the damage. Jamaica's prime minister taking a look at the devastation from the air during an aerial tour and on the ground. St. Elizabeth hit especially hard, making it impossible for first responders to do their jobs.
The hospital is totally devastated. When I say we are immobile, police units are down. All the units at the EOC center are down because they would have been covered with water throughout the hurricane. So at this point in time, we are unable to do any rescuing. We are unable to respond.
Unable to even respond at this point. And you heard one of the ministers mention another casualty is a large part of the farmland that feeds Jamaica, the breadbasket of the island, all but destroyed. Jamaica's government is hoping to get the airports open sometime tomorrow to jumpstart the delivery of aid and supplies. Live in the Newsplex, Robin Simmons, 7 News.
And in Haiti, many people losing their lives during the storm. Let's go over to Jack Royer. He's live in the Satellite Center with some new information. Jack.
Lynn, officials confirming at least 23 people are dead from this hurricane in Haiti so far. At least 10 more are missing at this hour, and the storm had already been blamed for 3 deaths there before it even made landfall. As communities in Haiti deal with severe flooding from Melisa, the prime minister says the death toll is likely to rise. Officials say 20 were killed on the southern part of the island, where another 10 remain missing. A river nearby burst its banks and ravaged homes. Dozens of those collapsing with people trapped underneath the rubble. Shelters are becoming overcrowded, forcing some to remain in flooded houses. Widespread erosion, gang violence, and poverty, all impacting storm preparations on the island. We have nothing in our hands to live on, this person says. If the hurricane comes on top of all the problems we already have, we'll simply die. My kids, my wife, and my family are somewhere else. We have nothing to eat to survive. In the southern part of the country, people have been walking through high waters for days. The water-engulfed streets bringing new concerns about waterborne illnesses on top of everything. Haiti already reporting 139 suspected cholera cases and 5 deaths earlier this month. Crews were seen working through the flood, clearing debris. Concern also growing of food aid reaching some cities. The floods causing problems for crops.
The situation is very bad for us because the wind and rain are destroying the gardens. The peas, corn, and banana fields are being damaged.
The prime minister says rescue teams have been deployed to help with ongoing emergencies, assessing humanitarian needs and trying to restore some of the isolated areas where they need help very badly. In the Satellite Center, Jack Royer, 7 News.
And Jack, now to the chaos in Cuba. Overflowing rivers, collapsed houses, blocked roads, and just like its neighbors, Melisa showing that island no mercy. Hurricane Melisa slamming Cuba as a Category 3 storm overnight and hovering over the island as a Category 2 until Wednesday morning. The storm making landfall in Santiago de Cuba, the country's second largest city, ripping off roofs, tearing down trees, and leaving many in the dark.
It was pretty bad. My wife and I had to get out of here because the flood was too much.
Melisa bringing life-threatening storm surges, flash flooding, and landslides, as well as damaging winds all across the island, filling homes with several inches of water. Some already trying to clean up some of the mess left behind. The Cuban government says the 140,000 people in 241 communities are cut off from receiving aid or assistance due to the damage blocking several roads across the country. Authorities in Cuba confirming more than 735,000 people were evacuated before Melissa made landfall and remain in shelters. But many Cubans are holding out hope for the future.
Life is the most important thing. The rest will come as life brings. One gets used to every situation.
So far, there have been no reports of any deaths.
All right, other countries, including the Bahamas, are bracing for impacts as Melissa continues to move throughout the Atlantic. Meteorologist Brent Cameron is live in the Hurricane Center with more on that. Brent.
That overall trek continues today. As a matter of fact, moving into the central Bahamas as I speak, as let's check out the satellite vantage point full screen and give you an idea after that very serious impact with Jamaica and with eastern Cuba. Now it's a Category 2 system into the central Bahamas with widespread effects beyond the Bahamas, by the way. Right now, the latest advisory from 2 o'clock has the winds at 100 miles per hour with the system moving really faster speed than we've seen it at 15 miles per hour moving off to the northeast. Part of the problem has been the slow movement so far this week with this tropical system, and because of that, the prolonged effects of Melissa. As we check out the radar, here is a look at that big broad swath of heavy rain, flooding rains across a good area of the southeastern and central Bahamas already beginning, and that is going to continue through late today and tonight as the rain wraps around the eye of the hurricane. So here is a look at the latest watches and warnings in red. This is where we still have the hurricane warnings. We'll see if it's continued in Cuba past the 5 p.m. next advisory, but it does include the central and southeastern Bahamas with a hurricane warning. Also Bermuda with a hurricane warning as the eye is likely to pass near or just to the west of the island of Bermuda late on Thursday. More coming up with the entire forecast ahead in weather.
Data and news and images that are starting to come out of the island. Well, overnight, Melissa made landfall a second time, this as a major hurricane in Cuba. Now, a hospital in Santiago de Cuba suffered damage. You're looking at that on the right. And then, of course, on the left, some of the stats. A Category 3, still a major hurricane. Winds 120 miles per hour there in Cuba. Pressure 952 millibars. So weakening significantly, but still, Dr. Knapp, that just goes to show us how powerful this storm was. We still had a major hurricane after what? Winds dropped 65 miles per hour.
And the pressure came up 60 millibars. I mean, there was a dramatic structural change as the system crossed Jamaica, and it has changed its structure since going over Cuba, and the max winds down to 90 miles an hour. You know, again, only relative, still 90-mile-an-hour winds and gusts higher than that. But the convection is resurging, so the wind shear is not so strong that it can't reconstitute its core once again. And as it moves faster and faster to the northeast, and the hurricane warnings that are still up go down tomorrow, as it goes northeastward, it will still have an opportunity to re-strengthen. In the meantime, it will be a long night in portions of the southeastern and central Bahamas. The winds are going to stay dangerously strong well into sunrise tomorrow. And then as the morning goes on, things will get noticeably better. Between now and tomorrow morning especially, we still could have several feet of life-threatening storm surge in these low-lying, narrow islands that have experienced, for example, Long Island here and the Acklands here. This is an area that got the southeasterly, easterly flow and the storm surge coming onto those islands, maybe crossing some of them from one direction, and now they're coming from the other direction tonight. So water and wind after the eye passes your location don't venture out in the eye, because things are going to be roaring in from the other direction. But again, after the sun comes up tomorrow, things will gradually get better. So with the system reconstituting a core in the thunderstorms and re-intensifying a little bit and maybe growing in size as it accelerates northeastward, Hurricane Center forecasting intensification. Could it get back to 115 miles an hour Cat 3? It's at least a possibility, some of the models are showing. And even if the center passes to the northwest of Bermuda, because it's growing in size, they could still get hurricane force winds. And we have the rest of tonight and daytime tomorrow to get ready in Bermuda, because when we get to about dinner time tomorrow, the tropical storm force winds arrive. And especially if the track is just a little farther this way, they could get hurricane force winds tomorrow night, Alex.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us. I'm Trina Robinson.
And I'm Juwan Schroeder. Good evening to you. The powerful storm is still making its way through the Atlantic, with the Bahamas bracing for impact next.
We begin with coverage with First Alert meteorologist Ryan Phillips, who has the latest advisory. Ryan.
Guys, good evening. You know, the weather in Jamaica has been steadily improving since last night once Melissa moved through, but that is not the case in the central Bahamas tonight, where Melissa is now a little bit stronger. Category 2 hurricane, still looking quite impressive here on the satellite imagery, and the hurricane hunters have been out there yet again tonight, now finding Melissa as a stronger Cat 2 with winds at 100 miles per hour. The good news, though, is overnight tonight, the system will pull away from the Bahamas. We'll see generally a rapid improvement to the poor weather that's been ongoing all evening long. Look at this movement off to the north-northeast at 21 miles per hour. Now is the phase where Melissa begins to accelerate away from the Bahamas, making a close pass by Bermuda by the time we get into Thursday evening. As it stands, the official forecast for the intensity will be around a Cat 2 here through the overnight hours tonight, through tomorrow morning, even into tomorrow evening. Then the system races into the high latitudes of the North Atlantic, becomes extratropical, and all the while we're going to see this cold front here across the region guide the system away as our weather continues to improve. So even by tomorrow morning, pulling Melissa away from the Bahamas and watching it on the close approach to Bermuda. In the meantime, the cold front has already gone through South Florida, and what a contrast from a hurricane in the Western Atlantic to some beautiful fall weather here in South Florida. Tomorrow we wake up to temperatures right around 70 with low humidity and sunshine, a trend that carries us into the upcoming weekend. More on that and Melissa coming up in just a few minutes.
Well, thank you for trusting the Weather Channel to help keep you up to date as you plan ahead for the end of the work week and the weekend. I'm Dr. Greg Postel, joined by the legend, Alex Wallace.
He just keeps doing it, right?
Keep doing it.
Well, from coast to coast, of course, the Weather Channel has you covered. Now, Melissa's historic timeline, that is leaving behind some amazing images, even from space. Check it out. Time-lapse video here showing the eye's transformation from above Earth.
It's wobbling around like a top, isn't it, Alex?
That is a view. I mean, can we get any closer? My goodness. That is
almost
amazing.
like you want to dive into it and just check it out.
Well, you probably don't want to do that. But,
no, you don't want to do that.
But yeah, that's an incredible view here of this storm, which, I mean, when it comes to, you talk about textbook and how it looked in terms of the satellite presentation, I've never seen anything like that.
Basically, the satellites, if they could talk to us during this period of Melissa's lifetime, would tell you that it's the most perfectly symmetric hurricane they've ever seen. That's what they would tell you. Because the objective data that was coming out from the satellites on the presentation of Melissa was as high as the numbers, as high as they've ever been, which is pretty remarkable. And we're not just talking the Atlantic. We're talking globally.
Yeah, exactly, right? It'd be one thing if, you know, a lot of times you kind of get these things in the Western Pacific, these big, massive typhoons. This was in the Atlantic. We just don't see this kind of thing here in the Atlantic.
No. And unfortunately, Jamaica saw it, the landfall of the worst. And thankfully, we think that was in a very small area right near where the center made landfall, perhaps within a zone of a mile or less in width. That would be where the Category 5 winds were that made landfall. Outside of that, still a very, very deadly and destructive storm for the region.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, recovery was going to be months and years to come. But Dr. Postel, Melissa's story not done yet. Still could have an impact on us in Bermuda.
Yes, it's Category 2, moving away from the Bahamas, the Turks and Caicos, and even the United States. It's about 500 miles east of Florida right now. Miami, Melbourne, Jacksonville, roughly it's about the same distance out. And moving at a more rapid pace than it's been all along. Now, this is an update. It's even faster now than it was earlier this morning in the advisory. I believe it was 21 miles per hour before, now 24, and only picking up speed, I think, as we go through the day. That's good news. But if you live in Bermuda, Heads up, it's coming your way at an ever more rapid pace. Melissa will not likely strengthen between now and its closest encounter with Bermuda later on tonight, but it will still be close enough to bring some kind of uncomfortable weather, let's put it that way. Now, Bermuda is very well versed in handling encounters with tropical cyclones, and this will be certainly not that different than what they've seen in recent passes of tropical systems, but it will still be very windy and breezy, no doubt, and being carried by the jet stream, thankfully allowing only the worst conditions to last for just a short time, maybe an hour, maybe two, but not really any longer than that as it whisks on by with that jet stream wind pushing it on. And that's exactly what Melissa's future has in store for us. And let's now go ahead and move it. What I did is I'm plotting a model estimate of where the tropical storm force winds are, which would be, I don't know, those blue areas, and the hurricane force winds probably still confined to a pretty small area in the circulation. Obviously nowhere near the United States, but it's going to come pretty close to Bermuda going through the evening hours. There's a clock time. By 9 o'clock later on this evening, we could start to see, we think, some maybe gusty winds of tropical storm force. That would be over about 40 miles per hour. The hurricane force wind gusts are probably just to the west of Bermuda, but they may brush by, let's say 10 or 11 o'clock. In the evening tonight before they rapidly move away and a southwest wind kicks in and the conditions dry out and the weather conditions rapidly improve shortly after midnight. It will be long gone from Bermuda. So that's good news. It's a close encounter and at reasonable intensity, hurricane intensity, but moving through quickly. And Alex, with the chance of seeing some of those hurricane force wind gusts, we do have those hurricane warnings out, or that warning out for Bermuda.
But, Mike, I'm looking at this this bulletin, this 5 p.m. advisory from the NHC. Still the winds at 105 miles per hour, they have it, but it's motion northeast at 31 miles per hour. So this is racing toward you. But we talked about how the tropical structure is coming undone. Eyeball test, it does appear as though you get a brief, pretty good push of some bad weather rolling through.
Yeah, brief and right on the edge. I calculated the forward motion. I think I just mentioned that. About 40 to 45 miles an hour between this evening and tomorrow morning. So it's going to increase even more its forward speed and race on by here. So whatever we get will not last very long. But when you have a forward speed like that, it does tend to increase the gusts. It's all a function of those tropical rain bands. Do they get as far east as where we are or not? And if not, we get some rain and some wind, but those strongest winds are in those bands, especially when you're away from the core and the eye and the eye wall in those areas. It's those outer bands that come through, and you can actually feel the wind and the coolness, and then the rain comes lashing at you literally seconds later. So those are the ones we're going to be looking at to see if they get on shore and we can get some gusts, 50 or 60 miles an hour. But without radar, Ian, it's basically I'm going to be sitting here late tonight with my video camera, my smartphone, and just waiting and watching, see if I can grab anything so we can have that to use on Fox Weather first thing tomorrow morning at 5 a.m.
Yeah, going old school, going analog with what's left of Melissa as it moves on by. One bad night in Bermuda, that's the man that'll show us what it looks like. Fox Weather Storm Specialist Mike Seidel, thank you. It's the final chapter. We've been mentioning that. It brushes by Bermuda later on this evening. Folks there know the drill. Fourth go around with this, but it's what we were just talking about, this new advisory that came in. That's None Such Island. You can see the seas churned up a little bit, some of those white caps even looking out off in the distance. 5 p.m. advisory still has this at Cat 2. At least equivalent, as it's losing some of its pure tropical characteristics, racing toward Mike, northeast at 31 miles per hour. But this is what I was mentioning. You eyeball this. The center is going to be well off to the north and west, as Mike was talking about, but the center is becoming less important in through here as this loses its pure tropical structure. You look at the overall satellite picture, that's just a big area of disturbed, very bad weather. And you can see that in the water vapor imagery. Previously, it made a little bit of an effort to try to get a core going as it was moving just off immediately north and east of the Bahamas. That's totally gone now. And as we look at this, some of the dry air, the interaction with the jet stream, which has been responsible for the bad weather we've had in the Northeast today, too, parts of the mid-Atlantic, this is losing. It's got that comma head shape right at the end. So this is just a big push of wind and a brief period of rain, as Mike was talking about. That's not going to be a significant aspect of this for Bermuda. But moving through the next several hours and tonight, by tomorrow morning, still at Category 2 equivalent at the 5 p.m. advisory from NHC, but it roars its way. To Mike's point, it continues its acceleration as it gets scooped more and more by that dip in the jet stream. Atlantic Canada, though, places like Newfoundland, you got to be on the lookout for this as we continue to move forward through what's left of the week. Hurricane warnings, those are up for Bermuda. The bad night that we referenced, be aware of that. You can see why with our Fox weather model. It shows you the quick shot of those hurricane force winds. That gold in through here, you see what that corresponds with? Somewhere 60, 70, 80 mile per hour gusts. By about 4 a.m., those are backing off considerably. And by lunchtime, getting back to business as usual, hopefully without any significant problems there on Bermuda.
Meteorologist Michael Ehrenberg joins us with where Hurricane Melissa is right now. Michael?
Well, Liz, it looks like Melissa is impacting Bermuda as we speak right now. It's 165 miles west-northwest of Bermuda. So they're getting fringe impacts, but nevertheless, they're going to be looking at 1 to 2 inches of rain. Still a Cat 2 storm with top winds of 100. And look at how fast it's moving northeast at 38 miles an hour. Hurricane warnings are in effect for Bermuda as it side skirts the island tonight. By Friday night, Saturday, it's going to be near the Avalon Peninsula of Cape Race, Newfoundland there, and St. John's, Newfoundland. And then it slowly becomes an extratropical low as it moves through the North Atlantic. It'll probably be extratropical even before it makes landfall or gets near Newfoundland later tomorrow. So winds overnight tonight gusting up to 71 miles an hour there in St. George and Bermuda. And then we see those winds picking up there across the Atlantic area of Canada up to 30 to 40 miles an hour. And then again, that storm will exit the area over the weekend across the North Atlantic.
All right, guys, the hard work is only beginning for Jamaica as the island recovers from historic Hurricane Melissa. All right, agencies from the Jamaica Defense Force are already on the ground, hard at work here, clearing down trees, debris from storm-ravaged roads, allowing easier access for first responders and relief efforts. Now, it's not all a panacea down and through here. Believe me, there's still a lot of struggles that are going on that we're not even able to bring to you yet. The death toll, sadly, risen to 19 across the island, with still a lot of people missing, unfortunately, as a result of this. I saw Mercy Chefs is down there, you know, the food agencies that are down there with, you know, all sorts of relief. They're trying to get set up and certainly get out that humanitarian effort as soon as possible. Well, you know, this morning, this thing's a fraction of its former self. Okay, Melissa is racing. There it is right there, off to the northeast at about 41 miles an hour. There's the wind at Hamilton and Bermuda. It's going to stay windy all morning in through here, but these winds should gradually try to die out. I don't think they got any rainfall. I didn't remember even seeing any rain on through here, maybe a couple of drops early yesterday afternoon. But by Saturday morning, tomorrow morning, we're talking about being close enough to St. John's that you've got this massive wind field out around this thing, so Newfoundland will get some of that wind. You saw the pretty colors that we just showed you earlier on, right? So here comes that wind field. Again, Cat 1, then extratropical, probably by the next advisory, and you can see this thing will race right off and just kind of scoot on by during the overnight and morning hours of Saturday for St. John's and Newfoundland, and then it's heading up toward Iceland, believe it or not. So here you go. Look at a few more showers here Friday night into Saturday morning as it races on by with that western band, and then we get maybe a few more Saturday afternoon with another band, but it's all about the wind here. Winds tropical storm force at best. So there's the entity scooting on by Saturday, heading on to the north and getting absorbed with an upper level feature here, but that's Greenland, that's Iceland right there. There'll be some peripheral impacts as a result of that, and then we will kind of watch the tropics quiet down. But the season, again, very much what we call end-loaded. mid-September, here to late October. This is where we had all the action. 3 Cat 5s, a Cat 4, a retired name likely in Melisa, and one of the lowest pressures that we've ever had in the Atlantic. 7 times this has happened. We've dropped below 900 millibars. Melisa, our last storm of the season, decided to take that prize.
Week of devastation for the Caribbean nations. Now we are seeing more of the aftermath from Hurricane Melisa.
The death toll continues to rise as people work to pick up the pieces of their life. Local 10's Roy Ramos is in the newsroom with more. Roy?
3 days after Hurricane Melisa made landfall on the island of Jamaica, and we continue to see the catastrophic destruction left in her wake.
The country is suffering significantly.
The Cat 5 storm bringing with it several days of torrential downpours and storm surge that caused widespread flooding. Its high winds tearing down trees, ripping roofs from homes and buildings, and impacting the lives of hundreds of thousands of families across Cuba, the Bahamas, the Dominican Republic, and Haiti, with Jamaica bearing the brunt of the deadly storm.
Reports are at the moment that we have actually 19 dead confirmed, and we start to clear rubble as we access inaccessible places. As water starts to recede, that number is likely to go up.
Drone video from Montego Bay shows damaged vehicles left stranded in roads as others try to maneuver through the storm-torn island in an attempt to provide relief efforts to those in desperate need.
There is extensive damage in the western end of Jamaica.
Night images from space capturing power outages across Jamaica. This image is showing the island lit up before Melisa. Then the next, most of the island left without electricity after officials said 72% of Jamaica was without power. Its people now faced with the overwhelming task of picking up the pieces of the country left ravaged by Mother Nature.
As days pass, people become more desperate. The needs grow and increase, and the concerns increase.
And overnight into this morning, Melisa hit Bermuda as a Cat 1 storm. The full toll of the destruction caused may take weeks to be determined. In the newsroom, Roy Ramos, Local 10 News.
Long time to recover. Thanks a lot there, Roy. And time now for your tropical update.
Hurricane specialist and storm surge expert Michael Laurie is here to show us what he's watching. Michael?
Hey, Nicole, as you saw from that report from Roy, this was quite a showstopper in the Caribbean and may have been the season finale for the hurricane season. We can hope. Here's the latest information on Melisa. This is no longer a tropical system. It's now a wintertime low-pressure system that is headed up into the Atlantic graveyard. Winds of 85 miles per hour, though, so a potent non-tropical area of low pressure. Look at that movement, 50 miles per hour. So it is booking it, headed directly toward Iceland in the days ahead, obviously as not a tropical system. As we look behind it, though, as I was saying, it really looks like the season's going to start to tail off, as it should in November. Not seeing any development indications in the models in the next, not just the next 7 days, but the next several weeks, probably into mid-November. And you look, there's hardly even a thunderstorm west of the Caribbean right now. That's good news for us as that cold front cleared South Florida. Look at the unusual season that we've had, though. This is the amount of activity that we have sort of stair-stepping through the season. We had this really odd 20-day drought right at the peak of the hurricane season. And then we had a little bit of a comeback in September. Things leveled off a little bit. And then we had Melisa that put us into the upper part of that activity curve that you see there in the average activity. So it looks like an above average season, Calvin and Nicole, even if things stay quiet and we don't see any additional activity for the season. So hopefully things are done here, but we'll keep an eye on the tropics just in case any mischief pops up.
A catastrophic disaster in the Caribbean. Hurricane Melisa delivered a devastating blow to Jamaica. The Category 5 hurricane, the strongest on record to ever strike the island, hit with sustained winds of over 180 miles per hour, tearing apart infrastructure.
I've never seen damage this complete and this, in this way ever from a landfalling tropical cyclone. This may have been, Melisa may have been the strongest hurricane ever measured. We don't know for sure how strong it was on final approach. There's lots of data out there that suggests it was a 200-mile-per-hour hurricane.
Yeah, 180 is a prelim right now. We had storm surge, we had flooding, powerful winds, a swath of destruction. Tragically, so far, the death toll is at 19, expected to actually go up. damage to the island is widespread. The road network is just now being cleared to kind of expand the island. And, you know, the landfall point had been changing with the forecast. Still, it was always in Jamaica. We knew it was going to hit. Fortunately, it didn't hit Kingston straight on, but it hit more towards New Hope, towards Westmoreland and St. Elizabeth Parish.
Yeah, it was over here. And it was a very compact hurricane. Hurricane force winds extended outward only about 25 to 30 miles from the center. Once you get outside of that, it was very bad. A lot of heavy rain and flooding, landslides, mudslides, but the absolute destruction that we've seen so much of was relegated to a relatively small area here in western Jamaica.
This is the before picture, and believe it or not, Jamaica hadn't picked up a lot of rain so far this summer, which is our rainy season. And then the after photo here can show you what happens when you have all that rain. You have a lot of outflow, rivers running and flooding, and you see a lot more debris and color from the outflow of the rivers here. What we don't see is what's happening at the ground when you have this Category 5 making landfall.
Yeah, again, this is an estimate. I do believe this was a 200-mile-per-hour hurricane. Dropsonde, all kinds of other data platforms suggested it was actually stronger than that. Now, whether or not you're plus or minus 15 miles per hour, practically probably doesn't make a whole lot of difference, but in the science community, it does. It matters, to be precise. And this thing was probably the strongest hurricane ever measured. And you can tell, you can see the scars left behind, not just from the satellites during the daytime, but at night. The island is largely dark.
You can see why it actually was so powerful. It sat there and spun and gathered energy from the very warm and warmth at depth water here before making landfall. And that eye, about 20-something miles across, it was a little buzzsaw there.
It was, and the worst winds were right on the inner edge of the eye wall, so right on the ring there between the clear air and the stormy weather. That's where the most intense winds were.
Second landfall in Cuba, still getting data in terms of impacts there, but still a Category 3 would have made impact there with 120-mile-per-hour winds for its second landfall.
And this intensified rapidly, of course, during its lifetime and even all the way up to its initial landfall in southern Jamaica. Another one of those systems that behaved in a way that very few have.
Yeah, another one not only going through rapid intensification, extreme rapid intensification. So not just 35 miles per hour in 24 hours, but 70 miles per hour in 24 hours. And that wasn't even the final speed, warming all the way up to, or speeding all the way up to 185 miles per hour.
There is some good news, and when we think of the tropics and going forward, I mean, we're getting near the end of the season. This is sort of a plot to show you that statistically there's only 6% left. Yes, you can get hurricanes in November if the atmosphere gives you an opportunity, but the odds are decreasing quickly.
Now, the good news is we don't have anything we're watching right now in a development. As we have those fronts coming across the U.S., it continues to protect at least the lower 48 from any type of approach of anything brewing in the tropics.
Yeah, and all you need to do is sort of animate the sort of tropical view that we do during the heart of the hurricane season and see there aren't any blobs of green or blue out here. Those are elements of spin. Yes, they may show up here from time to time, but as Paul mentioned, these are fronts coming off the continent. These are not tropical systems. Out here in the Caribbean, the deep tropical Atlantic, the Gulf of Mexico, nothing for the next week.
Still got to watch the Gulf because this time of the year fronts can spin up things, but, persistent west winds keeps us protected here in the lower 48.
Indeed.
Well, we've been telling you the cold weather is sending shivers through our area as well. Temperatures dropping into the 40s tonight. Chief Meteorologist Phil Ferro is here. He's got more on the a lot of people excited about this, Phil. I mean, I'm not even going to lie about it.
Yes, indeed. It's a nice little break from the doldrums here across South Florida. Now, this morning, we had lows in the low to mid 70s. Afternoon highs made it into the low to mid 80s, and this front arrived rain-free. Right now, 60 degrees in Fort Lauderdale and Miami, 68 in Key West, but already in the upper 50s over West Kendall, Pompano Beach, and Pembroke Pines. The pressure rising rapidly behind the front. The wind will be an issue, making those temperatures feel much colder. The humidity low at 47%. Here's the storm tracker. No rain anywhere. We should remain dry here, not just tonight, but throughout the day tomorrow as well. And look at this polar plunge. 28 degrees in Chicago, 31 in Minneapolis, 25 in Kansas City, and up and down the East Coast, temperatures are in the 30s, 64 degrees out west in LA. So that front has already made its way into the Florida Straits. High pressure building in on the back. That wind out of the north will push cold air in our direction. So by tomorrow, a chilly start. By the afternoon, the highs are going to have a hard time reaching 70 degrees. And then by Wednesday, still mild, a nice beach breeze. But by the afternoon, temperatures will start to warm up. Now, here are some cold weather safety tips for you if you have to work outside tonight. Dress in layers, hats, drink plenty of warm fluids. Be careful with those space heaters. Never leave them unattended. Keep them away from furniture and walls. And of course, bring in those delicate plants and leave your furry friends inside. Here's the marine forecast. Small craft advisory, high risk for rip currents. Biscayne Bay rough. The Florida Keys also with an advisory. Due to the wind and seas, coastal waters extremely rough. Now your next tide change, you're looking at high tide after midnight to Fort Lauderdale and Miami. Key West 133. For tonight, lows will be in the upper 40s for the mainland, upper 50s for the Keys. Wind chills could be up to 5 degrees cooler due to the wind. By tomorrow, some sunshine. Highs will be in the mid to upper 80s. And here's your extended outlook. Cool start for your Wednesday, 59, but then we warm up and warmer still as you get into Friday, the weekend, and the early part of next week. That's your 7 on 7. 7 News will be right back.
Here in South Florida on this chilly day, we have the cooler temperatures, but the sun is shining so brightly and beautifully.
It is so beautiful. First Alert meteorologist Chelsea Ambrose is here with your forecast. Chelsea, for how long can we enjoy this cool down for?
I think just today. It does stay below average for tomorrow too, but definitely not where we were this morning. Check out our low temperatures. Fort Lauderdale falling to 48 degrees. Pembroke Pines 46. Even Miami falling to 49 degrees this morning. So a chilly start, already seeing those temperatures bounce back into the low 60s. Yes, it is much cooler than average for this time of year. We should be in the low 80s for the middle of November, but we're going to stay about 20 degrees cooler than that. We're only going to warm a few more degrees throughout the day today. So that temperature change right now versus this time yesterday, we're down about 15 to 20 degrees. And you factor in the wind, it's feeling even cooler than actual air temperatures. That sunshine is warm though. We're going to see those high temperatures top out around 68, 69 degrees. That's where we should be starting each morning this time of year. And then we'll be falling back through the 60s as we go into the evening hours. So well below normal for today. We'll stay below normal for tomorrow as well. Notice as we're looking at the trend for our high temperatures, tomorrow we're still only going to hit a high of 76. We're starting out the day in the low 60s. So again, on average, we should be in those low 80s. Notice as we get into Thursday, as we get into Friday, right back to where we should be as we round out the week and head into the weekend. Today is the coldest day. Tomorrow, cool, but still comfortable. And then the warm up takes over as we round out the week. I'll have more details timing out those temperatures for you in just a few minutes.
Hurricane Melissa broke records when it slammed Jamaica as a Category 5 storm last month. Now the National Hurricane Center is confirming Melissa had wind gusts topping 252 miles an hour. That is higher than any storm on record. The World Bank also estimates the storm caused around $9 billion in damage. That comes out to about 41% of the country's gross domestic product last year. Melissa going down in history as the most destructive storm ever to hit Jamaica. Those numbers, Erica, just put it in perspective, really.
I mean, when you think about the gusts we get with thunderstorms, 40 to 55 miles per hour, and then you think about this 252 mile per hour gust, this system was so strong over Jamaica, and really this hurricane season was a very strange one. No U.S. landfalls here, and that was the first time that happened in about a decade or so. Luckily for us, we were quiet all season long, and we've been quiet the last couple of weeks. Temperatures have been mild this morning, 78 degrees in Miami, 75 in Fort Lauderdale, and we're in the mid-70s across the Florida Keys. We're no longer seeing those 50s in the morning. We still had some low 60s across inland Miami-Dade and Broward. We're quiet across South Florida. We just have the occasional passing clouds coming in off that breeze. But really up and down the state, we're not seeing a whole lot. And a lot of storm systems have tried to push through the last few days, but they haven't quite reached Florida. You can see there's another storm system extending from the lower Mississippi Valley all the way down into Texas. This is the reason why fronts are not coming through. This area of high pressure, large and in charge, is just keeping things quiet for us here, and it's blocking the systems. It blocked this front from coming any closer to us here, and it's going to block this next system that we see already, a rainmaker, leaving severe thunderstorms from areas like Arkansas all the way down to Texas. For us here, we'll be breezy at times, more so for our coastal locations, but it will feel nice. And of course, other than a passing sprinkle, we're really not expecting a whole lot as far as rainfall.
And I think one of the important points that Alex mentioned was that it was a unique season. There's two aspects of it that I kind of want to talk about, because it ended up statistically, by the numbers, about an average season, especially when you look at these metrics and the number of named storms. These are the actuals that we saw, 13, 5, and 4 when you break it down. And these are the seasonal averages. So we were kind of close, with the exception, of course, of the major hurricanes. But basically, by the numbers, number-wise, it was an average-ish season. But we were led to believe that it was going to be a very, very active season, weren't we, leading into it? And one of the reasons why, and for good reason, by the way, is that we were expecting very warm waters over the entire basin, Atlantic, the Gulf, and the Caribbean. And just to show you, over the tropical Atlantic, this is actually what verified. The actual temperatures in the tropical Atlantic were way above average. So the forecast for those warm waters was right. And that was one of the reasons why we were thinking we were going to get a very busy season. But what ended up happening was the atmosphere wasn't really cooperating so well, was it? The atmosphere was actually a lot more stable. I'm plotting here the instability. This blue line is the measure of instability over the tropical Atlantic. It was below average. So the atmosphere was more stable and less thunderstormy than average. That's one part of it. The other part of it was, and I'll just read this bottom line for you. That's the only one you need to know. Those tropical waves, those African easterly waves coming off, in general, were weaker than average. Those two factors offset those warm waters and gave us basically an average season number-wise. But again, that's only one chapter of the story. The other chapter was how remarkably consistent the hurricanes and storms that we did get, how remarkably consistent those tracks were. They took paths like that, one after the other, in I called the year of the recurvature. And we talked about why that was the case. Well, so often this hurricane season, we had a big dip in the jet stream hanging out on the East Coast, limiting our risk for hurricane activity here up and down the eastern seaboard.